Good evening, everyone. We are ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saddened to announce that our former Commissioner Dick Bonar passed away on June 14th, 2015. We learned a lot from his lifetime of service as a planner, and we will miss him. And as a token of our respect for a friend and brother, we would invite you to join us in a moment of silence for him. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Moody.
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge. Here. Commissioner Creer. And Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to extend a special welcome tonight to two new planning commissioners, Cedric Creer, down on our left. Welcome. And Sam Cherry at the far right end. Welcome to both of you. We're glad to have you on board. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning the actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda concerns our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight. Thank you. Moving on to item 4. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. And because of the size of the agenda tonight and the number of people here, we will be limiting that time, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak just during this portion of the agenda tonight? Thank you. We will move on to item 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of May 12, 2015 and June 19, 2015. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, prior to making the motion, I'll be abstaining on the approval of the minutes for the meeting June 19th.
Thank you, Commissioner Flangus.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to abstain as well.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cherry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to abstain as well since I was not present.
Okay.
And I will have to abstain on the May meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Because some of you weren't here, we'll note your abstentions. I'll hear a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of May 12th, 2015 and June 9th, 2015.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The motion is to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes of May 12, 2015 and June 9, 2015. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Those minutes are approved.
Cool.
Moving on to item 6, our housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Commissioner Quinn, I believe you wanted to pull an item forward.
Yes, I'll be pulling, Mr. Chairman, item 18 forward this evening, please to be heard at the beginning of public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance to the August 11th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Item number 78, TXT 59551. And the following items have been requested to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 7, TMP 58507. And item number 26, ZON-58533. Thank you.
Okay, so do any members of the public wish to speak on any of these three items that have been mentioned? Those items were number 7, withdrawn. The motion is to withdraw without prejudice. Item number 26, also to withdraw without prejudice. And item 78, to be held in abeyance until the next Planning Commission meeting. Good evening. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Michael Adams. I live at 6875 Unicorn Street. I am here specifically for item number 26. Behind me is a large contingency of my neighbors, as well as the gentleman to my side. We would just like to go on the public record, even though this has been pulled. We still want to make sure that our voice is heard publicly and it is on record. Last month's meeting, at the very end of it, I did ask if it would be beneficial if we had the signatures of all of the neighbors. I have done so, and I would like to present that to you now,
Okay,
so
thank you
that
very
you
much.
do have it on record.
If the item's going to be withdrawn without prejudice, that means it can be brought back at any time. You may want to save that
I
until
made a
the
copy,
next one.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because that was going to be my next question, is since it has been withdrawn now, do we have to stay on top of this? Because at any moment, we could be having this fight again.
I'll refer to
Mr.
the
Chairman,
city attorney.
with prejudice, without prejudice means the item can be brought back at any time. If it was with prejudice or denied, it'd have to wait a year, but it can be brought back at any time at this point.
Okay, then part of the original issue that we brought up at the meeting approximately 2 months ago was the complete lack of notice. The majority of the people in my neighborhood never received any notice that this was going to even happen at all, and it was slated for approval. As a matter of fact, if you look on item number 26, it is recommended for approval, even though it's now been withdrawn. So my question is, how do we stay on top of making sure that we know without having to rely on notice for it happening?
I'll let the director answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item, if something comes back, an item for this property, it will be noticed. We do have a record of everybody who is noticed on these actions, and
Yes,
so you can, we can share with you everybody who did receive notice on this one and who would receive notice on any future application.
Okay, is there any way to, say, apply or keep checking a website or something to see what agenda items are coming up?
Oh, absolutely. All of the agendas for Planning Commission and City Council are on the website at lasvegasnevada.gov, all spelled out one word, lasvegasnevada.gov. You can go in there and find all of the meetings, and all of the agendas for Planning Commission and City Council are posted.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moody. Mark Christensen, I live at 6817 Unicorn Street. I was the gentleman that spoke in front of the commission last meeting on this issue. I also spoke with Steve Ross, and I'm just kind of curious because it was my understanding that this was moving forward according to Mr. Ross, and now we get here and find out it's on the agenda. It's not moving forward. It was withdrawn without prejudice. My question is, who withdrew it?
I'll defer to the director, but I assume it was the applicant.
It was the applicant, yes.
Was there any reason given as to why? We have gone through this nut roll 3 times with the same developer now on 2 separate pieces of property. One was at the end of Unicorn Street, and the other is this property that is in question at this point. And the property at the end of Unicorn Street was reallocated or re-identified as RE1. They were given 2 years to develop that property, and that property has not been developed in that 2 years, and now has subsequently been relinquished back to RE. So my question is, how many more times are we going to have to go through this nut roll with this, the owner of this property?
Under the code, the applicant is welcome to submit a request to have their item withdrawn without prejudice, and that's what's happened today. I don't know if there's any additional information as to why, but that's perfectly well within their rights. And as with any property owner, at any time, you can petition Planning Commission, City Council on a zoning or land use action. So, I mean, I don't know what the answer to that. I don't know if I can give you a satisfactory answer, but anybody who wants to entertain a change of use on their property can ask Planning Commission, City Council for that, or they can withdraw that request as well.
At what point in time do we, the individuals in the community, how can we petition the commission to stop this back and forth?
I guess there's really no answer to that, other than the fact that, like the director said, anytime that an action comes on a particular piece of property, you'll be noticed, just like we've noticed every other item on this particular piece of property. Unfortunately, you just have to keep looking out for those notices and just keep your neighborhood informed about what's coming up. And it may have been because you guys protested that he withdrew it without prejudice, so.
All right.
Thank you for being here, all of you. Any other members of the public wish to be heard on any of the items under the housekeeping items? Hearing none, Commissioner Schlotman, your motion on these housekeeping items, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 78 TXT 59551, I move to hold that into abeyance until the August 11th, 2015 Planning Commission meeting, and item 7 and 26 to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, thank you. The Vice Chair has moved to obey item 78 and withdraw without prejudice items 7 and 26. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. We are moving on to the consent items. These are items considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. These items will not be read into the record. Can we please have a motion on these items?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on items 8 and 9, I'd move to approve.
Motion is to approve items 8 and 9 on the consent agenda. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 8 and 9 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 7 days.
Thank you. We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Beginning with item 10, and please bear with me, this is going to take a few minutes. VAR 59522, the applicant owner is Pets RX Nevada, Inc., for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 61 feet where 85 feet is required for a proposed 5,617 square foot animal hospital, clinic, or shelter with no outside pens at 1117 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 11, SUP 59316. The applicant owner is Captives Free Christian Center for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit to add a parking lot at 1329 Balzar Avenue in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 12, SDR 59317, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a parking lot with a waiver to allow a 12-foot wide landscape buffer along the northern property line where 15 feet is required adjacent to public right-of-way in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 59482. The applicant is Wes Isbett. The owner is Arts Factory LLC. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit for a proposed 5,663 square foot outdoor patio addition to an existing 1,385 square foot urban lounge at 107 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 155 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item 14, SUP 59483, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 23,114 square foot mixed-use development in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And related item 15, SDR 59480, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review to modify the building elevations and develop a pedestrian plaza for an existing urban lounge with a waiver of streetscape design requirements in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 16, SUP 59257. The applicant is Egg & I Incorporated. The owner is Sahara Westlake Associates. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,260 square foot restaurant with service bar with a 938 square foot outdoor patio at 4533 West Sahara Avenue, Suite F5 in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 17, SUP 59427. The applicant is Covenant of Love Corporation, and the owner is Jatin Pandit. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,443 square foot church house of worship use at 3016 Vegas Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 18, that has been asked to be pulled, so I'm going to skip over that. I'll call that during the public hearing items. Item 19, SUP 59536. The applicant owner is Centennial Property LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 70 square foot auto smog check use where services are performed outside an enclosed structure on the north side of Azure Drive, west of Tenaya Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Items 20 and 21 are related. Item 20, VAC 59307. The applicant owner is 1015 Craig Tenaya LLC for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a drainage easement northwest corner of Craig Road and US 95 in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, SDR 59306 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for 3 proposed commercial buildings totaling 9,850 square feet with a waiver to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer on a portion of the east property line where 15 feet is the minimum required in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, VAC 59399. The applicant is Las Vegas 9B LLC et al. The owner is Eagle Crest LLC. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate all existing public easements with the exception of an existing public drainage easement along the west and south property lines at 5850 to 5900 Sky Point Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 23, VAC 59466. The applicant owner is Waite Montecito Real Estate LLC. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate public drainage easements located south of Rome Boulevard and west of Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 24, VAC 59470. The applicant is Touchstone Living and the owner is THM Enterprises Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 15-foot wide public drainage easement located at 8530 West Alexander Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 25, VAC 59471, vacation. The applicant owner is Durango 95 Mini Storage Partners, LLC. for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public drainage easement located east and south of the intersection of Farm Road and Osa Blanca Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Yes, sir. Are you here to speak on one of these items?
Yes.
Okay.
Matthew Jaramillo, 1210 Hinton Street, here on behalf of the applicant. I would like to ask that item 22 be removed from the one motion, one vote, and heard separately.
What's the purpose in pulling that forward?
There's conditions that the applicant would like removed from the actual conditions of approval.
Okay. We will pull item 22 forward.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And is there any discussion on the commission before we have a vote? Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have I'm not sure the procedure, so bear with me on item number 17. If I wanted to have a discussion on that, would we pull it? Okay, can we pull 17?
Your request is to pull item 17, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Any others?
Mr. Chair, through you, I have to abstain from items 13, 14, and 15. I sit on the Arts District Board, where the applicant is a part of.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cherry. All right, Vice Chair, we are ready for a vote. I hope you're keeping track.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm also going to abstain on items 13, 14, and 15 due to on Urban Lounge directly across the street from this applicant. So basically, I move to approve the one motion, one vote items number 10 through 16, 19 through 21, 23 through 25, and we're going to pull forward to a public hearing items number 17, 18, and 22.
Okay. The motion is to approve items 10 through 16, 19 through 21, and 23 through 25. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. Items 11 and 12 will go on to City Council at the August 19th, 2015 meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the public hearing items. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of people here tonight, probably more than I've seen in my 5 or 6 years on the commission. We also have more items than I've seen on the agenda before. And for that reason, we are going to limit the public comment to 2 minutes. And there will be a timer on. And I'm going to ask you to keep it to 2 minutes. You're going to hear a tone that means your 2 minutes is up, and I don't want to be rude, but we have to hold our meeting to that. So we are going to go back now to the first item that was pulled, which is item 17. SUP 59427, the applicant is Covenant of Love Corporation, and the owner is Jatine Pandit, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,443 square foot church house of worship use at 3016 Vegas Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, as the minimum requirements for a special use permit for the church are met and the proposed use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the surrounding church and residential uses, staff recommends approval with conditions. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello.
Would you please state your name and address?
My name is Charlene Bynum. The address for Covenant of Love is 1100 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, Suite C, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106.
Thank you. Do you have anything to tell us about this application?
Well, the application has been posed. We've been a nonprofit organization working here in the community for 11 years with the underprivileged population, and I've been called to have a church to pastor. so that our underprivileged population, primarily within mine, our mental health community, has a place to come in and worship. I've taken them to church with me for several years, and I've noticed the discomfort and the indifference in the inside of the services. So I think it's only fair that they have a place to come and worship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do any members of the public wish to be heard either for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions for you. And it's not as though I am against a church in our ward, but this is a residential area, and just, you know, we just can't turn homes into churches just because. And we have had an issue over the years of different zoning and churches popping up all throughout Ward 5. And I wouldn't want this to just be another case of this. And I'm not certain how this is going to benefit the community that it sits in, because it is in the heart of a community, homes right on all angles surrounding it. And I'm not sure this is the best use of this piece of property.
I understand your point, Commissioner, sir. However, I've visited with many of the individuals in the community, and they've welcomed.
How big of a church and are you thinking about having? Because this could grow.
It could grow. If and when it grows, I know that it'll be time to move, but we do need a place to get started. And we don't expect over 35 or 40 persons, maybe even not even that from the beginning. I don't have a congregation, a set-in-stone congregation at this time. However, but I do know that I work with a population that would like to be able to come in and pray and worship.
Thank you.
Commissioner, at this point, if you're unclear about the application, you could either hold it in abeyance and speak to this, speak to the applicant, or go visit the site if you'd like, or you could make a decision tonight.
That might be best for all parties, because right now I would vote against it, and maybe it's best that you and I come by and take a look or get a
Yes,
better
sir.
understanding of where we are with this.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So, ma'am, the request is to hold this item, and that would probably be until our next planning commission. And it sounds like you would be in agreement with that?
Well, oh, is that what it is? Puts me off till the next planning?
It would. So Commissioner Creer has indicated that he's inclined to vote against this item and would like a chance to speak with you. That would give you 30 days before it would come back in front of us.
30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree to that? All right. Would you like to make that motion?
Mr.
Or
Chair.
there's someone else?
Yes. Through you, question for the applicant. Looking at some of the charts in our backup, you have one parking space required and one parking space provided. So one parking space for the entire church. Where do you plan on everybody parking?
Actually, I expect foot traffic, and we do have an automobile, a van that has been donated to the organization to help bring visitors in, starting out with no congregation at this time.
Okay. That might be something for Commissioner Cedric to also analyze what kind of impact it'll have on the residential neighborhood. That's all my comments at this time.
All right, Commissioner Creer, would you like to make a motion to
Please, I'd like
obey
to
this
entertain a
item?
motion to obey this agenda item number 17 for 30 days.
So your motion is to obey?
Yes.
All right, motion is to obey this item until our next Planning Commission meeting, which is August 11, 2015. Please vote.
Thank you.
Please post. A motion carries. We'll see you next month. Moving on to item 18, SUP 59509. The applicant is Graceful Facials and Bodywork, and the owner is Pines Office Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit to relocate and expand a massage establishment use from 849 square feet to 2,531 square feet at 7311 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 10 in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed expansion is 264% of the original entitlement. Distance separation waiver for residential zone properties was approved by City Council back in December 19th of 2012, and no additional waivers are required. The proposed use meets all other code requirements, can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the existing and surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the application. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Will one of you please state your name and address?
My name is Ruth Witten. Current address is 7331 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 120.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michelle Toledo, and I'm the office manager at this establishment.
Okay. I know Commissioner Quinn asked this to be pulled forward. Before we talk about this as a planning commission, would you like to say anything about the application? Okay. I'll open this for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard either for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you, Ms. Witten, for coming down and for speaking with me. And of course, I visited your site. I just want to put three things on the record as we discussed. First of all, I would like to know the definition of body works versus massage.
Okay. Actually, when I first opened my establishment back in 2008, with body work, what we do besides massage modalities, we also offer like body scrubs and body wraps and things like that. So that's where it all falls into the body work part, because it's not just the various modalities of massage, but there's also skin treatments that can be done with the body.
All right, thank you. With that being on the record, I want to know, please, your hours of operation, 7 days a week, or what day you're closed, but the hours most importantly.
Yes, we are
for the record.
Actually 7 days a week available, and the hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then the second thing, directed to you as the landlord, because her size has more than tripled, is there adequate parking to enhance her business with more business and as well with more employees?
You have to talk to me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, there is. There is more parking available.
Okay. So with that, I just wanted to get the hours on the record, what exactly you're going to do there, and the fact that there's ample enough parking. I'm going to make the recommendation to approve this item with a one-year administrative review. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion, Chairman.
Okay. Motion is to approve item 18. Please vote.
Thanks for coming down here.
Please post. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to City Council within 10 days. I'm sorry, City Clerks within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 22, VAC 59399. The applicant is Las Vegas 9B LLC et al., and the owner is Eagle Crest LLC, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate all existing public easements with the exception of an existing public drainage easement along the west and south property lines at 5850 to 5900 Sky Point Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the petition to vacate would eliminate the public easements that were granted through a condominium conversion. The conversion has been abandoned and the multifamily development will remain as an apartment complex. Department of Public Works has no objection to the vacation application request to vacate the blanket public drainage easement and certain existing public infrastructure easements. Therefore, staff recommends approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Your name and address, please.
Good evening. Matthew Jaramillo, 1210 Hinton Street, here on behalf of the applicant. We would like to request that conditions 2, 3, and 4 be removed from the conditions of approval, as these conditions really pertain to any public improvements being constructed or removed. But at the time as the original condominium conversion was done, all the improvements were already done for the property. So vacating these easements, there's really no new improvements or old improvements that need to be removed.
Can we hear from Public Works?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with a Paul Avila yesterday, and he had made this request, and what I told him was that these are standard conditions we use on all vacations. They basically cover us if there's ever a possible case where we need to make changes to the application. In this case, like the applicant explained, it's extremely unlikely that there's any improvements that need to be modified, so we have no objection to deleting conditions 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Commissioner Quinn, did you want to be heard on this?
I did not.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
That would be all.
All right. I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if this isn't going to affect this applicant, why even remove it? I mean, if it's standard conditions, it's not going to apply to them in case of something through the plan submittal process or whatever comes up, then Public Works doesn't have any conditions to protect them, protect their department.
Mr. Chairman, in this case, like was mentioned in the presentation, they started off as apartments. They ended a condo conversion, then went back to apartments. So when you go through the condo conversion process, you grant all the public easements within their property, and they've since reverted it back to land. And what the easements are today is essentially a cloud on their property that haven't been removed yet. And yes, I agree with you that, and I had told this to Paul as well, that removing the conditions, they don't really do anything, and leaving the conditions, they don't do anything. They're the standard conditions, and they can remain, but they wanted them to be removed, and I said wouldn't strongly object to them being removed.
Okay, I wouldn't have any issue with that. Thank you.
All right, any other comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion with regard to item 22.
I have a question. Can you repeat the motion by chance? Or I know that he requested some items to be.
Yeah, the motion is to approve item 22, deleting conditions 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you.
Well, that's what the motion will be, I should say.
Ready for a motion?
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Make a motion for approval, subject to all conditions, or subject to conditions 1 and 5.
Thank you very much. The motion is for approval, subject to the deleted conditions. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed within 10 days to the City Clerk's office.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 27, SUP 59027. The applicant is Opportune. The owner is BE Uno LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,711 square foot financial institution, specified use with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required, and a 112-foot distance separation from an existing similar use where 1,000 feet is required, at 568 Northeastern Avenue, Suite A, in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed location of this use fails to comply with the minimum distance separation requirements for the requested special use permit. From the condominium parcel to the east, the proposed 0-foot residential distance separation waiver represents a 100% reduction from the required 200-foot separation mandated by Title 19. The 112-foot distance separation waiver from a similar use represents approximately 88% distance reduction from the 1,000-foot mandated by Title 19. In addition, there are 5 financial institute specified uses within 1,000 feet of the location, and the addition of one more may be the point of saturation. Consequently, the required waivers and existing 5 cash businesses within 1,000 feet of the site reinforces the unsuitability of this site for the financial institute's specified use with the surrounding neighborhood. This use cannot be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the existing neighborhood and surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the proposed special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste. Address is 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. Along with me is Joan Oresti, who is the Vice President as well as in-house General Counsel for Opportune LLC, the applicant who I represent. And to my right also is Mr. Warren Kellogg, who is the property owner and landlord of the center located at the southeast corner of Eastern and Bonanza. I'd like to give you a little bit of background about who Opportune LLC is. As you may recall, at last month's meeting, Opportune came in with their first location in the city of Las Vegas, located on East Charleston near Bruce. This Planning Commission was gracious enough to give us a recommendation of approval. It has since been finalized, and we are about 3 weeks from opening up their first location in the city of Las Vegas. Again, just to refresh your memory on who Opportune is, I think it's very important to give you that background so that when you are considering our application as opposed to other payday loan lenders, you have that knowledge of why we are different and who we are. Opportune LLC was created in 2006 by a gentleman named James Gutierrez, who was in MBA school at Stanford University, and part of his thesis and project was to create a installment loan lender institution that would help the underserved segment of the population. Mr. Gutierrez himself was a grandson of a migrant Mexican worker who saw firsthand the difficulties that certain segments had accessing credit. The reason those difficulties still exist is because larger financial institutions, such as your normal banking institutions like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, things of those nature, require credit history. A lot of this segment of the population do not have any history to go off of, and therefore cannot obtain an installment loan through those measures. The alternative in many cases is going to a payday loan, which we are not. And as this commission knows, is essentially where a check is written in advance, there's a fee taken out of it, money given, and then the biweekly charges will incur until that check can be cashed. In order to address that issue, Opportune was able to identify this segment and basically grant small individual loans to the person who is looking to start up their lawn care business, the carpentry business, maid service business, and these loans are generally small, $2,000 to $4,000, $5,000 range. Opportune themselves does as much of a credit or a background check as possible, requiring certain verification of income, whether it be W-2 forms, paycheck stubs, things of that nature. They as well then do the underwriting for that. Another very important distinction, at least from a licensing level, state licensing level, we are licensed under Chapter 675, capped interest rates, unlike a payday loan where they're licensed under 604 with no cap on the interest rate. So there's a couple of very important distinctions that between the two uses. Of course, when we come at the local level under your city ordinance, we are the same land use category, financial institution specified. I think with that background, though, this commission was very supportive of the reason for the approval at the Charleston location. Similar to the Charleston location, we have a waiver with respect to residential. 200 foot is what is required. We were asking for a 0-foot setback or 0-foot distance. That is obviously measured from property line to property line. We do, as you can see on your overhead, have a multifamily project that is just, or multifamily development that is just to our east there. But as this commission has granted before, is when you actually take in consideration the route to get there and the fact that we have a block wall separating the two parcels and the route to get there is over 200 feet, this commission has been kind enough to grant those waivers. The second waiver I'm going to talk about is the 1,000-foot separation requirement. As staff indicated, we are 112 feet from our nearest similar use, and similar use being specified institution, which is a payday loan, but not another installment lender. And I think that's a very important distinction. We will be the first, not the first, but we'll be the only installment lender within that 1,000-foot radius. I know that some of the concerns are not necessarily with my operator and what their business model. I think the concern comes in should they abandon the lease. Just for your information, they have signed a 5-year lease, so they plan on being here for quite some time. I know there's some ability to extend that lease as well. But to put at ease, or help try to put at ease the concern about should they abandon, and there is that 1-year window where the use permit does not expunge. That's why I have Mr. Warren Kellogg here. He is the landlord. He has agreed that in his lease, he will stipulate a condition in there that no, he will not lease to any other financial institution specified, whether installment lender, payday loan, title loans, anything that falls under that definition for 1 year at such time Opportune may abandon the leased premise. So what that means is that if a year and 1 day comes forward, someone asks for a special use permit, they will have to go through the same process that my client is going through right now, Opportune LLC, file a special use permit, have it go forward as a public hearing. You will be able to consider that to see if it's compatible or not. Additionally, we are agreeable to a required review of this use permit, come back next year and confirm that we are operating, we are doing as we say we are doing, and that hopefully gives you guys some of the ability to see what's going on, to see how Opportune is working in this market. Little additional background about Opportune. As I mentioned, they were founded in 2006. They have grown from their first location in the supermarket in San Jose to nearly 200 locations throughout California, Texas, Illinois, Utah, and now establishing a presence here in Las Vegas. And one final point, I think also very important to let you know the operator that you are considering is that in 2009 and then again in 2013, the U.S. Department of Treasury recognized Opportune as a community partner in development as well as providing economic opportunities for this underserved. And so that is something that they're very proud of. Of course, we'll let Mr. Kellogg address the fact that he is willing to confirm to those two conditions, as I stated, about no leasing to another financial institution for a year should my client vacate, as well as agree to a required review in a year. And of course, Ms. Artesti is available for any questions as well that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren Kellogg, 31 Sankaty Circle, Henderson, Nevada, 89052. 38 years ago, we developed Bonanza East Shopping Center. In the last 10 years, we have invested over $2.5 million keeping the property up. Recently, we just finished repainting, reslurring the parking lot. Anyone that knows the shopping center for the past 38 years, I'm sure would say that we've done a good job. I have a letter here in support of this application and also confirming everything that Mr. Celeste stated.
Mr. Kellogg, has that been submitted already?
The
Has
letter?
not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And there's copies for everyone else.
Thank you. We'll make that part of the record tonight.
All the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Ms. Artest, anything from you?
No, I just want to reiterate the fact that we have been around for 9 years. We're starting out with 5 locations in the Las Vegas area, and we, intend to expand here. We do offer a healthy credit building, affordable alternative for people with little or no credit. Any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to open this for public comment. Do any of you want to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this
Just had one thing to say, Mr. Chairman. The condition that the applicant's offering is not one that the city could enforce. That would be a private agreement between them, and we'd have to take their word for it, but it's not something we could enforce.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Celeste, when I first looked at this item, I just assumed with the zero separation and the encroaching in the neighborhood that you were adding another institution, like if this was payday loans, you were adding check cashing, because I just assumed that's how it would work. And when you're, making a completely new business right next door to an existing business with, zero separation and with the encroachment of the neighborhood, I have to stand behind the standards that we have set in Ward 1 and follow them the same way that I would think that they would be followed in Ward 3. With that being said, I will not support this application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, I've met with the applicant, and everything that he said today was substantially what he represented to me previously, and I remember this application that come before us, last month, and it was held in abeyance, and I was in support of that one. I like what Opportune's doing and this and that, but we were looking at a 975-foot separation where 1,000 feet is required, so that was only 25 feet off. And here we're looking at 120 feet versus 1,000 feet. So, and with 5 other financial institutions specified, there is a level of saturation here. If it was enforceable, I would maybe reconsider. However, there's just no way possible that we can take a private contractor, private lease, that could be changed at any moment, and say that we're going to base our opinions on that private contract. And then the problem with the 1-year required review is Opportunity probably be in business over a year, hopefully 5 or 6 or 10 years. We can't say, it wouldn't be right to say every year for the next 10 years you have a required review, and quite frankly, we don't want to see it every year for the next 10 years. So it just lends itself to an opportunity for, if Opportunity decides to move out of this location, for another financial institution specified. And it's nothing against Mr. Warren or that I think that anybody's being dishonest with this. There's just been a lot of people dishonest with us in the past. They get what they want, they get it approved, they have conditions of approval, and then they don't meet them. 30 to 60 days later, I'm driving down the road, they have signs all up over their property, illegal, and I'm calling the applicant saying what's going on. And I don't think we need to get into that. So that would be my only, my reasons why I would follow staff's recommendation for denial. Wish y'all luck, and I hope y'all can find a whole bunch of other locations here in town. I would welcome your business, and thanks for putting your money here.
Yeah. If I may, just even.
I also had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Celeste, I think a couple of times on this, and we had two applications come to us. I would consider them sister applications. The first one that was approved a month ago had what I would consider a de minimis waiver, that additional 25 feet. This is a different story. This one has given me much more heartburn than the initial application. I'm not sure, I've really closed the comment portion. I don't know if one of you have something to say with respect to something that the commissioners have said. I'll give you just a very brief moment if you would, sir.
Commissioner Quinn, yes. The lease has a prohibition against allowing check cashing. I don't know if that makes, maybe I misunderstood your comment.
Well, what I was saying to Mr. Celeste, as he's seen many times, is when we have a existing use, like let's just say a payday loan, and then they want to come into the same use, to do something similar like cash checking, we tend to not look at it like a separate use. To me, these are two separate uses, too close together, encroaching into a neighborhood, and that's the problem. So I'm not supporting it, sorry.
Okay, seeing no,
And again, we are agreeable, I understand what Mr. Vice Chair was saying, but we are agreeable to that yearly review until such time the Planning Commission no longer wants to see us, if it's possible.
thank you. Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions for you. One, has the lease already been signed?
Yes, it has been executed, but there are certain provisions in there with respect to entitlements that would be the ability to get out.
Okay, and I was actually refreshed to hear my colleagues state some of the concerns that I had, especially being the new person here and reading this for the first time, wondering if I was missing something, but I don't think that I am. And it seems like there is a double whammy against what we're here to do. And so my question is, why this particular site? Out of all the sites that you're looking to develop throughout the city, and with the expansion plans that you're having, what makes this site so special that you would want to try to get two variances on some very critical issues?
Yeah, if I may address that, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, so a couple of reasons. One, if you, as the other commissioners will remember, our application from a month ago, we found almost the perfect location, but it still contained that waiver request, and it would be very difficult to in the future identify locations that we would be able to fit perfectly into that box. Number two, a lot of it is demographic driven. This is an area that, as I had mentioned earlier in giving a little background, that it is catered a lot to a Latino or Hispanic market. This is an area that Opportunity has identified through demographics as an area that they believed would be catering to that underserved portion of society that they're trying to target and make it easier for them to access it. They went through, a lot of painstaking development to differentiate themselves as a payday loan, which I believe they have, and I don't think that's been necessarily the issue. It's been the what if they abandon. All I can say is that they have almost 200 locations in the country. They've been very successful. There's no reason why they would not continue to succeed with that business model, especially considering they're ready to get going their first operation pretty soon here in the city, as well as some other in the surrounding Las Vegas Valley outside of the city.
Thank you,
And then-
Commissioner.
Do you mind if I just add to that? Because
Can you hold that to maybe 30 seconds? I'm going to give you a very brief response, but go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to just elaborate a little bit more. Our target market is underbanked Hispanic population, although anybody can apply, and we actually extend a lot of credit to non-Hispanic people. But essentially, we're looking for people that don't have any credit, which is usually different than the target market for a payday lender. And a lot of the people don't have transportation, and so we do a lot of analysis to see where the best locations are to give access, what we call access to responsible credit. And so this location, although we knew it was going to be a challenge, is actually an ideal location for us in Las Vegas, and that's why we're hoping to be able to just present our case to the commission. I understand that there's rules, but I just wanted to make sure you understood. We weren't trying to flaunt them. We just were looking for the most ideal place to be able to serve our customer base.
Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I admire the goals of your business model, but the problem really boils down to this. You're lending money, and because you are lending money, it falls under the definition of a financial institution. I know I'm stating the obvious. You got 4 other financial institutions within the 1,000-foot radius. One of them as close as 110 feet. The big problem, it's too dense. We would be inconsistent as a board if we were to approve this, especially with the amount of other financial institutions in the area. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support this either.
Okay, this is ready for a motion. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 27, abeyance SUP 59027, I'd move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, the motion is for denial, so a yes vote is to deny this item. Please vote. That motion carries. The item is denied.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on August 19th, 2015.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good luck.
Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Moving on to related items 28 and 29. 28, this was an abeyance, VAC 59208. The applicant owner is Affordable Housing for Everyone Incorporated. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate 2 5-foot-wide public drainage easements located at 1961 through 1973 Simmons Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 29, also an abeyance item, SDR 58932, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for 2 proposed 4-unit multifamily residential developments with a waiver to allow a residential adjacency setback of 6 feet where a minimum of 67.5 feet is required, and waivers to allow 0-foot wide landscape buffers along a portion of the north and south property lines where 6 feet is required, and a 9-foot wide landscape buffer adjacent to the right-of-way where 10 feet is required. Also in Ward 5, staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the applicant and the case planner on this case, Greg Kapovich, for working together to redesign the site. They worked extensively to reduce the waivers and any variances on the site to come up with a plan that works well for the city. So in that case, policies 2.15 and 2.62 of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan encourages neighborhood revitalization through infill development of 2-, 3-, and 4-plex housing opportunities through a variety of incentives, including relaxing setback requirements when offset with enhanced landscaping. This project accomplishes that. The waivers requested are minor. They occur within the middle of the site there at the trash enclosures, as displayed on the screen. The residential adjacency are minor in nature also, as the applicant has done their best to move those buildings to the edge of the property. As such, staff does recommend approval of both applications at this time.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Scott Johnson. I'm at 2264 Tedesca, Henderson, Nevada, and I'm here to represent the applicant.
Okay, you agree to all the conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll open this for public comment. Do any members wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Is there any discussion among the planning commissioners? Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for you.
Yes.
You've spoken to the neighbors?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm very familiar with the property as I live, close to it.
Yes, we had a neighborhood meeting at Pearson and had all the neighborhood people come through.
And was there any discussion regarding the height of the facilities that you're looking to build?
No, sir.
There was no discussion on that?
I don't believe so. The only issue they had, they wanted some, I believe, some mature trees separating their property and the location.
I assume you plan to accommodate that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move a motion to approve agenda item number 28. Can we take them both?
One at a time.
28, agenda item number 28.
Okay, motion is to approve item 28. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Now we're ready for 29.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation to approve agenda item number 29.
Motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval of item 29. Please vote. Please post. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 28 and 29 will be heard at City Council on August 19th, 2015.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Items 30 and 31 are related, beginning with item 30, GPA 59210. The applicant owner is Hafen 1 or I, LLC. for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to M, Medium Density Residential at 3316 Valley Lane in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. And related item 31, ZON 59212, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R3, Medium Density Residential in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the general plan amendment and rezoning are compatible with existing development to the south and east of this site, and this application is also compatible with the city's goals regarding infill development. Staff recommends approval of these applications. Also, please note that additional protests of this request were received after publication.
Thank you very much. Name and address again, please.
Yes, I'm Scott Johnson at 2264 Tedesca Drive, Henderson, Nevada. I'm here to represent the applicant as a contractor. I was just informed that we will be the contractor on this project.
Okay. The applicant agrees with all conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and open this for discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you. There's no conditions in my backup that I received, and also looking right here, there's no conditions, so I don't really know what I'm voting on.
For GPA, there generally aren't any conditions.
I'm sorry, what's that?
For GPA, there aren't any conditions.
All right, well, if there's no conditions for a GPA and the associated document with the Department of, or Clark County Department of Aviation, and I guess would that document be attached to any future SDR application?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, any future application for the development of the site, if it requires site development review, that would go before the board. That information would then probably be provided by the Department of Aviation once again to the city and be part of the backup material. Yeah, that's basically how it's going to occur. Thanks.
Okay. Just one comment for the applicant. You might take a look at the Clark County Department of Aviation's general conditions and when you go to plan out your project, because they have a couple of disclosures and things that they would like to have added in there, and I think I'd like to see those added into the
Okay.
future SDR.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. One, as the contractor, you're not the developer, someone's hiring you out to build this facility?
Yes, sir. The gentleman that I work with, Ernest Padden with E&M Enterprises, basically what we do, we meet with different developers or whatever, we put a plan together, and then we start the process. So like I said, basically, I was just informed, I thought I was just going to be doing the two items, and I just got a text message saying, hey, we need to do these other items also. So I really can't give you much background to the exactly what's happening on the project, but that's just basically what we do.
And do you have any renderings or anything of what the facility is going to look like that you're building?
I really can't speak on that, sir. I'm not sure, but if I had the opportunity, I would definitely check for you and find out.
Okay. Since you're not sure and I'm not sure, are you going to say something?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant has actually submitted for a pre-application conference on this site for the development of it, which will turn into another multifamily building, which will require a site development plan review, which will come before the Planning Commission.
In other words, Commissioner Creer, you'll see that at a subsequent time.
So you
So I
have
know
to,
we're basically in the early stages.
okay. And so then today, but if we do change it from the rural to the medium density, that means you can build more facilities.
Correct.
Per acre, or however you have it.
Correct? Yes, sir.
We'll have to approve what he's going to, correct. But I don't have I'm just saying that I don't have an understanding right now of exactly.
And I apologize for not having that information with me. Like I said, I'll try to make amends and try to get that information for you.
Has this come from the commission before, or is this the first time that we've had it?
It's the first time.
I personally feel more comfortable if we moved it, abated for another 30 days, so I can get with you and Ernest
Okay.
and understand better what you're doing,
Okay.
and then maybe we can move forward with that.
All right.
And do I have to, I guess I should, Ernest Patton lives in my neighborhood. I don't know if we abstain a lot around here. I've known him for a long time. I don't know if that is.
Mr. Commissioner, as long as your independence of judgment isn't compromised by your relationship or your knowledge of him, you're okay to vote.
Great. Why don't we obey it for another 30 days?
Okay.
And then we'll meet and get a better idea of what you're doing, and we can go from there.
Okay.
And Commissioner, you can do both of those at the same time if you'd like to hold them both for 30
Okay.
days.
So with the applicant's approval, your willingness to come back in 30 days on this, correct?
Yes, sir. That's
All
fine.
right.
Thank
I'll
you.
entertain a motion to obey both items 30 and 31 to the next Planning Commission meeting, which is August 11, 2015.
Great. I will make a motion to obey both item 30 and 31 for 30 days until the next Planning Commission meeting.
Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Both items 30 and 31 are obeyed to our next meeting. Thank you, sir. We'll see you next month.
Actually, I'm on 32 also.
Very good. All right, item 32, we have some related items, 32, 33, and 34. Beginning with 32, GPA 59270. The applicant is Positively Kids. The owner is Swan Foundation, LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from O Office to SC Service Commercial at 2496 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 33, ZON 59271 for possible action on a request for rezoning from CD Design Commercial to C1 Limited Commercial in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And item 34, SDR 59272 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 36-bed convalescent care facility nursing home in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, a 21,726 square foot office building which complied with all height and setback requirements of the CD zoning district was approved on this site in 2006 and constructed in 2008. However, the building has not been occupied and the associated building permits have not received final approval. The applicant is proposing to locate a convalescent care facility within that existing office building. Because the convalescent care facility use is not allowed in the CD zoning district, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to Service Commercial and a rezoning to C1. The related site development plan review proposes to remove 12 excess parking spaces and replace them with a green space area for the use of the care facility patients. Staff finds that this proposal supports the city's objectives regarding infill development on underutilized lands within established areas of the city and recommends approval of all three applications. Please note that additional protests as well as indications of support were received after publication.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good
You
evening.
all here on behalf of the applicant.
I'm Karen Richardson, 4300 East Sunset Road, Suite E3 in Henderson, here on behalf of the applicant, property owner, and tenant, Positively Kids, who will be occupying the property. We accept all of staff conditions and appreciate the write-up that staff provided with the recommendation for approval on all three applications. We understand there may be some people in the audience who would like to speak tonight. But I would like Mr. Fred Schultz, the founder and CEO of Positively Kids, to give you a brief overview of their mission.
Sure, thank you. Fred Schultz, for the records, CEO and founder for Positively Kids. 15 years ago started the...
I need your address, please.
5028 Wrightview Drive, Las Vegas, 89120. Started this 15 years ago for the purpose of caring for the medically fragile population, pediatric population. Those are children who have long-term chronic illnesses. You're looking at 36,000 children born in Clark County. 15% are classified as medically fragile. In addition to that, there's an additional 5,000 children a year who have been involved in near drownings, head-on collisions, or accidents that need to be placed in long-term care facilities. These kids, by nature, have chronic illnesses. They are not acutely ill, but they have long-term chronic illnesses that require care. What's happening at this point is children are being sent out of state for long-term care. So there are no skilled facilities for the pediatric population here in the state of Nevada. We would be the first to provide that. During our 15 years that we've been operating, we've been very stable. We have a budget of $7 million. We have a staff of 11. We've gotten 2 unsecured loans. We have a Dun & Bradstreet rated that's high. And we are looking at this piece of property for a 36-bed inpatient skilled respite facility. The building is already there, of course, but the tenant improvements need to be made to accommodate this. This will be a tax-exempt loan for a nonprofit that comes out of Manhattan to provide those services and cover the expense, of which we are able to cover the expense and pay that debt and operating of the facility because of the money that is received through Medicaid Part C reimbursement at this point. I'll leave it at that if there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Just representing the landlord to Gina Ran, 2747 Paradise Road.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. How many of you are here to speak on this item tonight? Could you raise your hand? Okay, looks like we have about a dozen of you. We have 3 microphones. I'm going to ask you all to be up here ready to speak so that we can get through this efficiently. We are going to limit you to 2 minutes, and I'm going to strictly enforce that. So come on up. Make sure you state your name and address before you speak. I also would ask you to be courteous and not repeat comments that have been made before you. That's just will save us some time tonight. We will pay close attention, I promise. All right, name and address.
Good evening, everyone. Shauna Waldman, 2901 Colanth Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102. I am the McNeil Neighborhood Association president currently, and the primary concern with regards to the zoning request is that they are requesting a change from CD to C1 to allow this facility. Our concern is that we want to protect the area along the Charleston corridor with the CD zoning that is in place in order to retain the amazing neighborhoods that we have in that area that are referred to frequently as old, established Las Vegas historical type neighborhoods. And other than the C1 zoning, if there was some kind of alternative or some workaround somehow to make that happen, we are not opposed. We're not ogres. We're certainly not opposed to what Mr. Schultz and his group is trying to do, and we do realize the need for it within the community. But our biggest concern is that if you open the door and you allow C1 in there, then the next person who comes along is going to point and say, well, what about this? And long-term lease or whatever that could change, then somebody else could come in and request that some other type of business that we don't want within the neighborhood would be allowed in. So if there was some kind of a workaround, for those of us, there are some who are more opposed because of they're closer to that facility, but if there was a workaround that would allow that to happen but not allow C1 and an eventual encroachment of C1 further into our neighborhoods, we are supportive of what they are doing.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Guy Amato. I reside at 2809 Gilmary Avenue in Las Vegas, 89102. It's the neighborhood just across the street from the proposed site. We've been there 20 years. We own our home, raised our children there. We support Positively Kids. We support the facility and what that facility is going to be doing in terms of its service to the community. And saying that, though, we are also very concerned about a change to C1 zoning, especially in that section of Charleston where there are still large vacant lots and other properties that are probably underutilized. And with the pressure that will be coming for development with the medical district planning, the widening of the I-15 and the interchange, the medical school, that's going to be a very, very desirable area for development. And we don't want is just unbridled development because people are going to be speculating. Our neighborhood was hurt very badly during the crash because of all the speculation by investors that then went bankrupt when the market crashed, and we're just now recovering. The quality of life in our neighborhood is such that it is a very desirable one. It makes the top 10 neighborhoods in the valley every year by any of the publications that follow that, and we want to protect that. C1 is too broad a designation for zoning if you can have a child's hospital and a massage parlor in the same zone. And without any other kind of guidance on development of that area, it leaves us open to the kind of development that we simply cannot tolerate in hurting our neighborhood and the value of what we've created there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Watkins. I'm also a resident of Neal neighborhood. I live at 2820 Colamp. And at a deference to what you requested that we not repeat, they articulated my position completely. I'm not opposed to the project at all. I think that Positively Kids is a very worthwhile organization. I would love to have them in the neighborhood if we can simply get around this problem with the zoning variance.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mario Garcia. I reside at 824 Trotter Circle. I've lived there with my wife and family for 23 years. We actually leased our house for the first year just to ensure that we would acquaint ourselves well with the neighborhood and decide whether we wanted to remain as residents there. There were a lot of things that were appealing about it. You know, when we first came to Las Vegas 23 years ago, we liked the charm of various architecture styles, of being close to the center of town, et cetera. We realized that we would have to put up with some inconvenience, some nuisance. There's congestion. As much as we try, there's still cut-through traffic through some of the residential streets, making it dangerous for children. I got a little bit ahead of myself. Can I just ask for a real quick housekeeping thing for a second?
Sure.
Okay. One is, can I ask if you have a copy of a letter dated July 6th from my wife and I? We emailed that in. I could not fit my comments on the card that goes out, and so I emailed it to a lady in the planning department. I'm not sure of the first name.
Do you have a copy with you?
I do have some copies. Unfortunately, I don't have 7, but I have 5.
We have it.
Do you have it?
We have it.
All right. So back again, you know, we also spoke with many people who were longer-term residents of that area, and they indicated to us, you know, the history of that neighborhood. I have, over the years, as many of the people that are here probably to speak on this issue can attest to the activism on the part of the residents to try and maintain those neighborhoods that bound Charleston, West Charleston on both the north and south sides, to keep it from developing more commercially and more intense commercial use. There have been some very, very fierce battles. I'll try to wrap up if that's my 2 minutes.
Let me just ask you, it is
Yes,
your 2 minutes. Did you say your name was David Ziff?
No, Mario Garcia. Mr. Ziff is my
It is?
neighbor.
We've confirmed it is in the backup. We were looking at something from Mr. Ziff, so we have
Okay.
yours and his.
All right, sir.
Thank you
And
for your time.
The other housekeeping real quick, my neighbor immediately to my west, who also adjoins the property, he's a gentleman who's struggling to make ends meet right now, and he could not be here tonight, but he did give me this card this afternoon and asked and apologized for
If
the
you'll hand that
lateness
to
of
the
the middle.
clerk, we'll accept that from you.
All right. I also have 3 other letters, if I could submit those as well. Another
can.
resident on Trotter Circle who could not be here because they're traveling to a family reunion. And then 2 other individuals who are not within the notification radius, but who have lived in the
That's fine,
in the
we'll
area.
accept those as well. Good
And
evening.
all of those are in opposition to the applicant's requested actions.
Okay, thank you for
You
your
know,
time.
if you have the
Yeah,
letter.
I'm sorry, we've got to hold you to your time limit.
Please, sir, one last comment.
I've already given you more time than, you've probably taken 3 minutes now, so if someone else wants to speak, maybe you can ask them to make your points
All
for
right.
you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Odie and Commissioners. My name is Bob Apple. My wife Mary and I have lived in the McNeil neighborhood at 1405 Strong Drive for 30 years. We recently, a year ago, purchased a second home on Calanthe that will probably, at my age, be our last home. We're remodeling it. We probably have an investment with current valuation, thankfully they've gone up, of somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million between those 2 homes. We intend to stay there. We've been there 30 years. I don't have to tell any of you that have been on here for any time that it's a unique neighborhood. It's surrounded by unique neighborhoods. We had a couple of kids move in next door in their 30s. An attorney works for Don Campbell. They were living in Spanish Trails, or Spanish Oaks. They could live anywhere they want. They chose to live next door to us in a house they paid $500,000 for. We are concerned, and we've met Fred Schultz. He's an absolute gentleman. It's a wonderful project. We support him having that. It'd be a wonderful asset in our community at just the wrong place. If you look at the map, the subject property immediately to the west is all office CD. Immediately to the east, there are 2 lots that are office CD. I am puzzled as to why there couldn't be a workaround, why there has to be C1 here. I'm not a zoning expert, even though I'm an attorney. It's outside of my area of expertise. But I looked up Title 19, the Uniform Development Code. Under office designation, it allows such things as an animal clinic or hospital, business school, church, private country club, hospice, hospital, private lodge, public or private school, and trade school. It would seem to me that this facility might fit somewhere in that category. If it goes C1, it opens up the possibility to bail bondsmen, motorcycle and scooter sales, pawn shop, massage, RV and boat storage, secondhand dealer, sexual offender counseling, swap meet, and thrift shop. And I take it that's my 2-minute signal.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Apple.
you for your time. We ask for a no vote, and we suggest to Mr. Schultz we would be very supportive if he would just take this to a different property. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Moody and everyone else. My name is Alida Nelson. I'm a resident at 811 Shetland Road and have been for the past 30 years. I concur with Mr. Apple's comments and all the other comments that have been made by my neighbors. I do want to try to bring up a point that Mr. Garcia was going to make, which is that this is a premature action when considering that there is action being considered for the changing the zoning all along this particular corridor, and that it would be more appropriate for this to be heard in a larger and broader context and not make an exception to the rule or to this potential discussion, future discussion, and let this one applicant have its say today. I've been, as I said, a resident for 30 years in this area, and I have files on my desk that go back, I can't tell you how long, and I've labeled them neighborhood wars, because it has been such a battle to try to maintain the integrity of this community. And I especially applaud Mr. Apple's comments and like to second those especially. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Nelson. And to one who's made me live by the time rules, thank you. All right. Any other neighbors or members of the public wish to be heard either for or against these items? All right, we'll take a brief reply from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If everyone agrees that the mission of Positively Kids is an asset to the community and can be accepted in the neighborhood, we don't have any issues if you call it C1 or the outdated designation CD. The point is, this is a very needed use, not only in this neighborhood, but in the community in general. I've been here for 38 years myself and know that there are kids and families that are being torn apart because they have to travel out of state for services. So if everyone is in agreement to a GPA, and because the city code requires that a convalescent facility of this type requires, by definition, the C1 zoning, but we're okay with the use, seems like we're spending a little bit of too much time talking about whether it's C1 or some other designation. The site development plan review, all of the conditions we've agreed to. I didn't hear the neighbors complain about any of anything related to the building. It is existing. There are going to be some minor improvements to the exterior of the building. The majority of the money, $16 million, is going to be put into the interior of the building to care for these medically fragile kids. We believe that that is an incredible investment, not only in the neighborhood, and will protect the future of this corridor. It will not degrade the future of this corridor. And so with that, we would ask for your approval of all three applications.
Thank you very much. I will close the public comment and open this for discussion amongst the Planning Commission. And I want to thank everyone who's been here and has spoken so far. It's been a lively discussion, and I know there are lots of discussions going on with staff right now. So Commissioner Quinn, let's begin with you.
Thank you. I did meet with the CEO of Positively Kids, and for many of you that don't know me or do know me, I do have one of those special children at home who's been given a very gifted, wonderful life. And I believe, I don't think I've seen it before in 7 years, where everybody wants it, but nobody knows how to zone it. And I think what should be in front of us today is the zone change, not the application. The reason being that you have to understand the C1 issue with these neighbors and with myself is that we have east of this property probably about 4 or 5 medical buildings that are just hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And if in fact we start a C1 zoning with your great establishment, it could open the door for them to boomerang down the street, and pretty soon the delicious, wonderful medical corridor that our councilwoman is working so diligently and hard on could end up looking more like a little casino with a little smoke shop with a little, and I don't mind any of those things. The problem is they don't belong in that corridor. So what we need to discuss today is, in my opinion, and it's not my expertise, and I don't know how to do it, but the zoning must be different than C1, so it doesn't open up a bag of worms for everything to follow it. So you understand the predicament it would put us in. Well, if they got C1, now I understand he has a 42-year lease, and I believe him, and I think it's wonderful, but leases have been made to be broken, and that C1 stays with that building. And if somebody else comes in and picks up that lease and decides to turn it into a massage parlor or turn it into something else that's just not comfortable for our neighborhood, it's going to make me really sad that it started here. So what needs to start here is the proper zone to welcome you into our neighborhood, because they're welcoming you. They're welcoming this project. They're just not welcoming the zone change, because as you understand, it just opens up a bag of worms. So I want to listen to my other commissioners. I would love to support this project under a different zoning, and I think that's the job of Mr. Perigo and Mr. Rankin and all the big smart people ahead of me. I'm just an appointed person that loves where I live. And where I live is where I want to come outside and not see things just sporadically have spot zoning. And that's what we're in fear of. And I met with him and I told him exactly this. I'm not saying anything other than the truth, that everyone loves the project. We're just afraid to crack that door open and give the C1 zoning for fear what's going to happen down the road. So with that, I'd like to hear from my other commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You might have saw that there was a lot of activity going on back here while a lot of y'all were speaking, because we were trying to craft some type of solution to figure out how to take care of the neighborhood, to make sure that this zoning doesn't get carried away where we get the so-called domino effect and start getting more C1 up and down the street. What I'm going to ask you to do tonight is I'm going to ask y'all to obey this for 30 days, because I think there is a solution that can be crafted if we have a little bit of time to do this. This will probably may allow you to do your project, but at the same time, it should allay the fears of the neighborhood, and we may not have to go to C1 on this. But we're not going to be able to do it from the dais here tonight, so I would respectfully request that you obey this matter for at least 30 days.
And let me just represent to everyone who's been here tonight, if this gets obeyed, your comments, everything that's been submitted will remain part of our record and part of our consideration when this comes back in front of us. So if you're worried that you can't be here or you don't want to spend the same time, know that you've been heard and a record's been made. Now to the applicant, your feelings about the request for an abeyance for 30 days.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would agree to a 30-day abeyance.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. If there's no further comments from my fellow commissioners, I would move to obey these items until the next meeting.
The motion is to obey items 32 through 34 to our next Planning Commission meeting of August 11, 2015. Please vote. That motion carries. The items are obeyed, and let me tell those who may be planning to come next month, because it's been obeyed, it's going to move up on the agenda. It's a much shorter agenda next month, and not only will it be shorter, but you'll be closer to the top of the agenda, so you shouldn't have to be here as long. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 35, actually three related items, 35, 36, and 37. Item 35 is GPA 59527. The applicant is Adavan Homes. The owner is Decisive Pursuit LLC for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to R, Rural Density Residential at 9704 West Alexander Road in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 36, ZON 59529, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RPD2, Residential Plan Development, 2 units per acre, to RD, Single Family Residential Restricted in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. And 37, TMP 59532, Grand Canyon and Alexander, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 12-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the 12-lot subdivision proposed within these applications is compatible with the pattern of development that's occurring along this portion of Alexander Road. Staff's recommendation is for approval, and please note that additional letters of support were received after publication.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Robert Cunningham, Tanny Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, representing the applicant, Adavan Homes. We've read through the staff recommendations for approval and would agree with all of them. We did hold a neighborhood meeting on this. There were several neighbors in attendance, and one of the things at the neighborhood meeting we agreed to is we would ask the city if they could condition this project to 12 lots total. I don't know if that's a possible condition. The neighborhood was concerned with a transition, of this leaking more north, and so we agreed that we would add that condition or request to add that condition to our project. With that, the only other question I had was on condition 6 under Public Works. There's a statement in there, it indicates the northeast corner of Alexander and Grand Canyon Drive, and I just wanted to confirm if that should read northwest.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's a good catch, and yes, it should be the northwest.
And which condition was that? 6 under Public Works. And that's attached to item 35, correct?
No, it's actually item 37.
All right, thank you. Okay,
With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
thank you very much. I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the board. Commissioner Flangus.
If there's no further discussion from my fellow commissioners, I'm prepared to make a motion on this.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 35, GPA 59527, I move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 35. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 36, ZON 59529, I move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 36. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item number 37, TMP 59532, I move to approve subject to staff's conditions with a change to condition number 6. We're changing the word from northeast to northwest. And I apologize, didn't quite hear you at the beginning there. I believe you were going to consent to another condition?
Yes, we were requesting 12 residential lots maximum.
And we'll make that a condition as well. And subject to those conditions with the changes we outlined, I move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 37, subject to the stated conditions. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19, 2015.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have related items 38, 39, and 40, beginning with 38, MOD 59457. The applicant owner is Sky Canyon Village, LLC, for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Grand Canyon Village plan to add 0.84 acres of community commercial to the plan in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 39, GPA 594.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item 39, GPA 59458, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from TND, Traditional Neighborhood Development, to PCD, Planned Community Development, on the south side of Grand Canyon Drive, west of Osa Blanca Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 40, ZON 59459, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from TD, Traditional Development, to PD, Planned Development in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. May we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to incorporate remnant parcels from the Grand Canyon Drive realignment into the adopted Grand Canyon Village Master Plan. The proposed general plan amendment and rezoning applications will facilitate the proper land use designations and zoning districts. Meanwhile, the proposed major modification will facilitate the incorporation of the parcels into the master plan. Staff is in support of these applications. The request would allow for an orderly, consistent, and unified development of the subject area and therefore recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. As you can see from the overhead, what happened in this area is that Grand Canyon has been realigned basically to the north and northwest. As a result, it created about an acre of remnant parcel. Just to the east of that is a master plan for a commercial shopping center. The applicant has recently purchased that remnant parcel, would like to come in and incorporate it as one unified shopping center, commercial shopping center. And as staff has noted in their analysis at the end, that this is effectively a cleanup action. We do agree with all of their conditions, and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Felengas?
If there's no discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please.
Okay, starting with item number 38, which is MOD 59457, move to approve subject to conditions.
Motion is to approve item 38. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 39, GPA 59458, move to approve.
Please vote. Please post. That also carries.
Mr. Chairman, final related item number 40, ZON 59459, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19th, 2015.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have 4 related items, 41 through 44. Item 41 is ZON 59354. The applicant owner is Comer Family Revocable Family Trust for possible action on a request for rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to PO Professional Office at 721 South 8th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 42, VAR 59355, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 2 parking spaces where 7 spaces are required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 43, VAR 59356, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 50-foot wide PO Professional Office zoned lot where the requirement is a minimum of 60 feet. In Ward 3, staff recommends approval. And finally, item 44, SDR 59357, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a single-family residence to a 1,980 square foot office building with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer on the east perimeter where 15 feet is required, and to allow a 0 to 5-foot wide landscape perimeter buffer along the north and south perimeters where 8 feet is required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends approval of proposed development and all related entitlement requests, as this will allow for the successful office conversion and integration of the last remaining residential dwelling on the block. Please note that additional letters of support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Your names and address, please.
My name is Gloria Comer, 3961 West Charleston Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Owen Comer, 3961 West Charleston also.
All right, so who's going to speak to us tonight? Who's the voice for you?
Okay, I will.
All right.
Our first time here, so thank you for having us. This home has been in my husband's family since 1957, and with, I guess, great regret, we have to move forward with what the demographic is of that neighborhood. We're the only house left on the block that is not professional, and we remodeled it 2 or 3 years ago, and it's a beautiful property, and we feel like we're either going to rent it to someone that can use it as office space, or we will, if the I guess the financial situation arrives that we can actually make a profit on this property, then we would maybe put it up for sale.
You're willing to comply with the conditions that staff has put forward?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here tonight to speak either for or against these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion amongst the planning commissioners? Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this fits within the neighborhood. There's about 15 to 20 blocks of professional office. It's a real cute little neighborhood with all the professional office spaces, with the variance for the parking. I don't see that as a big deal. I live in that area, I build in that area, I drive those streets all the time. They're not packed, so there's plenty on-street parking, and it's an existing building, so it's not like we're going to ask you to move the building for the landscape buffers. So anyways, I would be in support of this, and if nobody else has any questions,
Let's have a question.
Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you, if it gets approved for office, would you, are there any handicap facilities that you would have to requirement by code?
With our plans that we submitted, we're going to be remodeling a restroom to accommodate that. Our outdoor entrance already is accommodated for the handicap.
There's a ramp?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it's actually at the nice slope, and in our plans we have the handicap parking in the back, and that will come around to the side yard to bring you out front to be able to enter in the front.
And I'm asking you, like I'm on the planning commission, but parking, and would one of those two spaces have to be
Handicap.
designated for handicaps?
Yes, we've designated that on our plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, there is one parking space in the report as handicap. So with all those comments being made on item number 41, CON 59354, I'd move for approval following staff's recommendation for approval and conditions. Sorry.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 42, VAR 59355, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Motion is to approve item 42. Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, item number 43, VAR 59356, I'd move to approve, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 44, SDR 59357, I'd move to approve, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. And post. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 41, 42, 43, and 44 will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19th, 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd just like to make one more comment. You have a beautiful facility here. Our first time in here, and I'll be back to just listen because it's very interesting.
Come on back
Thank you.
anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did good for your first time.
All right, related items 45, 46, and 47. 45, ZON 59511. The applicant owner is Jose Pichardo. For possible action on a request for a rezoning from R1, single-family residential, to R3, medium-density residential, at 625 South 10th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 46, VAR 59512, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 6-foot front yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And item 47, SDR 59513, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 10-unit, 3-story multifamily residential building with waivers to allow a 6-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter where 10 feet is the minimum required, and a 0-foot buffer along the portion of the east perimeter where 6 feet is the minimum required at 625 South 10th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. May we please have staff's report?
I apologize. The proposed R3 zoning would accommodate the proposed multifamily residential development as a permitted land use. The development conforms to the surrounding professional office and multifamily development in the area, and staff does recommend approval of the associated rezoning variance and site plan review. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jose Pichardo. I'm the applicant, 1797 Anelli Court, Henderson, Nevada, 89012.
Agara Castillo, represent the applicant as an architect, 1813 RB Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102.
Okay, gentlemen, you willing to comply with the conditions that staff has set forward?
Yes, we are.
Okay, any additional comments?
Nope. No.
All right, I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and let's begin with the vice chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, reviewed this one. It's just a few blocks over further east than the last one that we looked at. This area has a little bit more of a mixture of residential and professional office. I think it fits in. There's other multifamily projects in that particular area. Beautiful looking building, and I agree with staff.
Thank
I don't see any other comments, so I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, on item number 45, ZON 59511, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 45. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 46, VAR 59512, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
And, Mr. Chairman, on item 47, SDR 59513, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 45, 46, and 47 will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19th, 2015.
Thank you very much. We're going to take two more items before we take a short recess. These are related items 48 and 49. 48 is ZON 59524. The applicant is Richmond American Homes, and the owner is Faractala Family Trust for possible action on a request for rezoning from RPD4, Residential Plan Development, 4 units per acre, to R1, Single Family Residential, at the southwest corner of Shaleta Avenue and Bradley Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 49, TMP 59526, Granite Falls 3, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 77-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff also recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the requested density of the proposal is compatible with the surrounding residential development. The tentative map is in conformance with Title 19. Staff recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protest since publication.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gronauer, how badly did I butcher the family trust name?
You did a better job than I.
All right. Name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza, Suites 650. If I could get your attention to the overhead, I could give you the picture of what we're trying to achieve, and then from there, I can answer any questions that you may have. Okay, there you go. As you can see on the overhead here, as if we zoom out a little bit, currently, within the last year and a half, you've already approved Granite Falls 1, 2, and 2 is located up here. This location here is the middle of the 2 approvals that you already have for R1 zoning. We call this Granite Falls 3. Representing Richmond American Homes in this matter, and this is essentially the last piece of the puzzle to fill in here with all the other R1 zonings that have already been approved. That being said, your staff's recommending approval, and I can answer any other questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, the public comment is closed. I've looked at this. I've met with Mr. Gronauer. I agree with staff's recommendation for approval, so you'll see my support on this.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion on this matter, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Beginning with item number 48, ZON 59524, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, related item number 49, TMP 59526, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 49. Please vote. Please post. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, items
Thank you.
48 and 49 will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19, 2015.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
We
very
are
much.
in recess. 10 minutes. 10-minute recess.
I went through all of these, and I didn't, I have to, are you on the application? Yeah, okay, I'll get your contact there. Because he couldn't find a card. Okay.
Put it on my
Remember when Roger Donald left? We'll go through another council. I might have stayed on the board of stations. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm on all the non-spots.
Right.
We're on 50, right? We're on 50? Yeah. Okay, this meeting is called back to order. We're ready to begin. Moving on to related items 50 and 51. Item 50, VAR 59486. The applicant owner is 1701 East Okie LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 0 parking spaces where 27 spaces are required for a public school, primary use at 1701 East Okie Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And item 51, SUP 59487, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a public school primary use in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the building on the site was previously utilized as a church with parking provided within paved areas in the adjacent power line corridor. Staff has received a letter from NV Energy indicating their willingness to develop a parking agreement with the applicant and allow the parking to continue for the foreseeable future. Staff finds that the site's location next to a power line corridor is a hardship imposed by the site's physical characteristic and recommends approval of the variance and the special use permit with a deletion of condition number 4 of the variance, as that is unnecessary. And additionally, please note that an additional protest was received after publication.
And did you say deletion of condition 4?
Yes.
And which item is that on?
On the variance.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just like to make a disclosure. Years ago, I sold a house to Lauren Kramer. I don't know if it's, oh, it is the same guy. So ultimately, the purchase didn't go forward. We settled earnest money, and you know, this was 6-7 years ago, so my independence of judgment wouldn't be affected on this, so therefore I will be voting on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and address, please.
Good evening. Gary Carlson, local architect. Address is 6440 Bristol Way, Las Vegas, Nevada 89107. A little history on the church. Griffith Methodist Church was built some 60 years ago, First Methodist Church in Las Vegas. After a time, they made an addition and had the first daycare center in operation for some 50 years. They have vacated, and the current owners are intending to develop this, hopefully into a elementary charter school. We're in complete agreement with the conditions that the for both items, and I'd like to make a comment on the parking. The way the item is written on the agenda about the parking, it needs to be noted that the area directly east of the church is this parcel that is Nevada Energy, which the church has been using to park on for the last 50 years. And it was a suggestion to get something more official from Nevada Energy, so they have written a letter, which you have a copy of. They had a condition to add bollards at all their power poles to make sure that they were safe. And the owner has done that, and they're now in the process of executing an agreement between them and Nevada Energy for shared use. I don't think there's anything else, unless you have questions about the project.
Those may come up after the public comment.
Sure.
All right, this matter, these matters are open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman, William Levitt, 1701 Griffith Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89104, representing the Mary E. Levitt Family Trust, and also representing the Edward G. Marshall Estate, 1705 Griffith Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89104. I have a number of concerns here, as well as I think a number of the neighborhood have. And my first concern...
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick.
Yes.
Let's give him 4 minutes since he's here on behalf of two entities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
The first, the Mary E. Levitt Trust has owned that property immediately to the east of the parking lot since 1962. The Edward G. Marshall family has owned that home since 1960. Our family was actively involved with the Griffith Methodist Church in allowing the first day school to ever come into an area, and we met at length with the Griffith Methodist pastor or minister at the time and his staff with absolute written assurances that the use of that as a day school would be very limited use, and overall they complied quite well during the years. Whenever there was a concern from the neighbors, all we had to do was to go to the minister or pastor at the time, address those concerns, and he was very, very open and willing to do so. My concern, first of all, is the accuracy and the truthfulness represented in the application to the city. I see gross misrepresentations. First of all, this was to be a limited day school use only, and it was an overlay for existing classrooms that were primarily used on Sunday morning for ecclesiastic instruction. My also concern is the property owner bought the adjacent property previously, which was the Jewish temple, and those classrooms were only to be used for limited religious instruction. At the time this church was originally built, there was shared parking use between Griffith Methodist Church, which had a Sunday Sabbath use, and the Jewish temple, which had a Saturday Sabbath use, and they used the combined parking with written cooperative agreements because there was inadequate parking. After, at the time, Nevada Power allowed the use of the power easement on the east side of the church. That again had to come back because there is a zero lot line there, and it had to go before approval, but again, the church had to be fully responsible for the maintenance and keeping that in order, etc. What has happened since then is that, very frankly, the church expanded the scope of use that was originally approved without ever coming back. They added an outdoor recreation facility that was never originally intended. And so there were questions that came up. When I see the way the applicant has utilized the property where the Jewish temple is, which had limited use only, and now they've got a full-blown school that, frankly, the traffic on East Oakey and 17th were never intended to accommodate. This has created a huge, huge access problem for the people in the neighborhood, especially early morning and late afternoon as people go in and out of there. My concern, and I appreciate the time, is I responded to Councilman Coffin's office, and his assistant directed me to Vice Chair Schlotman, who I called. I don't think he had time to return my call as soon as I was given his name, and I would ask for at least a 30-day abeyance so all issues can be addressed and the accuracy of the application reviewed, and the honesty and the history which city staff may not have adequate in their computer files, but I'm sure if old hard records had to be pulled up, this was never intended to be a school. It was only a very limited day school operation.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. Any other members of the public wish to be heard? Mr. Carlson, I'm going to give you a minute to reply.
The property is under a different ownership now, and the Griffith Methodist Church is gone. The building is still there and intends to be effectively used if it so can be approved.
Okay. Sorry. I'm going to close the public comment, and we're going to discuss this as a planning commission, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
Thanks. I just want to kick it off because about 24 years ago, my son did attend the little daycare program over there, and it has nothing to do with my vote or my thoughts. But here's what I want to know. So you're going to have teachers, correct? How many grades does this school go up to?
It's intended to be elementary like the school across the street, so
So what?
elementary grades.
So kindergarten to sixth or first through sixth?
I don't think they do, I'm not sure if they do kindergarten or not. It just depends on
All right,
what.
all right, just for, giggles and stuff, let's say they do kindergarten
They
through
could
fifth.
accommodate kindergarten, yes, they could.
Okay.
With their classrooms they
So
have.
let's just say that each classroom could possibly have 2 teachers in it?
Yes,
Okay, and then let's just say the maintenance guy shows up,
yes,
right? And then you have a principal,
yes,
and then you have a secretary to the principal.
right.
Okay, so now we're looking at 2, 4, 6, about 7 people. Where are these people parking?
They all will park on the agreed use parking area that Mr. Levitt has mentioned on the east side of the building. Now,
Okay, so now let's, another little question. So let's just say you decide to take a child that maybe has a disability, or a mom that's going to take her kid out with the stroller and walk her kid in, or the kid needs assistance. Where does that person park?
that also is accommodated on the eastern part of the property. There's handicap-related access, in more than one place on that side.
But there's no handicap parking? Like, what if the
Oh,
person has to
there's-
stay and help?
There's adequate space for more than 50 spaces or more. on that
But
side.
you're saying there's none? You're not going to have any
No,
parking
I'm not
spaces?
saying that. I'm saying as the parking lot needs to be striped, it'll have whatever handicap parking stalls would be required by code.
Okay, well, it says 0 parking spaces where 27 are
Okay,
required.
so-
That's what we're voting on.
Let me clarify this, because the city had to write this agenda item because they don't own the property, it's not on site. They have shared use and have had shared use for 50 years on this eastern parcel park. They will continue that. Nevada Energy has allowed that, has written a letter that you have on file, and will issue a executed shared use agreement with the property.
Okay, so the kids get out of school, the bell rings, and do you have like an intercom system where kid number 7 is coming up to car number 7? Like, what is your plan to get these children picked up
We have
safely?
talked to the city traffic engineer.
Mhm.
He gave us information to address parking pickup and drop-off, so we have amended the plan to meet all those concerns. These type of situations require traffic persons, stationed at various places, at driveways and entrances where cars turn, and so that's all a part of the plan now.
So is that going to be your crossing guards?
You could call them that,
And they'll park in that little corner area as well, over there?
yeah, but there'll be sufficient traffic persons on this plan that's called by the traffic engineer to satisfy your requirement.
I know my fellow commissioners have other questions. These are just mom questions. Okay, so then I want to ask you, what time does school start Monday through Friday?
Typically 8 o'clock.
Okay? And then do they have like kindergartners or something that get out at noon or 1, or so you have like an influx of times that they leave?
I think you'd have at least one of those, and then typical 3 o'clock.
And do you have after-school? An after-school program where the parents come?
There could be some extracurricular activities. It depends on the charter school.
So the parents blow back in there like at 5 o'clock and
They
pick
could
the
do
kids
that.
up? So how can you ensure me, as I'm sitting in front of you, that these kids are safe?
By the traffic persons that are required per plan issued, recommended by the traffic engineer.
Okay, so this plan has never been tried out before. This is all new.
Well, it's a plan.
Yes.
It's a graphic plan
Mhm.
that the city engineer reviews and approves.
Okay, one more question, then I'll turn it over to my other commissioners. How many students on the campus at one time?
The number of classrooms now will accommodate 160.
So 160 students and, okay. So I'm going to stop my comments right now and listen to my fellow commissioners. I thank you for your answers and I appreciate your honesty.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, question for the applicant? Question for the applicant?
What was the question again?
Yes. Could you tell us exactly how many students are in the existing school versus the new school?
I'd have to refer that to, you know how to answer that question? Existing students at the existing school across the street.
There was at one time.
We get your name and address for the record?
Lauren Kramer.
And could you turn that microphone on, please?
What,
Mike? Where?
maybe one of you could, on the outside, could turn your mic on.
Hello? Okay. 2853 Skohegan Drive, Henderson. At one time, there was, before they got to high school and they divided the kids up, they have kindergarten through middle school now, and I think there's about 600 kids there, 500 to 600 kids.
Okay, that's on the
That's the
west
one across
side.
the street, right?
The east side.
We have that, we own that building too, and we're trying to, well, the owner of the charter school on 1600 East Okie needs more space, and this church kind of fell on our laps. This building, we weren't looking for it. It came circuitously, and it seemed like it would be a good fit for her because the kids can. You know, she can get more space and have the parents dropping the kids off the same place they were dropped off before, you know, in essence.
Okay, let me ask specifically again, and I apologize if you gave the answer, but I didn't hear the answer. Directly to the west of 17th Street, that charter school, how many students are in there? Did you say 600?
Yeah, between 500 and 600. Her numbers fluctuate. At one time, when she had the high school, there was a lot. I think they're in the mid-700s.
And the charter school that is before us today on the east side of 17th Street?
We're not a charter school. We are owners of the building, and we are trying to get we're putting sprinklers in and all the remediation and trying to get the school ready for the charter school across the street, so she can expand and come over across the street. So we're not representing the business. We're
How many
representing
additional students will be in the new charter school where or the expanded charter school?
Well, as far as the classrooms go, the building isn't structured for any more than 300 kids. The lady that ran the daycare at the Methodist Church for the past 30 years, she's still there. We retained her. And she said at one time she had up to 300 children there. So there's not going to be any more kids than what were already there at one time. So I don't know if that's an issue, but
I think that answers the question.
Yes.
300.
Okay.
300. So we're adding 300, so we'll have between 800 to 900 students in this little one-block area. You know, I've gone back and forth on this, and I thought about it so much just because I pass through that neighborhood quite often, and I've heard from a lot of people about, you know, the amount of traffic that backs up on all the streets around there because there's just not adequate, you know, circulation. And I've actually witnessed that for myself. And I felt a little bit more comfortable when we had that condition stating that if we could get that exclusive agreement with NV Energy, but I know that exclusive agreements with NV Energy is next to impossible. So the thing is, if you lose that, I mean, let's say that you do have that. I mean, there possibly could be a plan put into place where nobody could be let out on 17th and that everybody has to go through that parking lot just to the east of you, and they have to be picked up on site. And then there could be a review of condition or a review of this before Planning Commission after a one-year period to see if y'all are actually doing that. And if y'all aren't, then we could revoke it. But I mean, the problem is without that without that being a condition. And I don't think we could actually apply that condition to this application. That kind of leaves it open to where you'll have a variance for 0 parking spaces, and you wouldn't, if we approve it, then everybody would be getting picked up on the street, 300 kids from that one building.
Well, the building is, it's, as it is now, it's been over 50 years. And the only thing that's going to change is that the building's going to be safe for kids because it's being sprinklered and all the remediation's being done. It's going to be a safer building. It's being regentrified. So the use of the building, in essence, isn't changing. It's still going to be used for kids to be dropped off and for kids to be picked up. And it's going to be adjacent to another building that's being used for the same thing. And we're in hopes that both buildings are going to be operated by the same operator. So it feels like a good fit, and I understand the traffic issues in the neighborhood. But the school across the street on 1600 East Oakey, when you gave them the conditions, because we didn't have, they came to you. Did you give them, there was nothing that was tried and proven over there, so did you do the same conditions for them? Did you give them the?
That was before my time.
Before your time. They seem to have a pretty good system over there, the ingress egress when you go into the parking lot, so she would be handling that as well.
Are there currently school signs in the neighborhood?
Yes, for the school across the street. We haven't put any up yet. It wasn't, well, obviously it's putting the cart before the horse.
Now, both properties, Commissioner, will be using separate parking and pick-up and drop-off. So this facility has a plan for the east, and they are in the process of getting this agreement signed by Nevada Energy.
They've also said that they would be interested in selling us the property and us giving them an easement, or, you know, the use of it. And we also met with the RTC, who's bringing the corridor in from UNLV down, and it just feels like it would be a good fit because they're going to put a little green belt back behind the parking lot there.
Yeah, you know, whenever I drive down that street, you know, there's, even when the school's not in operation, there's a lot of residents that park on those streets and the shoulder, because there's a shoulder and then one lane each direction. And whenever I come off of Cochrane or any of those side streets up onto, what's that, Oakey, I got to watch to make sure I'm not getting hit going around the corner. And even though it did operate like that for a number of years, you know, my understanding of it was that it was like a Sunday school or something along those lines. So, you know, I keep getting different information. I wish I could have, you know, known about this before last Wednesday, so I could have, you know, thought about some of these circulation issues, and I didn't realize until about 10 minutes ago when staff read out that we're deleting that condition number 4, and I know that you're trying to get this open for the school year, but
well, Commissioner, condition number 4 is all necessary building permits, and there's no intention of doing building construction with the facility.
Well, I'm not necessarily talking about building conditions or building permits. I'm more concerned about the parking agreement, because if that goes away, or NV Energy says we're going to do something different, which, you know, that corridor's been there a while. I mean, we always require this perpetual agreements with every application that comes before us is requesting a variance. The only way that staff really will get on board with it is if there's a perpetual agreement, and I just don't know why that's different in this situation. I mean, and I've heard from a lot of different people, and I'm sorry, Mr. Levitt, I looked at my phone. You did call at 4:41, but I usually stop taking calls about 4 o'clock on Planning Commission day. So is there a way that...
I'm sure the client would, if this item was obeyed, I'm sure the client would be glad to take the 30 days to get Nevada Energy to get that agreement signed.
And during that time frame, would y'all be willing to meet with the neighbors and let's take a really close look at this?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schlotman, was there a neighborhood meeting for this in the neighborhood, or was there a meeting with the families? I mean, or the neighborhood?
Through the chair, there was no neighborhood meeting to my...
Did you have a neighborhood meeting?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Let me just state, I also read the backup material and don't recall any evidence of a neighborhood meeting, and it seems to me that that it would be worthwhile to get everybody together and talk through some of these issues. There seem to be a lot of questions, as you can see. You know, the commission has had a lot of questions, so I would support an abeyance and would entertain a motion if the applicant would agree to a 30-day abeyance.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly couldn't approve it as it stands now with zero parking without that agreement, so I'd like to see it go in abeyance as well.
Okay, very good. Is there a motion for an abeyance?
I have a question. Can I interject real quick? If you look at the picture, the property is in essence landlocked.
Does this have to do with the abeyance?
The lot, the parking lot.
Yeah, let's wait. We're going to vote on an abeyance. Yeah, I think I asked, are you both in agreement with a 30-day abeyance? It would be the August 11, 2015.
We'll do whatever you guys
okay,
wish.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 50, I'd make a motion.
We can do both at the same time.
Mr. Chairman, on item 50 and 51, I would move to hold both these items in abeyance for 30 days.
Motion is to obey items 50 and 51 to the next meeting. Please vote. Motion carries, so these items will be obeyed. We'll see you back at the August 11, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. And does that give them time to hold a neighborhood meeting? Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, when you do have that neighborhood meeting, I'd like to be there so I can kind of get a better understanding of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to related items 52, 53, and 54. Item 52, VAR 59491. The applicant is Ovation Development, and the owner is the GES Family Limited Partnership. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 16-foot tall wall along a portion of the front property line where 5 feet, top 3 feet, 50% open is required, and to allow 16-foot tall wall along the east property line where 8 feet is the maximum allowed. It's the southeast corner of Vegas Drive and Rock Springs Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 53, SUP 59492, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 230-unit senior citizen apartments development with a waiver to allow no ground-level non-residential development and apartments located on the ground floor in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 54 is SDR 59494 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 230-unit senior citizen apartments development with a waiver to allow an 8-foot landscape buffer on a portion of the north property line where 15 feet is the minimum required in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the density and landscaping proposed within this application are compatible with the existing multifamily development to the north and south. Additionally, staff supports the wall height variances as they are necessary to screen the site from US 95. Based on these findings, staff's recommendation is for approval. And please note that additional letters of protest as well as letters of support were received after publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Ovation. I am actually filling in for one of my colleagues, Jennifer Lazovich, who had to be taken away out of state for a family matter. So I do know there are some residents here, so I did want them to know that there wasn't, just so that they knew why Ms. Lazovich, could not attend and why I'm filling in. As I indicated, I understand there was a neighborhood meeting about 3 weeks ago, a voluntary one taking place where we brought to the neighborhood this proposed project. Just a little background, as you can see, the property is currently a vacant 7-acre parcel on the southeast corner of Rock Springs and Vegas Drive. In this corridor, you can see along adjacent to our east is US 95. To the north is a multifamily project as well as a park. To the south, additional more multifamily townhomes. And then to the west across the street, Rock Springs is a single-family development. What we are proposing is a special use permit for a senior multifamily project. You can see here this map indicates the underlying zoning is in fact C1. In a C1 zone district with a special use permit, you can do senior multifamily. I want to make sure I stress the fact that it's senior and not multifamily for all ages. This would be a restricted age community, 55 years and older. As you can see from our proposed site plan, we would have access off of Rock Springs in this area. What we're asking for are 230 total units. Essentially, we would be providing a studio facility, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom facilities or units. The rent range, this again is a market rate, so the market will dictate, but we anticipate asking for rental ranges for the studio anywhere from $800 per unit up to just under $1,200 for our larger 2-bedroom unit. The site layout, as you can see, we're proposing 3 different buildings. Building 1 right here in this corner, the southwest corner, is a 2-story building that we're very cognizant of the single-family homes to the west as well as the townhomes just to the south of us. We wanted to make sure that that was 2 stories. Building 2 is going to be 4 stories, about 49 feet in height. Of course, we're going to have elevators in all buildings because we are offering a senior product. And then finally, building 3 is going to be 2 feet on this section, the southern section, and then tiered to 2 stories, I'm sorry, this section south, and then tiered up to 4 stories on the north as you go north. By doing so, we comply with all the residential adjacency requirements. I do have a line of sight I can show you confirming that. As you can see, essentially what we've done is to, at least on the southern end, which is the most protected area with respect to the single-family residential use and other residential uses. You can see the pink is the line of sight that we cannot intersect that. And as you can see in the blue, the outline is the residential roof line where we do not at any point intersect during that line of sight, and we do comply with the residential setback. There are a couple of technical waivers and uses that we're asking for. The first one being that because we are a commercial underlying zoning, we're asking to waive the requirement that there's no residential on the first floor. We are going to provide residential units on that first floor. The additional waivers include in this area along US 95, we are proposing a 16-foot tall wall. It'll act as a sound wall to help buffer or prevent some, buffer some noise and noise attenuation that would occur from US 95. We also have a landscape waiver through here. There is a drainage easement that goes through the south that prevents us from doing the full 15 feet there, but we are going to landscape, it's about 7 feet, as much as possible as we can. A couple of the amenities that we're proposing in here will be a wellness center, salon, computer room, game rooms, conference rooms. You can see we have a nice pool, spa area, and various amenities such as those. Another thing, want to point out that, again, the underlying zoning is C1, so I know there's been some discussion and issue about the intensity of our use at 230 units here. With a C1 zoning, as you know, we could come in with the commercial type use, office type use, and we've done a basic traffic analysis, and that analysis has confirmed, and I think you can confirm with Public Works as well, that essentially a senior component multifamily would not be generate the type of traffic or intensity of use as the commercial underlying zoning would suggest. With that, we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and I believe there are some neighbors here, and with that, I'd like to reserve some comment and again, respectfully request your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. Can I get an idea by a raise of hands how many are here to speak on this item? Okay. Again, just to remind you, we have 3 microphones. We'd ask you to fill all 3. You are going to be limited to 2 minutes, and I'm going to enforce that. Please try not to repeat anything that's been said before you, if at all possible. Good evening, and always state your name and address, please.
Before you start the clock, does everybody have a copy of the petition signed by the residents of the affected area? We filed it yesterday, but there's additional signatures that were
Do you have
obtained.
a copy?
Yes, we do, for all of you. How many copies do we need, and one for the record?
We're less worried about a copy for each of us, more concerned about making sure we have it for the record.
Okay, I'd like Commissioner Quinn to have one, please.
If you'll submit that to the court clerk, and now we'll start your time.
And one for the record. And nobody else wants one? For the record. My name is Dennis Schultz, and I live at 7104 Copperleaf Drive. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1992, or 23 years. We are requesting denial by the Planning Commission against the proposed developments for the reasons listed on the petition, which only a couple of you have. So would you like me to read the reasons on the petition?
That's up to you. You've got 2 minutes, so however you want to spend your time.
Do you want to know what the residents are concerned about?
Like I said, whatever you'd like us to know.
All right, they're concerned about density, height, apartments versus individual ownership, the signalized intersection, the vehicle access and the traffic, hardship evaluation of people already in the area who've lost value during this Great Recession, and also the zoning, the special use permit. I think somebody here earlier said that C1 zoning was a can of worms, and I'd agree with you, because I don't know if they're able to do this more liberally under a C1 zoning. This property has been zoned C1 since 1984, and so through all the boom years, through 2007, this property remained there zoned C1, and nobody touched it as C1 zoning. Why? No interchange, 60-foot, 80-foot streets, no major intersections like section line roads. This is, at best, I would guess, and staff confirm this, a quarter section line road and maybe a half section line road. Why would you have commercial zoning there? So anyway, this special use permit comes in underneath that commercial zoning. This, could you put that picture up there again that shows the area of the neighborhood? In that neighborhood, we have R1 zoning.
How long?
Pardon me?
How long? Because your time.
R1 zoning, we have our compact lot zoning, and we have 14 units to the acre zoning. Even the apartments that are across the street.
I've got to enforce our time. I hope you can pass on to someone else if you left something off, and we'd be happy to hear from them. Please state your name and address, please.
My name is Robert T. Vornberg. I live at 7001 English Mist Circle, 89128. I have also a map here to show you exactly where I live. I am Robert Vornberg, and I live at 7001 English Mist. On this particular map, you'll see the property proposed senior citizens. My house is on the street closest to the intersection of Rock Springs and Vegas Drive.
Could you point that out to us on the map?
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, I'll point it out.
Okay, thank you.
My house is right there on the corner closest to the intersection. I have lived there for 30 years. I bought it as an original owner, 1986.
Will you speak into the mic so we can hear you?
I bought it in 1986, the original owner, for the last 30 years. I am recently retired, and I have a very bad back. I had back surgery 5 years ago. I am against this proposed development for all the reasons listed on our petition, which I would hope all of you would like a copy of that. This home is my nest egg for retirement. The item that affects me and some of the neighbors even more than anyone else is the height. They are proposing heights of up to 4 stories, and I live in a single-story home. This is a violation of my privacy and does not fit into my neighborhood. I do not want to sell, but may be forced to. The proposed development includes heights of 4 stories extending over 45 feet vertically. Nothing within the notification area exceeds 2 stories in height, and with a large percentage of the units only at 1 story. Even the apartments across Rock Springs are 2-story, and the 2 grade schools are only 1 story also. I have a diagram which shows the height comparisons. Comparisons to the other areas, okay? The one particular one is...
Mr. Warnberg, your time's up.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your name and address?
I'm Janet Carter. I live at 7008 Carmen Boulevard, and I'm opposed to this development for the reasons stated in the petition. I bought in this area because I like the layout of the neighborhood, and this proposed development does not fit into the existing neighborhood. My neighborhood has lots of approximately 7 homes per acre, and this is going to stick out like a sore thumb based on the fact that this has 32 units per acre. And I would like to put this in the record to show how the graph shows the 32 units, how disproportionate this is.
Yeah, we'd be happy to take that from you.
It's that one right there.
And by the way, that petition, we're all seeing that petition. I don't want anyone to be concerned that we're not interested in not looking at it. We're seeing it.
Okay. Well, there is an apartment complex on the other side of Vegas Drive, and it has a much lower density than this proposed development. And so this apartment complex that they're proposing does not fit in our neighborhood. And since this property is already zoned commercial, it is appropriate for a business then, and as opposed to this high-density apartment complex. So I'm asking, please do not accept this application. Please deny it.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
My name is Gerald Brooks, 1405 Wheatland Way, 89128. I've been a teacher in the school district for 26 years, and I've lived in this house for 26 years. And I've had the privilege of opening 3 schools, new buildings in the district, and I generally saw that zoning or changes in the densities around the schools would make them crowded and they fill up. And that's one of the big issues that I see, because the 2 schools that are affected by this project, Katz and McMillan, are overcrowded right now. Katz has 10 portable buildings. McMillan has added a 10-unit structure and still has 2 additional portables. So combined, they both have, on average, 900 students. The buildings were built for 650. So that's my big issue. The other issue that I've experienced through my career are these sandwich families. And they're saying this is going to be a senior unit. A lot of us are raising our own grandkids. These are what sandwich families are. For whatever reasons, their children had kids, and they can't take care of them. So us parents are having to take them back. And this is in all social economic levels. Even the nice neighborhoods have the situations of the grandparents are taking care of the babies and putting them into school. Can they guarantee that this site will always be seniors? Because I don't think they can. I don't think it's legal. There's going to be grandmas and grandpas moving in there and bringing their kids in and adding more pressure to the 2 schools that are there, and they're wonderful buildings. But the administrators just take what they get. because that's what the school district does. They are reactive, they're not proactive on planning and figuring out, okay, where are the schools going to be at? This area is landlocked for those two schools, too. There's no place else to go. What I would suggest is build a storage unit, a rental unit place.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
Did you want us to see something?
Yeah, he had a diagram that, different scenarios for the
I don't want
occupancy.
testimony about it. You're welcome to hand it to us.
Okay.
Or if someone else wants to talk about it.
For the record.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is James Denton. I live at 1508 Rock Springs Drive, and it is directly across from the 4-story unit, which I really do have a problem with.
Excuse me, sir, could you repeat your
You're
name?
proposing a 16-foot wall.
Could you say your name again? I'm sorry.
James Denton, D-E-N-T-O-N. You're proposing a 16-foot wall right directly across the street from my house. This is not something I want to look at. A 4-story unit really is too high of a density for the neighborhood. I mean, what are you going to do with the traffic? The street is already an extremely busy street, and I heard the gentleman that got up at the beginning say that traffic wasn't a problem. Well, I have to disagree with him. Even if, the seniors aren't driving, you still have employees coming in and out of this unit and all this other stuff. There's going to be a lot more increase. You're going to have people going to visit these people. I don't have a problem with the elderly. Understand me on that. But I have a lot of concerns about this high of a density of a building and this tall of a building. And then the fact that I have to look at a 4-foot building across the street from my house, it's not even zoned for. And a 16-foot wall. And I also agree with this other gentleman. I would like, the one who was here last, I would like to hear an answer to the, do we have a guarantee that this is always going to be a senior citizen complex? And Commissioner Quinn, our commissioner, even said herself, leases were made to be broken. What assurances do we have on any of this? So anyway, I'll let it go at that.
Thank you, Mr. Denton.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting, but I've heard this question twice now. Condition number 6 under the SUP says, sign and record a deed restriction with language determined to be satisfactory by the city attorney, which restricts the use of the site to an age-restricted community for those persons 55 years of age or older to the full extent of the law.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Linda Wood. I live at 7201 Periwinkle Drive, and I've been a resident and owner there for 11 years. My concern is a tiny bit different. They've slid over the fact that, he did mention that there were 2 elementary schools there. There's also Woofter Park and a dog park. And in this area, from down Vegas Drive, the paramedics, the AMR, the fire trucks, they use this a lot. Also, because we have 2 elementary schools there, we have a lot of bus stops for the kids, not city buses, school buses. And I ask, who has the right-of-way if there's a bus there? I stop constantly. A school bus with its red flags out. Traffic has to stop, always on their side. Only if there's a barrier on the other side. I teach senior safe driving, I know. But anyway, who stops? The ambulance, the paramedic, the fire truck? I asked my son, he used to drive ambulance as a volunteer in a rural community, and he said he'd never even heard of it. One person did say the ambulance has to stop. But with that many more seniors living directly in our area on an extremely busy street with a lot of people that walk across there to the park and the dog park, I see a lot of conflict in traffic because we have so many emergency vehicles. This is an older neighborhood for the most part. I'm a senior. I took care of my mom there for 10 years. That's the reason I bought that particular house. But, and I know the paramedics came to our house a number of times. And there are a lot of other people in there that are caregivers also. But our children were there first, anybody's children. The schools were there first. The children's safety needs to be first. And a lot of emergency vehicles combined with a lot of school buses, as well as city buses, mothers dropping kids off, picking them up.
Thank you, Ms.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is David Smith.
I'm at 7105 Carmen Boulevard. I've lived at that address since 1980. I'm a resident in this neighborhood for the last 35 years. I've seen it. We used to be able to see Cheyenne from my house, I'll tell you. When we first moved there, I have watched this residential area, and I stress residential, single-family dwelling, go from 7 units per acre to 10 units per acre to the 14 unit per acre townhouses on the Rock Springs side, 95 side, and now they are proposing to put in 230 apartments, which would be possible 230 families, which is more than the entire amount of what we have in this a little over square mile area. I'm very concerned about the traffic flow and the just increased density of population, which has been cited before, but I want to point out, I don't know if you can see it on Carmen right there, we're the through street between Tenaya and Rock Springs. Carmen gets cut, and both sides of that are R1 residential, and it's becoming quite a thoroughfare. I needed to talk to Ms. About putting speed bumps in anyway if we possibly can, because they've already put in speed bumps along Rock Springs from Vegas Drive to Washington, has speed bumps throughout the street because of traffic and the amount of speed that goes through that residential area. And with the increased traffic, we're very concerned in the safety of the neighborhood itself. What else do I need to say? School saturation was already talked about, yeah. The other thing everybody's, I'm sure you're aware, is concerned with the increase in if the apartments were to go in, the property values would be decreasing, and my house is paid for, I'm happy, I've retired, I'm ready to go, and I don't want to go again. Yeah, so, all right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Art Stern. I live at 7045 Brown Derby Circle. I just want to let you all know I'm in support of this project. I believe that there are certain modifications that need to be complied with, such as height of existing wall on Rock Springs. I think we need to add either a crossing or a signaling device on Vegas Drive in Rock Spring. We do have the park and the schools diagonal to the proposed property. I think somebody needs to make some severe check or at least credit references to devaluation of property value. I've been a homeowner. I've owned my home on Brown Derby for 27 years now, since it's been built. There has been no devaluation because of multiple dwellings. I wish people would stop reporting that. We all went through the recession, but we did not suffer as a result of any of the multiple dwellings being built. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Irene Cepeda. I live at 7108 Carmen Boulevard, and my concern right now is the crime in our area. As recent as last week, a month ago, there has been 3 crimes in our neighborhood as that close. And prior to that, it was last year, a couple of those last year. And if you build this apartment complex, we are going to have more crime in our neighborhood, and we really don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else that's going to speak, will you please approach the microphone? Go ahead, sir.
I'm the only one.
You, the last one?
Frank Slagas, 9300 Canyon Shadows Lane, Las Vegas. I represent the 28 owners to the apartment complex to the south, so I won't take 56 minutes, though. There's 2 things that I'd like to do. Number one, I'd like to verify that there were 83 signatures on the petition. Gentleman asked me to ask you that. And the other thing that I'd like to do is some of these people have some really great complaints. I think I can attest to that, even though I don't live in the area. I do visit the area a lot, is that the traffic on Rock Springs and Vegas is really a problem, especially with that many more units coming in. It's already a problem because of the elevation from Vegas Drive over the bridge, over the 95 is hard to see, hard for people to slow down. And all they have there is a stop sign, and that's it. So that's a problem. And the other one, it's a little more in respect to our situation with our property to the south, and that's if you look at the landscaping that's proposed between our development and the new development, we have about 500 feet there, and we've got 6 trees. And our buildings do have a second story on them. We have people looking out the top of that building, and they're going to be looking at a 45-foot tall building. So we'd like to see a little more landscape in there if this project goes on. But like I said, I think there's a lot of other issues that need to be looked at, where mine is just a minor one, but I would like to have it on the record.
Thank you. We are counting the signatures to confirm, and thanks for not taking 56 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
Hello, my name is Carlos Cepeda. I'm from 7108 Carmen Boulevard, and all my concerns have been addressed by the previous speakers, but in addition to one concern is the school area in that Vegas Drive and Rock Springs. Now, unless the county or city is planning on rerouting the school buses in that area, there is a great danger to those kids. We have had so many incidents before, and we would like to minimize it or reduce it at all, completely. Another thing is that I'm also sure that the county or the city is not planning on moving that school that is over in Rock Springs. Unless that is going to happen, then so be it, whatever it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cepeda.
Excuse me, sir, what was your address on Carmen?
7108, same as that lady.
Thank you.
All right, we counted 84 signatures, but I don't know. How did you do in math in school?
Did okay.
All right.
But a couple of those look like similar names, so we'd have to go through each one of them.
All right. All right, Mr. Celeste, your response?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Based on some of the neighborhood comments, we do have actually, as I understand it, again, I'm substituting in for my colleague Jennifer Lazovich right now. As I understand it, on July 21st, we have a tour set up with one of their other senior multifamily products that has been corresponded to our neighbors. We are going to have another neighborhood meeting. I can address some of the comments, but I think it might be best for me to offer a 30-day hold, have that additional neighborhood meeting, show our residents the tour, and come back in August and hopefully be able to move forward at that point. But I think at this time it would be best if I could request that 30-day abeyance, and I will have that open house as well as the neighborhood meeting.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Celeste a question?
Sure.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to join that neighborhood meeting. And second of all, if it's all possible, if you can sharpen that pencil and get it down a nice story, that would be great. Also, I really appreciate you coming forward with that, because that's exactly what I was going to ask you to do. So, thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yes, thank you. There's appears to be some confusion that perhaps you could come up with answers at your neighborhood meeting. That is where the 14-foot wall is. I understand it was by the 95. And I don't understand how the people could say they're going to be looking at a 95 or 45 or 14-foot wall in their backyard unless there's some misunderstanding. That's my point. And then the angle is, I thought that the 4-story buildings were going to be on the parcel of the property that's closest to the west, which would make it the furthest from the homes. So that needs to be brought up at your public meeting, please.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. We will for sure go over some of those design considerations. And as you stated, the 16-foot tall wall is along the 95, similar to the other sound attenuation walls along that corridor. But we will for sure vet all that out at the neighborhood meeting.
And I also noticed that one section, it's intended to have each unit occupied by one person over 55. So the gentleman that said that there's going to, the possibility of grandchildren also in there is real. I drive Vegas twice a day, probably right past that place, so I'm familiar with the traffic flow there, and it is an issue, believe me.
Right, and of course, you know, like I said, we're going to hold a neighborhood meeting. It would be actually the minimum age allowed is 18, but the one individual has to be 55. But again, I don't think
okay,
school
that's a
impacts
good
or
point.
anything of that. But we will for sure take those comments and address those at the neighborhood meeting and be prepared in a month to discuss that in more detail as well.
Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, approximately how far is the open house, your other facility, where you would be showing these neighbors?
So the senior multifamily is on Hollywood and Russell, so it is quite a bit distance from
Okay.
here, but that's.
And you'll have another neighborhood meeting within the general neighborhood of
And then
this
we're-
area, that way people that can't make that far journey would be able to ask you questions.
Correct, Mr. Vice Chair. We're going to have two things going on. One, on July 21st, a tour of another senior facility we have developed and is currently operating. And then second, we are going to send out another neighborhood meeting notice, probably July 29th is what we have tentatively scheduled, and it will be in the near the notification area, closer and easier for the residents. So those are the two different things. And Commissioner Quinn, I'll be sure that you're invited to both of those.
And Mr. Chair, one more comment through you, just for the residents, and I've heard everybody loud and clear, and but just also take into consideration with the zoning and what could go there if it's a fast food joint or something like that, and as opposed to this. So when you're considering these things, kind of keep it open-minded just a bit, and because there could be worse uses to go into it. Not saying this is what the neighborhood wants, but think about what could go in there. That's all my final comments.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Mr. Celeste, before I make my motion, off the top of your head, do you have the address of your other location? If not, could you get that for me?
I could.
You don't need to give it right now, but
I will
I'd like
give you
to
the
have it
exact
tomorrow
address,
so I
yes.
can look at it.
For sure.
Thank you. With that, are you ready for a motion, Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Regarding variance 59491, we're going to hold that for 30 days.
Motion is to obey for 30 days to the August 11 meeting. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. So items 52 through 54 are obeyed until the August 11 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you.
I want to thank all the neighbors for showing up tonight, and as you've heard me state already, there's a record of your comments tonight. If for some reason you can't show up next month, it remains part of the record. I think it's a nice gesture for them to be willing to sit down, meet with you, tour another property, so hopefully you can get some things worked out. Thank you very much. We'll see you next month. Moving on to related items 55, 56, and 57. 55 is VAR 59497. The applicant owner is 2117 Alta LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 12-foot front yard setback where 15 feet is the minimum required and a 5-foot yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required. At 2117 Alta Drive, Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Item 56, VAR 59498 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 20-foot wide two-way drive aisle where a 24-foot wide drive aisle is required in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And item 57, SDR 59499 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed two-story, 3,150 square foot office building with waivers to allow a 9-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is the minimum required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the east, south, and portion of the west property line where 8 feet is required in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Staff notes that the building proposed for this site requires setback variances from 2 property lines, a reduction in driveway width, and landscape waivers on all 4 property lines. Staff finds that this is an indication that the building is too big for the site and recommends denial. Please note that additional letters of protest as well as letters of support were received after publication.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant or anyone else here on this evening? We're going to trail this to the end of the meeting. Moving on to related items 58, 59, 60, and 61. Item 58 is VAR 59528. The applicant is D.R. Horton. The owner is 303 Cotton LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow inadequate auto and pedestrian connections for a proposed 60-lot residential subdivision at the northeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Wallapai Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 59, VAR 59530, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a private street with no gate and 42-foot wide street width where 47-foot is required for a proposed 60-lot residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 60, VAC 59533, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements and the full width of Eula Street between Elkhorn Road and Solar Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 61, TMP 59534, Wallapai Severance, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a proposed 60-lot residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please get the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this request is based upon the approval of a vacation of a U.S. government patent easement in the west half of Eula Street between Elkhorn and Solar Street. The east half will have to be vacated by Clark County before any permits could be issued or city vacations could be recorded. In addition, 2 variances are required. The first would allow a connectivity ratio of 1.16, where Title 19 requires 1.3. The second allows the subdivision to have a 42-foot wide private streets to have no gate as required by code. As a result of the need for 2 variances from code requirements and the fact that Clark County has not vacated the east half of Eula Street, staff recommends denial of all 4 applications. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza. I'm here representing the applicant, which is D.R. Horton in this matter. Before I get into the applications itself, you're very familiar with this piece of property. As a matter of fact, I've been working on this piece of property for about 9 months with the neighbors in this specific area on the rezoning of the entitlements all the way through the application as we're speaking about today. That being said, what I'd like to do is give you a quick little bit of history here so you can appreciate the reason why we're asking for these variances and the vacations today. First thing that I want to show you on the overhead here is our property. As you can see here, it's highlighted and it's demarked as site, which is approximately 20 acres. You're familiar with this piece of property. About 2 years ago, it was annexed in from Clark County. About 4 months ago, you approved this property for a GPA for a low-density land use plan and an R1 zoning in this area. What was unique about it at that time, and I explained to you and to the city council members a couple months ago, is that as we're going through this process here, we weren't able to show the tentative map per se officially to get approved, but the changes that we were making to the tentative map itself, I explained to you we were going to come in with 60 lots on the property itself, on the 20 acres. I discussed with you that we were working with the property owner of these 4 lots, the property owner located here and the property owner located here. And I explained to you that we would have to come in and vacate Eula. I told you that we were going to be coming in with single-story product on the east side of our property. And one of the things that they wanted us to do is make sure all traffic, ingress and egress, was going out onto Wallapai itself. Because of that and those discussions that we've had, that's the reason why I have these applications that are before you today. And so let me go through them fairly quickly here. The first thing I want to mention is, again, get you oriented to the surrounding site. This is Severance, which is to the north of our property. Wallapai runs north and south here to our west. In this area, you have Eula, which runs in this area north and south, and just to the south of us is Elkhorn. On the vacation application itself, as I've mentioned before, as you can see from here, from Elkhorn to this area here, which is solar, we're going to ask to vacate our half of our street of 30 feet. That is located in the city of Las Vegas. Working with the adjacent property owners, we actually have the application signed by the gentleman that owns these two parcels, and I spoke to the lady today, and she's going to, Kathleen is going to get me these executed applications for Clark County, because on the other side of Eula in here, this is the county property. So we know, and we knew as we're going through the process here, one of the hurdles we had to deal with is dealing with vacating Eula, where half the streets in the city of Las Vegas, the other half is in Clark County. A part of your approval of the tentative map today, and I believe your conditions on the vacation itself, says that we cannot record a vacation, or the city will not record a vacation of Eula until the county approves that vacation itself. We're totally fine with it. We expected it. We understand. We're working with the Commissioner's office over in Clark County, working with the neighbors in here. The neighbors are in support. If the neighbors were not in support of our application or the vacation of the street, we're not going to be able to go through the county and get the final piece resolved at that point in time. But as I explained to you, we're moving forward, looking to file those applications, but no later than the beginning of next week to go through that process. With that being said, there's also a condition that says that the cul-de-sac bulb that we're providing or proposing to have on solar, that we got to get Clark County approval for that. We accept that as a condition also to bring that back to the city, that the county will maintain that cul-de-sac bulb in that area. So with respect to the other vacations, I'm going to show you on this exhibit here. Interior to our site is government patent easements, as I'm showing you, located here. Those are pretty standard easements in there. You don't need those for any roadways or for any other public uses. I believe those are fairly standard to approve those patent easements that we're proposing. The next thing I want to discuss is the site plan itself, which necessitates the variances that we're talking about. This site plan here was initially the initial site plan that we showed the neighborhood. The only reason why I'm showing you this is for the intents and purposes to talk about the variance, about the connectivity. When we initially were coming in, we had about 71 lots that we were proposing in this area, where we're taking on access, ingress, and egress off of Severance. We're looking to have a pedestrian gate off of Elkhorn in this area, and we believe at that point in time we're going to be able to meet the connectivity requirements. However, in speaking with the neighbors and trying to redesign the project itself, we came down to 60 lots itself, and we moved everything out on the Wallapai per the request from the neighbors in the area. And one of the things that I do have in here is this site plan here, which is a tentative map, as you can see. As you can see here with the new design, we have 60 lots that are located in here. And I've been working with your staff with an if-approved condition along the east property line. One of the things that we've made an agreement with the neighbors to the east of us is that all of these lots located here are going to be single-story homes. So if you're inclined to approve the application under the tentative map, I believe there's a condition that would be, if approved, that from lots 24 to 37 on the tentative map will be single-story homes. That being said, there is one other variance that I do want to address, and that variance is for the gated community. We do have private streets located within the community itself. In working with the councilman's office and at his request, one of the things that we've done is we are now going to add that gate to the community itself. So because of that, that variance of asking to not to have a gate for a gated community, we're going to withdraw that application, that variance, without prejudice. So the application can be approved, and at the tentative map, there can be an if-approved condition or an approval condition that requires us to make sure we have this as a gated community. In the end, it's probably the best way to have that as a subdivision itself. It adds a little bit more value and security to the subdivision. And at the end of the day, it's better off for everybody here to address those issues. So that being said, with respect to the tentative map that's before you, these are the 60 lots that I've been talking about for the last several months. We're going to continue to work with the neighbors on these issues, and we're going to continue to work with the neighbors on the vacation. So if you're inclined to approve the one variance, the vacation application and the tentative map, I believe everything that we've been talking about for the last several months has finally come to fruition where we can go to the next step. That being said, I can answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here to talk about these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And let me just offer a few comments of my own, and then I'd love to hear from the other commissioners. I really appreciate your efforts with the surrounding neighbors. I typically don't like to see some of the changes that were made inside this property, but considering what you had to do with those lots adjacent to that west side of the, or east side of the property line, I think it's a happy medium. So, and I guess my other big concern was the gate, and I appreciate your willingness to keep that gate there. So I understand you're going to withdraw item 59, the variance, without prejudice. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That's all my comments. You have my support on this. Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for the applicant. Could you, and I apologize if you just stated this, but just to the east of Solar, there's 2 lots, and how's that second lot gonna get access to it once you vacate that road?
Very good question. The gentleman that owns this house right here owns this property, and he's going to be providing access out to Solar. And as the commission knows, we are not allowed to landlock any property. Legally, you cannot do so. So that will be a part of the county's approval, because this is on the county side. And as we deal with the county vacation, we're going to have to show access, legal access going out to Solar, worked with the individual, and that's what he wants to do.
Okay. And just had one more question through you, Mr. Chair, for Public Works. I was speaking with Commissioner Cherry earlier, and he had a great question, and I've never seen a cul-de-sac that's half in the city and half in the county. How's that work? I mean, does the city maintain half of a cul-de-sac and the county maintains the other half of the cul-de-sac?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, to you, that's kind of, we have the specific condition number 19. The city does not want to be maintaining half of a cul-de-sac. That doesn't serve the city at all. So we specifically wrote condition number 9 on the tentative map that they need to go to the county and make sure that they're maintaining that portion of the cul-de-sac. If they can't get that, they'll probably have to ask for a review of condition or come back to this board for relief of that condition.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comment?
Mr. Chair, through you, I certainly feel the applicant's done a great job of working on this site, and I certainly could support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item number 58, VAR 59528, I move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 58. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item number 29, at the request of the applicant.
59?
Did I say?
29.
Item number 59, VAR 59530, due to the request of the applicant to withdraw without prejudice, I will go ahead and move for approval of that request.
Motion is to approve the request to withdraw without prejudice, item 59. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item 60, VAC 59533, move to approve subject to conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, I have 2 conditions to add if approved to the tentative map, if you would permit. Those would be to add a condition that indicates an access control gate shall be installed at the entrance located at Wallapai Way per Title 19.04.070. And an additional condition, single-story homes shall be constructed on lots 24 through 37.
Does the applicant agree to those additional conditions?
Yes, I do concur.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I'm going on this, Mr. Chairman, item number 61, TMP 59534. I move to approve, subject to the additional condition, all conditions and the additional conditions just agreed to by the applicant.
Please vote. Please post.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, items 58, 60, and 61 will be heard at the City Council meeting on August 19th, 2015.
Okay, we are to items, related items 62 through 65. Beginning with 62, VAR 59540. The applicant is Cascade Financial Services, LLC, and the owner is the Tass C. Hardin and Lois I. Hardin Revocable Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 26 parking spaces where 76 spaces are the minimum required at 6640 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 63, VAR 59542, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 10 feet where a minimum of 105 feet is required at 6640 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 64, SUP 59544, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,206 square foot facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse use in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. And item 65, SDR 59546, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 12,206 square foot facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse and 58-bed convalescent care facility / nursing home building in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 21,237 square foot building. The proposed development does not comply with minimum code requirements for parking, landscaping, and residential adjacency, which indicates the site is being overbuilt. Staff recommends denial and finds that the variances are self-imposed as a redesign of the project could meet minimum requirements. Please note we have received additional protests since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is Paul Conrad, and I live at 49 Cloudcrest, Aliso Viejo, California. And I am with the applicant, and I'm here with our other applicants and members of our development team and project owners, Mark Rappaport and Marv Winiger. We also have with us representatives from our intended facility operator, Eugene Miller, and Roberta Downey, and Tricia Demaray. And they're going to help answer any questions that you may have. In addition, we have our professional engineer who prepared our parking analysis, which has been updated and did not make it into the package that you were provided for this evening. I would like to present that at this time.
Thank you. If you can hand that to the clerk.
Okay. I also have enough hard copies if anybody would like a hard copy.
Sure.
Hard copies. Actually, the site plan was updated, and the parking survey came later. So that does correspond to the site plan. Thank you. And please note on the parking survey that it calls for the analysis shows that 17 parking stalls should be needed, and we are providing 28 on our revised site plans. So we do have two requested variances for our project, but we believe that these variances are very reasonable. so that we could help serve a very important need in the community. Regarding the parking variance, the patients do not drive and they do not have any cars. The only cars would be for staff, visiting professionals, and deliveries. And with this facility, we are trying to address the need to have enough treatment capacity locally so that patients don't have to be sent to California or Florida or elsewhere, because that makes it very difficult and expensive for families to come and visit the facilities that are so far away, and family is so important to patient treatment and success. We did walk the neighborhood and spoke with some of the neighbors. In addition, we held a voluntary neighborhood meeting on June 18th because we intend to be the property owners and we are genuinely interested in the neighbors' questions and concerns. And the neighbors' concerns were primarily about the density, the height, safety, and security. And we took their concerns to heart immediately and went back to the drawing board and scaled the whole project down. So what you have in front of you is our scaled down project. Regarding density and height, our original plans were for a 3-story, 34-foot, 10-inch building with a maximum 58 patients. Even though C1 provides for a height of up to 35 feet, we scaled it down to 2 stories with a maximum roof peak height of 29.5 feet and maximum occupancy of 45 patients. We also changed the configuration from an L shape to a C shape, which faces the Chevron gas station and Mini-Mart. We also moved the pool closer to Cheyenne. And regarding safety and security, we explained how these alcohol and drug treatment facilities operate. This is an inpatient facility. It's an at-will facility where patients have agreed to enter treatment on their own free will. They stay on a full-time temporary basis, typically up to 90 days. And each patient's treatment timeline depends on when they arrive. There will not be a graduating class of patients released all at once. There is not a lot of patient traffic. Typically on any given day there might be 0, 1, or 2 patients being admitted or released. And many days it might be 0. When patients are released, they're released into responsible hands as designated on their admittance paperwork. And even though they're at-will patients, they're never allowed to leave on their own accord. If a patient demands to be released early, that is known as ACA, against clinical advice. The operator has a procedure for ACA patients and will deliver the patients accordingly. 98% of the patients are covered by insurance. Generally, these are working people or kids of parents with insurance. Each patient agrees to abide by the rules of the facility. They are not allowed to leave the facility. Patients are not free to come and go from the facility. They are tested regularly and randomly to ensure they're complying with the sobriety requirements. They are constantly monitored and having meetings in the morning, afternoon, evenings. Staff performs the rounds every 30 minutes, which are logged. These rounds include checking for security as well. This is a minimum security facility with surveillance cameras for security. It's a gated facility with an 8-foot wall on 3 sides and a security gate in the front. There are, the property features a pool, spa, gym, library, computer lab, rec room, yoga room, chapel, all the things that people would need when they're kept on a single property. And the idea is to help people get their body and their minds healthy and support their religious views. The goal is to treat patients and return them to responsible hands who can help them get back to a normal, sober, productive life in society. This is planned to be an attractive 2-story medical-grade facility and provide for a maximum occupancy of 45 patients. It will have 6-foot hallways and 4-foot doorways so that a hospital bed can be rolled in and out of rooms if needed. This facility would be ADA compliant throughout the facility, so the operator could actually accommodate all of its patients as ADA patients if necessary. It would be built using local contractors, subcontractors, and local labor. To provide for community diversity and equal opportunity, we would solicit bids from all minority-owned businesses and any disadvantaged companies. This project will provide for economic development in the construction, operation, and provide tax revenue and employment opportunities for local workers. Scaling back the project also helped to reduce the required setback from 105 feet to 88.5 feet. Due to the narrow and deep lot, we have applied for a variance for residential adjacency. The neighbors most affected would be contiguous neighbors, which include the gas station and Mini-Mart to the west. Then there's a residential house behind that. And then there's a long, narrow lot here. This is our subject property. Here's the convenience store and gas station. Residential here. There's a long, narrow lot here, and 2 residential properties here. This is Cheyenne. This is Gerheim, and this is Serene. The Mini Mart and gas station is zone commercial, and we have not heard any concerns regarding residential adjacency there. And everyone else we have either addressed or, in absence of communication, we have not heard of any significant concerns that we were not able to address at the neighborhood meeting by providing additional setbacks, scaling it down, and increasing the landscape buffer on these three sides. And we can address more about that on our plans. If we want to pull our plans out. So this is, these are our revised plans after the neighborhood meeting. We genuinely wanted feedback, and we did get some feedback that we were able to take back to the drawing board, and we did it right away. This is Cheyenne here, Gerheim, Serene, I'm sorry, Cheyenne, Serene. There's another property here, here and around, Chevron gas stations here. With regards to the landscape buffer, we have a 8-foot landscape buffer on all three sides, except here for parking. If we need to fill that in, we can. There was a note on the staff report regarding 6 parking trees that were deficient. We'll be happy to add those in addition. But as part of our downscale project, we went from 3 stories to 2 stories. We moved it this way. We cut it back. We added more parking. We had it. It was previously an L. We added this C to kind of contain it more. Over here is the gas station, so it's facing more of the gas station. And with this landscape buffer here, the greatest concern for residential adjacency is this is 32 feet here to the property line, 36.5 feet here on this side here, which is, again, the gas station, and there's a residence back over here, but the house is here, and this is the backyard over here. This property here is a single property. They're using the back part here for storage. The house is actually located over here. So when we look at the residential adjacency, this is 72, a little over 72 feet here of our 88.5 required. So we're a little bit short here, obviously on the 88.5, 32, 36, 72, and then 10 over here. With these 2 properties, the seller on this property has a family member who owns these 2 properties. Everything we've heard from them, they are supportive of our project and they didn't have any objections. And so we were trying to get letters from these 2. These have the greatest residential adjacency issues. But the owner is traveling and out of state and was not able to provide those in time for our meeting tonight. And in absence of any other communication, we did not receive any calls, emails. I don't know if those notices came in or if anybody signed anything. But as far as we know, we've done everything we can to address the neighbors' concerns regarding the residential adjacency. Our floor plans just indicate that on the first, I'm going to go back to the first one. Our site plan indicates we have the pool and the spa, and the smoking area is here. It's all contained in this area, so we should not have any issues with that type of function in this area here. And then there's also, we can just look at this one here. The gym is here. There's a kitchen, dining room. This is going to be a really nice facility. It's upscale. That's someplace where people are going to go for 3 months. They can feel good about being there and being treated nicely and having a nice place to call home for 3 months while they're getting healthy. And then the floor plans indicate, again, the gym, computer lab, have vending machines on site, kitchen, dining room, there's a convenience store on site. We have some patient rooms here on the first level, and then second level. More patient rooms, and then library, some group meeting rooms, offices, rec room, group rooms, large conference meeting rooms. So again, this is second story. This is the landscape elevation. Mark, you want to talk about the landscape elevation and what we've done here?
This is the south elevation. It'll be facing Cheyenne Street. And then On the west elevation.
Mr. Winiger, will you state your name and address, please? If you're speaking now, will you state your name and address?
State your name and address.
Okay, Marv Winiger, 24 Villanova, Laguna Hills, California.
Okay. And I know we've seen these elevations already, so try not to repeat what's already been said.
All right, just briefly then, south elevation faces Cheyenne Street. West elevation is where the Mini Mart store is, and the east elevation is the only residence on the east side. North elevation is, we mentioned, is some storage. The landscape, we went back, we redesigned it, we added some additional trees on the east side for a little more privacy, and on the north side, we can add additional trees if required. Pretty much on the west side, we could add more. There's some room there to add them if requested. That's about covered.
Okay.
Might have.
Yeah, we may have questions once we close the public comment, so we'll wait for that. I'm going to open this now for public comment. How many of you are here to speak on this item? All right, you've heard the instruction before. Don't make me be the bad guy. If you'll keep it to 2 minutes, it's going to run smoothly. We have 3 microphones. Come up to the microphone. State your name and address. Please don't repeat something that's already been said so that we can run this efficiently. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Steve Troop, 3264 North Gerheim. I'll be within 275 feet of this so-called project. Number 1 ton for every 400 square feet. We're talking 60 to 70 tons of air conditioning. We as neighbors get to listen to. We're in a quiet area. Lights. We have no lights. It's night, it's dark. We don't want lights. Trees over in the 10-foot buffer area. In 2 or 3 years, those trees will be bigger, so they'll be just cut down. Nobody will ever say anything. Parking. So they're going to limit it from 75 to 25. Where are the other 50 cars going to park? And don't tell me there's not going to be visitors and this and that and delivery. They will park on Gerheim and Serene and Atwood. We already have a problem with the doctor's office on the corner of Atwood and Rainbow, where the city allows parking on Atwood for the employees. Nothing's been done. The trash enclosure is not noted on the diagram. I hear that every Friday morning. Thank you. I don't want to hear any more. C1 is the wrong zoning for this property. I requested it be changed when they didn't build the original one, when it went through in 2010. When they tried to rezone it to C1, I requested it go back to Ranch Estates. If the developer did not build, they did not change it. And it will give us a decrease in value for all of our properties in the area. I've been there for 35 years. I don't care to move, but this may force it because they have no security. When somebody goes off their meds, look out, Charlie. I know you don't like to hear it, but I'm true. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troop.
Trudy Haslauer, 6655 West Atwood. I'm 1 block almost directly north of this facility. I've lived there for 21 years with my family and now raising a granddaughter there, as heard earlier. While I think this is a very worthwhile cause, very, very much support the efforts, I don't support where it's being located. When I saw the print of what it's going to look like, I'm sick. If you look at our neighborhood, it's a rural estate community. We have horses and peacocks and chickens in a quiet neighborhood with no sidewalks, no lights. We like it that way. Many of us have lived together for over 20-some years now, and we don't want to see that change. And I do have a concern with security. I have a concern with already congested streets. We have a salon that moved in on Cheyenne. That's their traffic is and parking is on our street. We got the doctor's office, as he said. So it's just one more element of risk to go into our community. We've got schools there. There are Tobler's just right up the street. I have a concern that's really not in the right place. It's a wonderful facility, looks like a great design. It doesn't belong in a neighborhood such as this. If you drive along Cheyenne and Rainbow, you know how congested that street gets. It's horrific. and we just don't need any more congestion in that community. Let's see. I just think it's a dangerous situation to put the community in. I think it ruins the environment that we created for our families and our grandchildren, and I appreciate a respectful request a denial of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hasselauer.
Jay Roberts, 3385 Gerheim Street. I've been a resident there since 1982. That community is made up of custom homes. Most are half acre, some are larger than that. People have lived there. The facility they talk about is a storage facility behind the property isn't. It's part of a 1.25 acre home. There were horses out there a few years ago. There aren't any at this point. In addition to everything that's already been mentioned, we have a school over there, and I am very concerned about my neighborhood being ruined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Good evening.
James Casalo, 3250 Sisk Street. I've been there for 9 years. I would just like to make a statement that at our community meeting, the owner of the property stated that if we didn't like the development so much, we could just buy him out. And it seemed that his motives seemed to be more financial or economical than humanitarian, as he tries to put this. Anyway, I'm going to let my daughter Caitlin speak on my behalf. She's 22 years old, so she is of age.
Hello.
Hi, Caitlin.
Hi. Hello, my name is Caitlin Casalo. I live at 3250 Sisk Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89108. Primary concern of mine is that this particular type of facility will have a boomerang effect on real estate value. So, for example, prospective homeowners, when they look at the community that they want to live in, they're going to be discouraged from buying in this area because of this type of facility, particularly homeowners who are parents of young children. Also, I'm also not convinced about the security aspect of this facility because, as you know, drug use and alcohol abuse has an astronomical effect on the architecture of the brain, and it changes that architecture irreversibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. I want to segue from what was just said. It's a lovely segue.
Will you tell us your name and address?
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is very unnerving. Carolyn Cameron, 6635 West Atwood, Las Vegas, 89108. A home directly within sight of and behind this facility. And I also want to concur that the so-called storage is people that moved in there. That's where the nurse is that is very worried about her being able to sleep. And okay, I'm using up my 2 minutes. I've registered my objections by mail, but I wanted to stand up here to bring the objections of 3 families who are very frightened of this type of thing, especially one woman that, well, the 2 of these families just moved in within the past year, and they're horrified. They're absolutely horrified because they had, really looked at the place and decided to live there because of the way the community is. I said it was a segue because they're worried about property values as well. 2 things have come up since I sat here. Okay, I represented those families. One of you commissioners said that you grant a license in perpetuity for a property when you grant a C1, and this evidently in their letter of May 28th, they said that the C1 permit had expired. The C1 permit that was granted without the knowledge of the neighborhood about 4 or 5 years ago for residential care facility for seniors only. We had only one member of the community that was able to go to that your city meeting because they knocked the sign down, the C4 sign, the C1 sign, and nobody knew that there was that was occurring. But I don't. Anyway, some of your permits must expire, also. I went to the neighborhood meeting, and what I heard tonight was nothing like what we heard at the meeting, and it is also nothing like the letter they submitted to you on May 28th. At the meeting, my husband and I were, although we're sympathetic to this, to the need for healing people, we came away with no confidence in the operators. And given what I've heard tonight, it's even a lack of more.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lilani L. Antoine. I live on 6680 Atwood. I got 2 acres there. I got 2 homes. I got 1 acre across the street, Serene. I got a guest house and a man house. I got 11 property right around there, right where you circle around, maybe other side of it. This is ridiculous. Bring into the neighborhood. I raised 4 children. I've been there 25 years. My grandchildren, my great-grandchildren there. It's a wrong place. What they have to do with a tree? They're gonna climb all the drug, alcohol, climb over the tree and jump over the fence, come to my house, kidnap my grandchildren and children. This is a wrong place. I understand C1. Or state insurance office. The doctor right next to me, trash come over to me. Some Tampax, Kotex come over. I have to pick it up. I have to hire people to pick it up. They can't even buy the trash can to y'all. They come to my property. I have to pick it up all the time. California wind just about every day to my property. So these people are gonna park right where the Serene, where next to gas station, where my home. My grandchildren right there are gonna come in protest before they sleep. 6 years old. This is not the place. It's a wrong place. My property, there are 11 property. And now these people come in to do this. I've been there 25 years. It's so wrong. And I don't know what to say. There's a lot of empty. I talked to the police officer. They said, there's a land. Why don't they go out there? Why they have to come to the Atwood Serene, next to the gas station? Every morning, I go to the gas station and get a drink. I do pump gas. Then I take my grandchildren to the school. I have to look at them. Gas station. I look at them when I drive to school. I go to do my hair right next to it. I have to see that. I'm going to have to see this the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Gwen Campbell, 3376 Gerheim Street. So I basically live around the corner from this property, and I am totally against it. First of all, pretty much that whole area is ranch-style estates. So everything is one level. As much as we appreciate that they lowered the elevation from 3 stories to 2, it really exceeds everything else that's in that complete area that's right there. Everything else is 1 story. So everybody is going to have to look at this 2-story home. As we even drive out of our neighborhood, we're going to have to look at this property. I've raised 3 boys in this neighborhood. It's a safe neighborhood. People walk with their dogs, with their kids. No sidewalks, no lights, but we feel safe. We look out for each other. This is not what we need in the area. And then you're opening the door to others. There are empty lots in that area, and there are other homes or other homes that are on Cheyenne that once you open the door to this, we can now be opening the door to others. So we have to look at the big picture and say we need to stop this. In 2010, when they wanted to get this rezoned, we tried fighting it. We sent in our letters, we made our phone calls, was out of town, couldn't attend the meeting, and it wound up getting approved. But when we went to the town meetings, we even said to them, what's to say that you're going to go from a senior facility and then all of a sudden you're going to walk away and we're going to get a drug rehab? And they said, oh no, the owner that is buying this property has millions of dollars, he's ready to invest, this is what we're going to do. And they made their adjustments for setbacks and landscaping and did what they did, but then they walked away from the project. And now we're facing a drug and rehab in a neighborhood with families. It's not the right location. And yes, we could agree that people need help. And it's great that they're trying to bring these kind of facilities to Las Vegas. This isn't the right location for it. This is a residential home, ranch-style family community. It doesn't belong here.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is James Fletcher. I live in 3264 Sis Street. My biggest complaint is that most all of the building is in the residential area. There's just a little bit on the commercial area of Cheyenne, the front of it. Most all of the building goes way back. It's a long, narrow piece of property. So that's my biggest complaint right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bruce Hamburg. I live at 6680 Atwood. And I am concerned, my granddaughter wanted to make a statement, but you can see she fell asleep. So I'm going to tell you what she had to say. She is worried about having to walk to school and find these people come out of this care facility to meet up with their friends to do drugs and find hypodermic needles or whatever their drugs is when she goes out to play, because she's going to be the one that's going to get this trust. She's going to get all that property. And we don't want that development there. I know that they need a development, but they don't want it there in our residential area. We're happy. Our crime rate's low. Our neighbors all know everybody, and we watch out for one another, and we don't want to have to babysit them when one of their tenants or whatever it is get out to do something wrong. We have a lot of properties in that area. We have 6680 Atwood, we have 6687 Atwood, we have 6608 Atwood, and we have one on Sharon, and we have more outside the area, and we don't want the value of the property to come down. We already took a hit a couple of years back, you know, so we don't want it. We pay a lot of taxes, and we don't want someone coming from some other state to build something they don't want to put in their backyard. We don't want it in our backyard either. And we're really concerned about that, and that's why we're all here tonight to give you guys our opinion on it, our concerns, because we got to raise our kids there, and we don't want it. There's going to be a lot of parking. You know, they're going to have people coming up. They say that they don't have visitors, which is, well, I don't believe that. They're going to call their little friends to come out to bring them whatever they can't get in the facility. And they said there was no concerns at the meeting last time. Oh, everybody had a concern last time over this. And is that my time up?
That's your time.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Hamburg.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening. Robert Campbell, 3376 Garheim Street, 89108. You know, when they first put that picture up there, I actually thought they put the wrong one up. I thought they were showing Mountain View Hospital. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's a monstrosity. It doesn't belong here. And again, at first I thought it was a hospital. Then he went on to explain it. It sounded more like a prison. There isn't a person I know who wants to live in a neighborhood with a prison. And this is what they want to build in my neighborhood. I'm there for 20 years. I said, these carpetbaggers want to come in and do this stuff. It doesn't belong here. They talk about the parking. You know, I got 76 spaces here as required. I don't know where they got that number from, so I'm going to go by this. The parking on our blocks is very limited as it is. We've already been denied mail because the mail truck can't get close to our mailbox. They're not delivering mail if there's a car parked there. These people are going to have visitors. They're going to have drop-offs, whatever's going to take place. It's going to affect my house. I'm 6, 7 houses away from this monstrosity. It doesn't belong here. The other thing is, maybe you addressed it with the setback of they want a 10-foot setback. I don't know exactly what he said to accommodate that. The setback needs to be like the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. It needs to be pushed back. We can't afford a 10-foot setback there. It's going to look absolutely ridiculous. It's going to stick out like a sore thumb. Please don't let them do this in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Shannon Chartre. I live at 3265 Garheim Street. I am actually the neighbor that will be directly affected by this. This property is right next to mine. I am very concerned with, just like everybody else, with the safety and the privacy. You're talking about people being able to look into my backyard, where as of right now I feel very safe, and my neighbors know me and they watch out and they pay attention to me. And you're talking about people being able to look right down into my property, which I have a big concern with. So I hope that you guys will consider not accepting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everyone?
hand these in here?
You can.
It's going to just...
Yeah, we'd be happy to take those.
Great. Thank you.
All right. One more? Yes. Good evening.
I'm Barbara Roberts, and I've lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years. I raised my children there. My sister actually owns the two homes. My sister and brother-in-law own the two homes that are directly behind this. She did not know anything about this, where he said that they have agreed to this. They also said the neighborhood is in support of this, which is a total lie. I can get hold of my sister on the phone right now and my brother-in-law. I gave her the notice in regards to this meeting. I know at one time when we first moved out there, I had to close my door because they were screaming at me, the neighbors, because a bull was coming in the front door. I also had to rescue children from goats and peacocks. Now that I'm sitting here thinking I'll have to go out and rescue children from these people that have escaped from this monstrosity that I'm going to be able to see from my backyard looking down. I mean, there's nothing else in there that's close to this height. Maybe some huge signs that are over the freeway, but it's unbelievable.
Thank you very much. You wish to be heard? No. Okay. I'll allow the applicant a brief response. Lucian, do you mind taking that?
I'm Mark Rappaport. My address is 49 Lupari, Irvine, California, 92618. Mr. Commissioner and fellow planning commissioners, Mr. Chairperson, excuse me. First of all, in the interest of time, I'd like to just address some of the things that were raised and then get the opportunity to ask any questions if you do have any. One thing for sure, the neighborhood meeting was very contentious, and I didn't hear anything that meant otherwise. I think Paul was talking specifically about the 4 properties that surround this and some of the conversations that had taken place and the progress that has been made with those residents and the efforts that were made to reach out to a very limited number of residents. I'd also like to point out that of the 188 notices that went out, that the 10 or 12 people that are very much against this, that to my knowledge, most if not all of these are in the county. And this is a C1 property, zone C1, and we would need a special use permit to do this, but we chose this property because it was zoned for the proper zoning. And Cheyenne is a street with, as you know, a very busy traffic, and we've gone out of our way to address the safety and security concerns, which we equally feel are very important to any resident, and they're very important. The privacy issues as well, in discussions with the neighbor that spoke last. And it really took to heart her husband's comments and concerns, and we were able to make some adjustments to the back of the property, move the property away from theirs, and create a larger buffer and barrier, in addition to add landscaping that would eliminate the potential for anybody in our property to look down on any of these properties, because we agreed this was very valid. We also took to heart the lighting issues, because some of the residents raised concerns about the lighting potentially at night, and we made sure that the lighting was reconsidered such that it wouldn't go over the 8-foot walls and wouldn't create these issues for the neighbors. We're very concerned about this. As far as the parking requirements, we understand it to be 55 based on the reduced size, and now we have not 76, which was referred to here, and we've lowered this to 28 because these people are inpatient, they don't have vehicles. So we need enough for the maximum number of staff, which we've calculated as 16 or 17 at any one time, and the rest of the spaces are for potential deliveries or doctors or visitors, and we think it's adequate. We have remained open to revise our plans to the extent we can, but it is a C1 zoning. It's in a community close to a wonderful hospital, and we chose this because of its proximity. And I might point out that all along that street there are other commercial zone properties, and it's right next to an entire, and again, this is, I guess, a dilemma that's created between the city and a county and residents, and I'm very sensitive to their concerns. I feel most of the concerns are based on misinformation or perceptions, and I think we've seen recently in the Supreme Court how things are really changing on other issues that have been heretofore very contentious. This is a disease, and we have an operator chosen to manage this facility that has a stellar reputation and a commitment to these people's safety as well as the safety of the neighbors. They're very committed to working directly with all of you to try to refine this to whatever extent we need to provide this. But I want to reiterate lastly that it is really not fair that these residents of the greater Las Vegas community need to go to Florida or to California to seek treatment from a disease. It is clearly, under the Affordable Care Act, is a disease and it deserves treatment. And I think all of you know much about this, and we really appreciate your feedback and direction. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Rappaport. I will close the public comment, and we're going to start with Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have studied this. I've labored over it. I know the area very well. This is the type of facility that is needed in Las Vegas, especially because we do have a shortage of these type of things. The mission of your facility is great, and that really was pushing me toward your direction. However, as I looked at this, and I've heard the neighbors, and I got to tell you the truth, I was undecided up until the beginning of this meeting today, trying to figure out what to do here. But the thing that's going to turn me against you, where I cannot support this project, is this is a pretty blatant intrusion into the neighborhood. And it's bad enough that it's an
I'm going to ask you to hold your applause, please. Thank you.
It's bad enough that it's an intrusion in the neighborhood, but the biggest problem is all the variances that are needed to make this fit into the neighborhood. I mean, we've got to deal with parking, and I understand parking because the parking's really, that's not really the big factor to me because I know the type of facility that you're dealing with. You're not going to have people coming and going. Visitors are limited because, you know, once you take a person in there, you don't want them to have visitors. You want them to have limited contact so they can get their treatment. So I'm not really persuaded by the parking, but what I am persuaded by is you got this huge monstrosity of a building pushing into a neighborhood that's historically been rural in nature, horses, peacocks, and the like. And if you look at the history of our board over the last couple of years, we have really protected the rural nature of a lot of these neighborhoods. You know, for example, we've had housing developments come in, and they're going to have sidewalks and everything out there, but the people who live around there haven't had sidewalks there ever, and we push away, and you can't have the sidewalks. And I'm sure the builders were not all that upset about not having to put them in there. But the bottom line is we try to protect the rural nature of those neighborhoods. And there's just too many variances necessary to make this fit. And the other thing I just want to point out is a statement you made, Mr. Rappaport, and I just want to make this clear. It doesn't matter to me that we're on a county line. It's city and county. It's all one community. And so I don't really look at the lines when we're dealing with land use. You've got a very old neighborhood here with a lot of folks here, and I just don't think that this is the proper fit, especially because we're pushing it way into their neighborhood and having so many requirements necessary for it. These are just some of my comments, and then I really cannot support this tonight. And so I'll listen to the other comments from my commissioners as well.
Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Vice Chair, through you. A lot of people think that we always come in with our mind made up and that we know how we're going to vote, but really it's so tough a lot of times on these applications. When I first seen it and seen all the variances, I was a little bit concerned. Spoke to the applicants, and then I've become less concerned hearing about the security, and then, you know, going back, looking at how far it reaches into that, the RE zoning all the way around, and then listening to the neighbors. I mean, when it's really hard when you have this many neighbors coming out in opposition in an established RE area, or even if it's not RE. You know, it's kind of got to listen to what they have to say, and it's just really difficult going against this many people out there. And don't want to reiterate everything that Commissioner Flangus said, but I really like what you're doing. I mean, I think if it was, you know, a few blocks the opposite direction and closer to Rainbow, it might not be as big of an issue because it's not going into that RE neighborhood. And I thought we had the neighbors on the side and the back, but it doesn't sound like we really do have their support, so it's going to be kind of hard for me to support this application.
Let me start with a few comments, and first, positives. I agree, we do need facilities like this. I also appreciate the applicants because I think you did try to work with the neighbors, you met with them, you made some changes that helped, and you have an absolutely beautiful product. There's no question about that. I do think it's overbuilt. This is a unique neighborhood. It is rural. I just think, you know, it's not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood because of what you're building there, and so you're not going to see my support on this. And Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This facility is most definitely needed. You know, my father was a physician in this city for over 40 years, and he specialized in drug and alcohol rehabilitation. Was a medical director for Methadone Clinic right down the street here on Charleston, East Charleston, and have a strong affinity for what you're wanting to do. I do think that it's a little bit too close to home. You know, I personally live in a rural preservation area, single-story homes, minimum half acre, no lights, no sidewalks, and I've very familiar with this area. I ran for state senate in 2004 in that area. I walked door to door as part of my region district. I travel there all the time, and I think that to see the support that the residents have come out in such strong force, which I will say is somewhat contradictory to the conversations that I had with you guys in terms of the support that you had for this facility. I don't know where the disconnect came in, but there's a strong non-support for this facility. I urge you to, hopefully you don't give up. Well, it's not over with yet. I can't support it. Hopefully it doesn't dissuade you if it is not approved for this particular site, that you do work with possibly the Planning Commission or whomever to try to find a site for this city, because it is most definitely needed. And I applaud you from coming from California and bringing such a reputable organization to Las Vegas to provide such a need. So I thank you for that, but I can't support it.
Okay, looks like we're ready for a motion.
Can I ask a question?
Question?
Yes, can I ask a question?
You can ask a question.
Is there any way we could obey this and reconsider our plans and revise things?
There would have to be a motion to obey that, so I'm gonna let Commissioner Flangus make that motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 62, that's item 62 VAR 59540. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to follow staff's recommendation, so a yes vote is to deny. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 62 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, on item 63 VAR 59542, I'm going to recommend that we follow staff's I'm going to follow staff's recommendation and move for denial.
Motion is for denial. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 63 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 64 SUP 59544, I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 64. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, final related item 65 SDR 59546, move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 65. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 65 is also denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 62, 63, 64, and 65
our final action unless appealed within 10 days to the city clerk's office.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
We are going to take a recess, about 10 minutes. We're in recess.
this thing up here. Let's go. I forgot my dang glasses tonight, so I've been squinting through everything. My wife and kids are up in, I took them up to Lake Powell and dumped them for several weeks and this weekend and drove them up there, and so they have my truck up there and I have my wife's car down here, so I'm all screwed up because I keep my glasses in my truck and I'm driving around in a car that's got jeweled license plates on the back of it. Is that any way for an old warrior to be driving around with a car with jeweled license plates? Just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to be driving that thing around when I got it before.
Cleared it up now. Maybe we can move through these last items.
I didn't hyperdrive my day.
The what? Oh, that's right. I'll bet you they didn't show up. Yeah. Okay, everyone, I think we're ready to get started again. This meeting is called back to order. We are now to item 66, VAR 59525. The applicant owner is Colvin Family Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 14-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is the minimum required at 224 Desert View Street in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed entry is architecturally compatible with the primary structure in the existing neighborhood. However, the porch does not meet code, and the hardship is self-imposed, as the lot shape and size is not irregular in nature, and nor has any extraordinary circumstances been presented. Staff therefore recommends denial of this request. Please note additional letters of protest have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kerry Shahan. I'm at 8905 West Post Road. Suite 100. I'm an architect representing the applicant on this project. And yes, this is a 13 by 13 foot open single-story patio, which is compatible with the existing home. The owner wants to create a more formal entry to the home, something that's more comfortable, inviting for people. I looked at the aerial map and identified four other properties that have front patios, mainly for vehicle, like porte cochere. And I took photographs of those as well. And from actually visually looking at these homes, they all appear to be less than the 20-foot setback. One for sure is at 10 feet for similar. And the structure that we're proposing is much smaller in nature than ones you find present in this area. If you have any further questions, let me know.
Okay, I'll open this for public comment. Seeing none, oh, yes, sir. Come on up. Almost skipped right past you.
Appreciate the time of staying.
Welcome.
My name is John Lendacki, and I'm representing the board of Rancho Bel Air. And I first met the new owner of 224 on April 3rd, 2015. He approached the board saying that he's going to be redoing his swimming pool. He's going to be redoing the backyard. He said he would get back in touch with us when he, in fact, was going to do the front of the house. Saturday, we were delivered the first architecturals for the front of the house. I received it on Monday, but they are not to scale. So really, we have no way of measuring the actual setbacks. So as a board, I'd like to ask you to reject the variance of 20 to 12. To give you a little history of, we have requested that the new owner do give us a set of architecturals, and I think that you all have them in your book here, but we just haven't received them yet. As an architectural committee for RBA and as the director's board for our Rancho Bel Air. And we have requested this information to be given us per scale, either a quarter or eighth, and then we have a setback of 30 feet from the curb, and I know that the city has 20. And so that is and I have a picture here, I don't know how to put it on there, but the project has already been about 20% completed on the home. So if you look at the home right today, you actually see where the posts are going to be, you actually see where the roof's going to be, but yet as an architectural committee, as a board, we have not seen any of the architecturals. So there might be a communication breakdown, or they feel that there might be a better leniency to go through the city planning. I don't know. So I do have packets of everything, 7 packets I've been requested, so if somebody could get these to all of the commission members.
Thank you, we'll take those. I'm going to get, if you need 2 more minutes, I will give it to you because you're here on behalf of the HOA. Normally I wouldn't do that. Do you have anything else to share with us?
The only thing is, no, I guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is it possible for us to see the picture that he's referring to? Maybe someone can show him how to put it on the...
You could lay that picture out on the...
Thank you.
Well, you know, it isn't...
Mr.
Okay.
Shahan, I'm going to get, is that what you wanted to see,
Okay.
Commissioner?
This is the residence 2224 Desert View. We as a board and as RB have been waiting for the architecturals for the scale, but yet the project has already been undertaken, about 20-25% done.
All right, I understand. I want to make sure this is what Commissioner Creer wanted to see.
It is. It's kind of tough to see, but it is what I wanted to see.
Maybe I'll try this one.
Actually, as you pull that down, we can see
Yeah,
it
you
better.
move it down
Pull it
closer
down.
to you, I think.
And if you push that mic up just a little bit, so get out of the way, perfect.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shahan, I'm going to give you a minute to respond.
Okay, yeah, from my understanding, it was the homeowner was going to process the HOA approval, and I guess I haven't heard anything that, that says that it is not conforming.
Okay.
And I'm not sure why there's a discrepancy between the 30 and 20-foot setbacks, but from my understanding, there's a 20-foot setbacks, and there are several existing homes in this community that fall well within 30 feet, and from my judgment, within 20.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, it shows in our records, I'm not sure if they're quite up to date, that building permits were applied for but never issued. So is that a fact?
Yeah, building permits are contingent on zoning approval.
Yeah, but you've already started the job.
I was aware that they were starting some landscaping improvements. I was not aware that they were actually building the structure.
That's really none of my business, but I just want to point it out to you that it's kind of the horse before the cart, or the cart before, all right.
Yeah.
The second thing is, when you are in such a lovely neighborhood like this, it's really important to reach out and have like a little neighborhood meeting to discuss it, especially when you have such a strict HOA. And the third thing I want to say is, it's my opinion that we should hold this for 30 days, meet with your neighbors, get an approval from the HOA. When is your next HOA meeting, may I ask you, from the dais through you, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly. When's the next,
when is the next
Mr. Landacki,
HOA?
when's your next HOA meeting? Okay, so the response was sometime in August.
Yeah, I think with this being started, I had no calls on this until today, and they were from neighbors of yours, of your client, saying simply that you're building something that was never approved by the HOA. And when we live in these neighborhoods, we live in there so that we can protect what it looks like. And a lot of people believe me when I tell you, get away with it, and they build it, the carport. But somehow or another, you kind of got your fingers in the cookie jar. So what I'd like to do is have you hold it to the next meeting, have a nice little meet and greet with your neighbors, and bring it to the HOA, and then come back to us so that we can all be on the same page. And most importantly, get your building permits up to date.
Okay, no, that's very fair.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Because I love your neighborhood. I live very close to it.
The owner is it's a really nice house, and the
Right.
owner is definitely making very nice enhancements to this property.
And I'm sure he is, but
I understand
from
that.
my point of view, we have to do it right. So we're going to hold it to the next meeting. You're going to have a nice little meeting with your neighbors.
I get your information as well.
Hopefully, you'll have time to go to the HOA, get your building permits squared up, and then I'll see you back here next month. That's my motion.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, before we hear that motion, Commissioner Creer, your light's on. Did you have a comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
So, Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, if we hear this next month at the beginning of August, and they don't have their HOA meeting until sometime in August, I don't know if that's going to be enough time.
If I could, Mr. Chair. Now, you're not bound by what the HOA does, but yet our rules don't supersede their rules either. So even if you voted in favor of this portico or this
Yeah, we would need
covering,
HOA approval.
the
No.
HOA would still need to approve the
I-
item, so.
I understand that.
Hey, hang on. We can't be speaking from the audience because we can't hear you. It's
I
not
would
part of
be-
the record. So we're still discussing
May I
this.
just say, Mr. City Attorney, I'd be satisfied with the neighborhood meeting and some neighbors just being for it and then moving forward.
Yeah, and I just want to tell the gentleman that, the city rules don't supersede your HOA rules.
Right.
So you're still, even if the city approved it, the HOA would still have to approve it. So
Right.
just to let you know that we don't supersede
Yeah.
the rules.
But I just want, it's such a lovely home, I want you to be, everybody like your project.
If you'd like to approach the microphone. Is this in regard to when the meeting's going to be?
No.
What does it have to do with?
My only comment is I like to live in a community of ultra harmony where I hate to see one pitted against the other.
Okay.
And we do everything in our HOA to not do that, you know. Again.
Well, my motion is to hold it to the next meeting, and that would be it.
All right.
So
Commissioner Quinn has made the motion to obey this item with the applicant's agreement, correct?
Yeah.
And you'll reach out to the neighbors and get some support?
That sounds very reasonable.
Okay.
All right.
So regarding number 66, variance 59525, my recommendation is to hold it to the next meeting.
Motion is to obey item 66. Please vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
That motion carries. The item is obeyed until the August 11, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Moving on to related items 67 through 70. 67, WVR 59348. The applicant owner is Edward Galen Stockton. For possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights where such are required at the southeast corner of Tenaya Way and Wittig Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 68, VAR 59349. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow no amenity zone and sidewalk where such are required in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 69, VAR 59609, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing 6-foot-tall wall in the front yard where 5 feet, top 3 feet, 50% open, is the maximum height allowed in the front yard in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 70, VAC 59670, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a public multi-use trail easement located adjacent to the northeast corner of Tenaya Way and Haley Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we please get staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, as a result of combining the two parcels into one lot, the existing non-permitted perimeter wall has now become located within the front yard area and exceeds the required height limitation. As the subject site will be taking access off of Wittig Avenue and is stepped back from the existing retaining wall and includes landscaping, staff finds that the 6-foot screen wall will not have a negative impact on the surrounding residential uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this variance request. Regarding the proposed vacation, staff finds the trail is not part of the City of Las Vegas trail system and therefore has no objection to the vacation of the trail and recommends approval of the vacation request. Staff, however, cannot support the applicant's request to provide no sidewalk, amenity zone, or streetlights along Tenaya Way, as no unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented. As such, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship that is preferential in nature. Staff therefore recommends denial of the requested variance and waiver. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Wait a second, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm going to have to abstain on this matter. My law firm and myself personally have represented the applicant's representative, so out of an abundance of caution, I will be abstaining.
Thanks, Commissioner Flangus. Good evening.
Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive. Pleasure to be before you. Let me concentrate on the first two items since we fully agree with staff's recommendations on both the wall height going from 5 feet to 6 feet along Tenaya and then the vacation of the no longer necessary multi-use trail. Let me go to the overhead and show you basically what's contemplated here. Essentially what we're looking at is a rural residential area where this is going to be a rural residential estate, large lot, or essentially 10-acre site. And you can see here on the photo a similar project, and not on fully shown here, which is part of it, and I'll show you a larger area, but this is clearly the character of the area where you have pastures, arena, homes, outlots, all kinds of things to support basically that rural residential large lot estate lifestyle. And in this case, we're going to start with basically this will be the initially on Mr. Stockton's property. Here's Tenaya here. This is Haley and Wittig, which are private, basically streets, private drives. And this will be the primary residence initially. There'll be a barn here, and then ultimately we'll come back and we'll build a future residence here, and then this will become the caretaker's quarters and an arena to go down here along with the pastures that are portrayed. The barn, just to give you some sense of the character and quality that's being looked at to be built here, this is just to give you that example of the barn, which is the building that I talked about that's here just to the north of the house. The concept of, I guess, of what we're trying to do here is really to maintain the character and integrity of that area. And I'll just go show you some photographs that depict it. This is Tenaya. You can see the existing street is fully improved. It's curbed. It's got the bike trail. It's got the gutter, and it's got fully paved and improved. What it's lacking from a typical improvements, of course, are here, as you can see, the sidewalk. You can see the type of rock wall and landscaping that exists. You can see in this same thing here in another location. Again, that's typical of the character of the east side of Tenaya. A portion of the west side, and I'll show you, has some sidewalk on the west side of Tenaya where there was a subdivision built. The interior streets basically look like this, basically here with dirt roads, very rural in nature. Another portion of Tenaya here shown again with no sidewalks but curb and gutter and full pavement. Again, more interior, showing you that the complete character. And I think to quote Commissioner Flangus, who said maintaining the integrity of these rural residential areas is so important. That is the essence of what we're getting at. And so while you can see that there's no sidewalks as I've depicted along the east side, let's look at this total picture view to show you that in this area you can see this all rural, large rural character of the area with pastures, large homes, large lots that characterize everything on the east side of Tenaya. Down here, we have a county piece, and I'll come to that in a minute, but the character of this area in the orange color are the areas that are without sidewalk. The areas in pink are the areas with sidewalks. So that's the west side of Tenaya, as I told you. Down here at this new subdivision that was built relatively recently, there's some sidewalk. But here in the county, and I actually have the approvals that I can provide, but basically the approvals for this project that are now under construction, basically it required full street with two exceptions: no street lights, no sidewalks. And that was part of the county approvals, and I'd be happy to provide that for the record for you. What we're seeking to do is basically request a waiver for the street lights, and then on a variance on the sidewalks because of in this case, the peculiar and unusual circumstances that we face that cause the practical difficulties are trying to blend in with the rural community nature of this area. Maintaining that integrity creates that unusual basis for waiving the street lights and varying from the requirement for sidewalks. We have support from the three immediate neighbors to the around us on the three sides, and I provide that in support here. Three neighbors, Mr. Jeff Gale, Michelle Lemaster, and Grant Truman. Those three are all in support. So with that, Mr. Chairman, complete our remarks. Basically, would certainly respectfully request your support for all of the items as requested, and we concur with staff on the two latter items and would request your support on the first two, both the waiver and the variance.
Thanks, Mr. Garcia. Does anyone wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll open it for public comment. I don't see anyone wishing to speak, so I'll close the public comment. And let me just say, I really like the project. I want to live in that barn. The one I'm struggling with, and I shared this with you, Mr. Garcia, when I met with you, is item 68. I have no problem not putting sidewalks along Wittig and Haley, but with Tenaya being such a main thoroughfare, and because we've got I know there's no rhyme or reason to where the sidewalks are or where they aren't. I can understand the county not putting them there, but I think I'd like to see the sidewalk. I wondered tonight coming in, maybe there would be some neighbors saying, no, we ride our horses up and down here, we don't want a sidewalk there, but quite frankly, it's really not wide enough to have a horse in that area with the sign there. So I don't know how you feel about that. I don't know if I know what you want. I don't know if you'd be willing to withdraw item 68. My feeling is there needs to be a sidewalk. I don't know how everyone else feels. And I'd invite any comments. Commissioner Slaughter.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, no problem with 6970, but 6768, at least on Tenaya, I don't care about the side streets. But the sidewalks are on one side of the street. You know, if people were on the opposite side of the street, they're going to be walking on gravel and rocks and this and that, and trip hazards. And Tenaya is a major road. I personally feel we need sidewalks, and if we have the sidewalks, we need the street lights for safety, you know, when they're riding their bicycle or walking by themselves. So I can't personally support 67 or 68, 69, 70, no problem.
Anyone else? Commissioner Cherry, you look like you want to comment.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. I struggle with the fact that it is a rural community and they want to preserve that, but I do see in the pictures how it's a kind of a main thoroughfare going through there. It is interesting. It's going to be the applicant's home. Is there anything that can be a condition that allows them more time to do it, or is this something where they'd go in for a building permit and would have to do it right away?
Staff?
Mr. Chairman, I can attempt to answer that question. I believe they were already in, and Mr. Garcia can verify this, I believe they already were coming in with their building permits. And so kind of as a heads up, we said, if you come in for your building permits, we're going to ask for the offsites. If you don't want to do them, you need to ask for this waiver and variance. So I think they can go for their building permits on their site. They can go straight to building permit right now without any other review. But this is their request to not do it.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the fence with this. I think there's just some parcels in town that are so special and that are so, you know, they're just things that can never be replaced. And as we add the sidewalks and as we add the street lamps, they just become like everywhere else. So it's my opinion that when you have the privilege to own such a great piece of property because it's rural, I think it's just awesome to preserve it as it is, and I would support it this evening, just because I love it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Quinn. Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Quinn. I happen to live in an area where it's rural. It's zoned for horses. It happens to be in the middle of town now. 50 years ago, it was not considered the middle of town, but it is now, and we don't have sidewalks, and I've landscaped my setback area by my wall, and it looks very nice. And I would hope that Tenaya, if you didn't have to do the sidewalks, that you would landscape it to beautify it, to make it look a little bit nicer than the way it looks now. I don't know if is that your property, or is that the property of the city? That's NDOT. Okay, so you wouldn't be required to landscape that then. That would be nice if it was landscaped, but.
It might be an easement. I'm not sure if it's a, one of those reserved easements that they reserve for future street widening, or.
If we can go to the overhead, I could maybe, Mr. Chairman, help.
Yeah, please.
So as far as the aesthetics of it, if you can zoom in on this picture here, this is basically the look. You have the rock wall, the rockery wall with the landscaping up there. One thing that maybe we could offer instead of a typical sidewalk would be, you know, like a decomposed granite, basically, so that here you see that it's sort of just, you know, like the other dirt road kind of thing. It has that dirt. We could put something in to give it a more finished look, but still be walkable paths. So you see that oftentimes in parks and everything. Maybe that would be a compromise where instead of having the sidewalk, which is not indicative or conducive to a rural lifestyle, but maybe something in between. But you can see that's a very attractive rock wall and landscaping, and it's highly, you know, it's very well maintained, very attractive. But maybe this sort of little bit of space in here, and adding a sidewalk is not going to make that attractive. But what we certainly could do is maybe do something like decomposed granite.
Yeah.
That would do it.
I have that in my backyard, the decomposed granite and some trails, and that would look very nice and make it, like I said, I don't know though whose responsibility that is.
In our case, basically, as part of this, if, as far as maintaining that, we'd want to maintain it, would not have an issue with being responsible for the maintenance of the decomposed granite.
I think it'd be nice. And also, in terms of streetlights, once again, I live in an area that does not have streetlights, and my neighbors don't want, and I can respect the fact that they don't want streetlights. But I will ask you this, the arena, the horse arena, is that going to have lights, highlights that'll be beamed down on the arena for nighttime?
At this point, we don't even have the plans. At this point, there's a future arena
Okay.
planned, a small area. It's a small arena. The one, actually, that I showed you in the picture on the property next door is a very large arena. The area that's on this property is much smaller and is really not conducive to that large-scale arena that you saw. This would be a much smaller, but at this point, the plans aren't even ready. But no, there'd be no plans to have it, all lit up.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. Maybe the people in Public Works could answer. On Tenaya, north of Whitting, is there a sidewalk and lights there?
Mr. Chairman, through you, for now, we don't have any sidewalk north of Whittig on the east half of Tenaya.
Okay, so it seems like this parcel, Tenaya is a dividing line between, PD2 and a strong rural area. And so in recognition of that, I couldn't see requiring traditional sidewalks. They would be a detriment to that nice-looking stone wall. It just is incompatible. Perhaps decomposed granite if someone insists on something, but I would be supportive of the request for the waivers.
No, Mr. Chairman, might I just make some extra clarifications? We have an additional 5 feet of right-of-way on Tenaya. So at the back of curb, that's in the public right-of-way. There's additional 5 feet back of the curb that is also public right-of-way. For a public sidewalk, we really can't accept anything that is not ADA compliant without any tripping hazards. So we really need, if we're going to have a walking path there, a sidewalk there. And as things south of here, in the city of Las Vegas, we do have streetlights and the sidewalk. But the only way that the city gets developed is by when people come in, they build the sidewalk. And the sidewalk system is built as people develop in the city. And so that's why we're asking for the sidewalk and the streetlights. As the next property comes, it's in the city to the north. That will then build the next sidewalk and streetlights. We can't control what gets built in the county, but we do have control what gets built in the city.
Okay, Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one last comment. I just want to make sure my comments were crystal clear. On Whittig and Haley, preserving that rural neighborhood with no streetlights and sidewalks is no problem. But Tenaya, if someone in a wheelchair or whatever, they're going to have to try crossing the street to use that sidewalk. And what Lucian was saying is that property to the north, when that gets built out, if it's not built out in a 10-acre parcel with a barn and horses, then pretty much the city of Las Vegas is going to be, and Lucian can correct me if I'm wrong, the city of Las Vegas is going to have to bear the cost to go back and put a sidewalk in because we waived this sidewalk?
Mr. Chairman, to you, right now we have a condition that allows a covenant right with land. So if we had to, we could have to start a special improvement district, and which is kind of difficult with one property. When we get several properties, we do a special improvement district and we can get the sidewalk in. But at some point, if the sidewalk is needed for whatever reason, we will have to spend city funds on putting the sidewalk in, and city time to put the sidewalk in. So.
And that just sounds like a mess. Considering Tenaya, considering RPD 2 across the street, and where that whole little neighborhood looks like it's going. So still won't see my support.
Yeah, and let me just make a clarification. Whittig and Haley Avenue are not public streets. They've been vacated. They're private drives that belong to the adjacent property owners. Tenaya Way is the only public street. It's an 80-foot right-of-way. It's a major collector in the city and on our streets, our master plan of streets and highways.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Quinn?
Sure. Let's see, regarding waiver 59348, I'm going to make the motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 67. Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Regarding item number variance 59349, item 68, I'm going to also make the motion for approval.
Motion is to approve item 68. Please vote.
Excuse me.
That motion also carries.
Thank you. Regarding the variance of 59609, item number 69, I'm making the motion also for approval.
Motion is to approve item 69. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thanks. And then last but not least, item number 70, vacation 59670. My motion is for approval as well.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 67, 68, 69, and 70 will be heard at City Council on August 19th, 2015.
Thank you. Moving on to item 71, SUP 59406. The applicant owner is Callie Klein Callagine?
Colleaguing.
Colleaguing, thank you.
No, it's
I'm glad you're
different.
here.
Sorry.
Et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed horse corral or stable commercial use for a maximum of 8 horses at 6020 West La Madre Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Will you please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the existing neighborhood is rural in nature with horses commonly found throughout the area. Staff finds the subject site is physically suitable for the type and intensity of land use and recommends approval of the requested special use permit. Please note additional letters of support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Callie Klein Colleaguing. My address is 6020 West La Madre Way, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. With me is my husband, Jeff Colleaguing. So when I refer to we, he's helping me out in this project. Okay, we're here to request approval of this special use permit number 59406 to operate a very small boarding and training facility for just 8 horses. While tract homes are being built by the thousands, here is a rare neighborhood, zoned residential estates, a country setting, right in the heart of Las Vegas, which allows domestic animals. On a daily basis in our little neighborhood, you can hear roosters crowing, cows mooing, and horses neighing from the veterinary clinic just 2 doors away. Boarding horses is not a profitable business. It requires love for horses and extremely laborious daily work. We have a passion to help people learn about horses, and we want to provide training to help them increase their skills and techniques and safety while working with their horses. Horsemanship cannot be learned by a book or video. It's really a hands-on process. I am a licensed, insured, and certified riding instructor with recognized national and international organizations. I continue to study and receive certifications for instruction and safety while teaching horsemanship and horseback riding. We have already improved the property significantly after we purchased it last year. We have built stalls and arenas for our own horses. Since this is our personal residence, we plan to keep it small and private. The use of the property as a stable will be compatible and harmonious with the entire neighborhood. The adjoining property to the east, would you like to, can you put up the other map with the neighborhood, the aerial, please? Thanks. The adjoining property to the east, 5820 West La Madre, is a large training and boarding facility and is approved for 33 horses. The property to the northeast, 5770 West Rosado, is another large boarding and training facility and is approved for 58 horses. The property to the northeast, 5771 West Rosada, is hoping to receive their approval for 60 animals. The property just 2 doors to the west of us is the only equine surgery center in southern Nevada, where people bring their horses on a daily basis for care and treatment. These surrounding properties currently operate on a much larger scale. Our small property would have very slight impact to the already horse-heavy neighborhood. We have only had positive feedback from our neighbors who would be most affected. Our west neighbor said he believes it will improve the value of his property. He went online and voted today. Thank you, George. One neighbor across the street said he and his wife enjoy watching the horses as I ride and are happy that we water the arena to control the dust. Our neighbor directly across the street takes care of our horses while we are out of town and said he is in support of our plans. The layout for the interior, if you could put that up, the pink, yes. The layout and the design of the property is really just perfect for this. It will allow for interior parking for clients. There's plenty of parking behind the garage structure and cars will virtually be hidden from the street view. The horse's shade structure was installed according to engineered specs. We plan to obtain a building permit and complete the inspection process for this structure. There should be minimal traffic impact to the neighborhood from people coming to the property. We strive to keep the aesthetic value of our property as high as we are financially able to. By nature, we are quiet and private people and intend to offer the ranch experience to those who wish to visit, train, and choose excellent care for their horses. We request approval of this very special use permit. It will be appreciated and governed well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Opening it for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the Planning Commission? I can tell you I support staff's decision on this, and I'm supporting your request.
Thank you.
If there's no further comments from the commissioners, I'll move to make a motion to approve item number 71, SUP 59406, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion is to approve item 71. Please vote. Item's approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item 72, SUP 59535. The applicant is Liquor Emporium. The owner is Jones and 95 LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,328 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment use at 240 North Jones Boulevard, Suite F in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request meets all separation standards from protected uses and will be required to comply with all requirements of municipal code. Staff recommends approval and notes that additional protests were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an additional staff report just real quick, please. I'd like to put on the record that there is a moratorium on packaged liquor establishments, and I just want to make clear that this item did come in prior to that taking place, so that it's okay to move forward.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Luke Joseph. My address is 3395 South Jones Boulevard, Unit 188, Las Vegas, Nevada 89146.
Mr. Joseph, are you willing to, you satisfied with the conditions?
Would you mind repeating those conditions for me, please?
That's it. Mr. Joseph, while you look at those, I'm going to open this for public hearing to see if anyone's here to comment on this item. Does anyone else wish to be heard?
72.
72, okay, so I got it right.
I see none.
Seven conditions of approval.
Okay. What specifically does item number 2 mean when it says void 2 years from the date of final approval unless exercised? So what do I have to do within the 2 years?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that condition basically is stating that if you do not pull your business license to open the business and conduct the actual use, then in 2 years, if that does not occur, it would expire unless you filed another application to extend that time frame.
Well, thank you. So I do agree to all the 7 points.
Thank you very much. I'll close the public comment and open this for any discussion, if there be any, among the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding SUP 59535, I'm going to follow staff's recommendations for approval. I'd like to put an on-site 6-month review to check the signage. You understand no signage on those windows, right? Keep it nice and clean. No, what? An administrative review in 6 months so they can come out and make sure that it looks nice and clean like it does now, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
Okay, motion is to approve item 72 with the 6-month administrative review. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
We're now to item 73, SUP 59539. The applicant owner is Boyer Sky Point Academy, LP, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 429 parking spaces where 516 spaces are required for a proposed secondary school, that is high school, at 7038 Sky Point Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, per the Unified Development Code, the addition of 10 secondary school classrooms to this existing campus requires the provision of 90 additional parking spaces. However, the applicant has requested an alternative parking standard which would only require 3 additional spaces. Staff has reviewed the justification letter provided by the applicant and finds that it does not present any circumstances unique to this school, and therefore staff has no basis to recommend approval of this application. And please note that additional letters of protest as well as letters of support were received after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza. In this matter, I'm representing Somerset Academy. If I could get your attention to the overhead, I can go through the site plan itself. If we could zoom out, please. This is a school campus that has an elementary, middle, and high school components to it. It was approved a few years ago up in the northwest area. As you can see here on the overhead, this is Sky Point Avenue. Just to the north of us, there's adjacent to us is a single-family subdivision being constructed, and one of the access points out of the property itself is Elkhorn, which is to the north of the property itself. On the property, currently, there's an existing elementary school building, as I'm showing you, located right here. We have an existing middle school, which is located right here. And we also have the existing portion of the high school, which is located right here. Current attendance with those facilities today is roughly over 1,400 students. Within the next year, we are looking to add on the proposed high school expansion, not for this school year, this would be for the following school year, and the proposed gymnasium, which is located in this area. Also, which would be at build-out, two school periods from now, would be a total of 429 parking spaces for the property itself. Next year's school enrollment total with the high school, middle, and elementary is approximately going to go for another 200-plus students, so it'll be roughly over 1,600 students at the school itself. Even at full build-out of the buildings itself, what the school does, it gets gradually increases in student enrollment as time goes on. This is a prototypical charter school facility for the campus itself. When you do have a middle school, an elementary school, and a high school, as I'm showing you on the campus itself. They currently have one that's existing, that's fully built in the city of North Las Vegas, with the same idea of what I've mentioned here with respect to the same parking requirements, the same similar layouts, and so on and so on. You'll see other prototypicals going out throughout the Las Vegas Valley in the upcoming years. We've done two things to justify the parking variance here, and then I think I have some conditions I could show you that would probably be compelling enough to give us the opportunity to show you that the parking that's being proposed today is appropriate, which would give you some future reviews to take a look at. But before I get into that, one of the things that we've done is we've looked at building this prototypical site in other jurisdictions. One of the things we've realized is that the parking requirements in each jurisdiction is different. In the city of Las Vegas, this type of development will require 516 spaces. It's because essentially the way you calculate the number of parking spaces per classrooms. If this project's located in Clark County, we are required to have 350 spaces. If we're going to build this facility in the city of Henderson, it's 410 parking spaces. And if we're in the city of North Las Vegas, it comes out to 402 parking spaces. So regardless where we put this in the valley itself with the 429 parking spaces, 3 of the 4 jurisdictions that we've mentioned, we actually do exceed those parking requirements with 429 parking spaces. And we do not have any parking issues in the city of North Las Vegas. As a matter of fact, in the state of Florida, where this has originated itself, Academica runs schools down in Florida. They have less restrictive parking requirements in the state of Florida, and they obviously do not have any issues with the parking requirements that they have. I also have the traffic engineer. The second point that I want to mention is Ted Egerton is here to go through any type of analysis of how he's done the reviews here itself. I'll try to sum it up in layman's terms. What he did earlier this year prior to the submittal of the application, he did a parking analysis on one of the days that would be the most intensive days of the school year, which is Valentine's Day. As you guys know, if you have kids that are in school during Valentine's Day, you have Valentine's Day parties and a whole bunch of activities where people are actually on the campus throughout the whole day through different parties through the elementary and middle school itself. During that time, and the justifications in there was about 191 parking spaces at its peak that were being used. Currently on the site itself, we have about 263 spaces because, as I said, the school isn't fully built out. And then by doing the math and the study itself, he has engineered stamped that the current or the proposal of what we're proposing is adequate enough for parking on the site itself. Now, the last thing that I want to the third point that I believe is definitely a compelling justification here is, number one, if this is approved, the Public Works has a condition that we can only limit 150 parking spaces for the students itself. So if you back out 429 spaces from 150, if my math serves me right, that's about 279 parking spaces. With that, we have employees, about 100 employees, that's staff and everybody on site. Let's say all staff brings a car to use on the property itself. It'll get you down to approximately 179 spaces of just visiting parking spaces for the campus itself. We believe it's more than sufficient in doing this. The one thing that we want to add, and we'd like to add if you're inclined to approve the application, is put a review on the property, on the school itself for the parking. And the reason for that is because the school isn't, if you approve this application, you are not going to see full capacity within the next year. You may not see it for 2 years or 3 years out, because as I said earlier, one of the things when you're growing with the school, you just don't want to put everybody in the school at once. You have siblings, you have other people coming through the system, through the elementary, through the middle school, so you want to grow gradually. So what we believe is even though next year we'll increase by about 200 students, and the following year we may increase another 200, you can take a look at the full build-out, and we can provide those parking analysis at that point in time before we actually get the full build-out to prove to you that we do not have any parking situations there. So I believe with the 3 points that I mentioned, especially the emphasis on the third point of throwing out that added condition, that gives you the comfort level of knowing that you can do that review with us, and we can come back and report to you if there are any issues with respect to parking. But I believe, more importantly, it'll probably be the second year that you'll be able to really get a truer count out here. But I think it's important for the first year so we could show you the development of the parking in the building itself. So that being said, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's past my bedtime. My name is Pat Short. I live on Eyebright Street, which is up here on that little curve. And in 2012, when they were going to go build this building, we had a neighborhood meeting. There were 50 of these parents there, and no one from our neighborhood but me and one other person. The parents did nothing but complain about the lack of parking, and that's even before this next proposed area comes through. That's all they complained about. There wasn't enough in North Las Vegas. So they assured us that, yes, there would be parking and no, the neighborhood wouldn't be bothered. We, on Eyebright, there's 7 houses there that were considered a sensitive area because the street is 30 feet from my house. That's 10 yards. And if in a football field, 10 yards isn't much from my back door. In the morning, 8 o'clock, at 2 o'clock, at 3 o'clock, they idle out there. They are all the way down Elkhorn. They're in the left-hand lane because there isn't enough room for them to go in and pick up their children or to drop them off. If they build that new building with no more parking and taking away some, it takes away lot area. So that means it'll be backed up even further. They're in the bike lane, and 2 nights when they've had programs, they've blocked my driveway and my neighbor's driveway, partially blocked. You know, we have like a 4-foot curb. They're parked around on Dillseed, which is around Elkhorn. They park around there waiting for kids. The kids don't stay on the sidewalk. They're running everywhere. And I should have more time because I waited for 3 hours.
I'll give you another minute.
Well, plus, they make things up. They said that they're going to, it's gradual. Well, I read the report. It was nice enough to be sent to me, that they're expecting 1,000 high school students. I am a retired high school teacher. Out of 1,000 high school students, how many do you think want to drive? 150? I don't think so. The high school I taught in had 600 students, and there were like 300-400 cars parked because the minute they get their license, they want to drive to school. This is not going to work. The traffic pattern and the annoyance, the noise, the carbon dioxide coming in, or monoxide, I mean, I smell it every morning. I listen to their music. One guy has a diesel horn who apparently likes to blow it at 8 o'clock in the morning behind my house. I can't even enjoy coffee out there. But I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gronauer, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, I'll respond to, I think, one or two points quickly here. The first point was, the lady is correct that we did have a neighborhood meeting prior to this project coming through the system itself. And the parents that were there, and I want to make a clarification for clarification here. We have another campus. The first campus was down in North Las Vegas off of Centennial Parkway, and it's still there in a shopping center. One of the concerns we had at that location was circulation. The concerns from those parents, because the parents from the Centennial campus wanted to move, they live in the Northwest and they wanted this campus here, their concerns were circulation. It wasn't about parking, it's about circulation itself. So one of the things that we were making sure we clarified as we went through this process here, that's why it's very important that, as you can take a look on the overhead here, is that we had this extra access road going out to Elkhorn out here. So this goes right out to Elkhorn, because what we have here is you have the circulation, you have the driveway down here, you have a driveway over here, but the most important thing for us was getting that extra driveway out there on Elkhorn itself. So that was specifically made in the purchase of the property as we went through that process. So at no time was the parking itself on the property an issue. Like all schools, when you first open, charter schools, even the other schools, you always have issues the first couple of weeks with circulation itself, and that's because the parents are in condition on what the requirements are for the pickups and drop-offs. With respect to the conditions of approval in the Public Works comments or in their if-approved conditions, they are requiring us to have separate time bells. By having different bells within there, you have elementary, middle, and high school that come and arrive at different times. With respect to any of the noise issues or nuisance issues that the lady did mention, anything that has been brought up, we've always addressed those issues from the first time we've opened our doors till even now if there's any issues with the neighborhood itself. So we're not aware of anything else happening in another subdivision where if people are parking on those streets or doing anything, because if anything, you're making a long walk to this campus itself because there isn't easy access. There is no access to the adjacent residential subdivision in that area. And I think what is more important is what we can do is continue to work with the lady here to address any of her concerns that are, if it's parking related or not, do not have a problem with that, because if anything, with all the charter schools that have been built and existing, we have a very good record in working with the neighbors that are adjacent, and whenever those issues pop up and they're brought to our attention, those are resolved. So over the past 2 years, we've worked with the councilman's office and the neighbors out here to address any of those concerns. Sorry I'm running on that issue and not focusing on the parking, but I wanted to make it clear that there was always a circulation issue with any school, public school, charter school, private school, you name it. At the end of the day, there's always circulation concerns at the peaks, and we've addressed those on this property itself.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. I will close the public comment, and Commissioner Quinn?
I just noticed, Mr. Gronauer, in the conditions for the 2015-16 school year, that Public Works asked about school flashers on Azure Drive. How did those go in?
That's a different application. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's the next one, I believe. That's another app.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading ahead of myself. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead, someone else.
Okay,
I was
thanks.
ahead of myself. I was just trying to read through the night.
You know, I appreciate Ms. Short being here tonight and staying up late with us. I've talked to Mr. Gronauer at length regarding the parking issues. I like the idea of a recurring review so that we can take a look at exactly where we are at the end of each year to see, you know, where we stand. One of the things that we've talked about is that if we feel like we lose the parking, if there's too much traffic, that one of the things that you can do is, well, I guess it's already in place, parking spaces for driving age students are merit-based, and
Yes.
those will be limited. So not every student is going to be able to park on campus. I think you've also told me that, there will be a preference for those who are carpooling. So this is something we can revisit, and I would invite Ms. Short, if this gets approved, to come back and, let us know how things change over the coming year. I think it's a good workaround, and I'm willing to support this based on your agreement to have that review.
One more question. Did you say you're doing staggering drop-off times now, like where, because that's a great idea.
Yeah, right
That
now,
really
because the
works.
school's not at full capacity, we have
Yeah.
2 bells. With the approval of the full build-out, we'll have 3 bells
Yeah.
there at that point in time.
Because up
yes.
on Wallapai, that's how Gorman made it work. It was like, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And it flowed beautifully. I mean, because, there wasn't much parking up there either, and the kids got dropped off, or if they didn't drive. But I highly recommend the staggering drop-offs.
And that's in the conditions of Public Works requirements.
Okay.
And that was our plan anyway. We do
Yeah.
that at the other campuses when we're at full capacity.
Right.
Or full
Thank
build-out.
you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion on this for item number 73, SUP 59539. Make a motion for approval,
Thank you.
subject to conditions.
Motion is to approve item 73 with the agreed-to conditions that have been stated tonight. Please vote.
Chair, I'm sorry, is that with an administrative review?
We can do it as a public hearing, so I want to work with Mrs. Short. I want to make sure in a year, whatever issues there are, we'll make it a public hearing in 1 year.
That's the way I envision that,
Yeah,
too.
and
I would like a...
That's fine.
Mr.
I'd
Chair-
rather be transparent.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the applicant representative indicated that they wouldn't be open until next August. So if we did a required review, there wouldn't be any additional students next year at this time in July. Maybe we could do it in 2 years.
I like that.
Or
Let's start in 2
something like
years.
that to see
That's
how,
when we're
because
gonna-
there won't be any additional students in 1 year.
Yeah, and
The
I didn't want
buildings
to
don't
be
exist.
disingenuous to
Yeah.
you, and that's why I mentioned is we'll get about 200 more students next, for this upcoming year, and then probably the following year, which would be 2 years, we'll have another couple hundred students at that time. to
Well,
see.
if we are getting 200, I'd like to see it
Yeah,
next
I was
summer
gonna-
then.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say that too, Mr. Chair, because it seems as though there's an issue with the traffic now, and you're going to bring on 200 more students, so that's going to add to that issue. It'd be great if you come back and the issue is resolved.
Yeah, and we're fine with it because we've addressed the issue, and we'll be able to address the traffic circulation even in more detail.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is for approval of item 73 with the recurring one-year public hearing review. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Thank you.
That item is final action unless appealed to the city clerks within 10 days.
Okay, with regard to item 74, I need to disclose I have an ongoing business relationship with one of the owners of this property, and because of that financial interest, I'm going to abstain and hand this over to the vice chair.
All right.
And before you get started, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm also going to have to abstain on this matter because my law firm's been involved with some of the parties here as well in a legal capacity.
All right. Item 74, RQR 59613, applicant owner Dynamic Property Holdings LLC, for possible action on a request for a required review of an approved special use permit, SUP 53970, for an existing public school secondary use at 7485 West Desert Drive, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. May we get the staff report, please?
This is a required review of a previously approved special use permit which permitted a public school secondary. The Planning Commission added a condition of approval to the original entitlement imposing a required review. The required review is meant to ensure that the applicant remains in compliance with all conditions of approval and that the use is being conducted harmoniously with the surrounding development. Staff notes that the applicant has incurred a code enforcement citation for non-compliance with conditions which required construction of school flashers on Azure Drive and which required a traffic impact analysis to be submitted and approved by the Department of Public Works. In addition, staff has received numerous written complaints from surrounding businesses and property owners regarding problems such as inadequate parking, dangerous jaywalking, and the previously mentioned absence of school flashers along Azure. For these reasons, staff recommends denial. And please note that additional letters of protest as well as letters of support were received after publication.
Thank you. Can we hear from the applicant? Name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is David Salmon. I am counsel for Dynamic Properties Holdings, LLC. I am also a business owner. My office is located in the building directly to the west of the subject building. I am also the father of a Quest Academy student, and I will let those that have come with me to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Deb Roberson. My address is 7695 Rio Vista Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89131, and I am the superintendent at Quest Academy.
My name is Joe Morgan. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Address 8457 Bellary Avenue, here as a contractor.
Timothy Zeidler, 7745 Tortoiseshell Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89149, as a parent and the president of the board.
Thank you, Commissioners. We understand the issues to be twofold. One is a compliance issue, and the other are complaints by business owners and residents. This was brought to our attention on the 30th of June, and on that date we had a meeting with Councilman Ross, and he told us of these matters. Since that time, we've had a number of meetings with Councilman Ross. Quest Academy has. I represent the landlord. Just for clarification, I represent the landlord. I do not represent Quest Academy, who is the school located at this particular location. So I'm going to turn the time over to Mrs. Robinson, who will get the commission up to speed on her negotiations with Councilman Ross and what they've come up with.
Thank you. Commissioners, I appreciate you taking late hours and still looking alert and paying attention. We thank you for that. On the 13th of this past month, Councilman Ross and two of his assistants and I, and the site administrator at Quest Academy High School campus, met with, I believe, 5 or 6 of the HOA members in the Azure business property. And at that time, we tried to come up with a workable solution to make our living arrangements better. We talked about some of the issues, and you just heard some of them, of drop-off and pick-up with parents and students. And having worked for several years at Clark County School District before I came to Quest, I wish there was an answer to making drop-off and pick-up easier for all of our schools. But we did come to some agreements on what we thought we could do to better cohabitate, at least for the next year. As you can imagine, I took it upon myself not to ask for 50 parents and about 25 teachers to come and tell you how devastating it would be to pull that school this late in the school year. You know what that would mean to the parents and the children and the teachers and that staff there. And Commissioner Quinn, I too have a special needs grandchild that goes to Quest, and about 20% of our children are special needs children. I tell you that because if this school were to be, if you were not to allow us to try to work through these issues in another year, I don't know where those families would go this late a notice with Clark County School District, given the number of teacher shortages they have and the overcrowded population. So I want you to know that we did meet, and some of the things that we agreed upon is we have a new routing system for drop-off and pickup. We have a form that was approved by the HOA and Councilman Ross that we're going to have our parents and our students sign off on, that has a specific do's and don'ts for drop-off, pickup for students that are walking. So when they are, in fact, walking to school or leaving school, there's only public access on sidewalks, not within the community. It's considered a no-tolerance policy, and at the very back side of that, you'll see where it says, any infraction to this policy could result in suspension or expulsion. We're very serious about this. Up until this year, we asked for parents and students to abide with us and work with us. I wish an asking was going to be the answer, but we're going to put it in writing now and make sure that we're doing all the things that our HOA has asked us to do to live there for the next year and work with them. We've got 13 teachers that will be stationed at different points throughout the community to make sure that those children are where they're supposed to be and not where they're not supposed to be. We're going to employ a full-time security guard that's going to walk that premises from 6:30 in the morning until 6:30 in the afternoon. Our classes actually start at 7:25 in the morning, but we have Safe Key that's sponsored by the City of Las Vegas in the morning and in the afternoon until 6:30. And we want, again, make sure that we have staff there to ensure and tell our business partners that we have some watching over where those kids are and where they're supposed to be. Right now, we have plans for a new property that we're working on with the same landlord on the Torrey Pines campus, we call that. It's at the corner of Torrey Pines and Rancho. I tell you that because I also wanted the homeowners to know that by the end of this semester, we anticipate that we will be moving all of the middle school students to that location. That means about half of the population that currently inhabits the Roberson campus, the high school campus now, will be gone. So the 435 children that are now at the campus in question will be reduced to 220 students by January. We hope that we will have room for everyone by the end of this school year. So all that to say, we're doing all we know to do to make this workable for the next school year until we can find those children a more suitable home that has the space, has the land, has none of the issues that we now have at the Azure property.
Thank you. Just to clarify on a number of points that Mrs. Robinson has discussed. What is different now than took place on June 30th when we were made aware of these issues? And by the way, we were not aware of these issues until June 30th. We received no written complaints from any homeowners. We were not aware of any issues as far as business owner and homeowner complaints until we met with Councilman Ross. Since that day, we have worked with Councilman Ross' office, and the new plan that has been brought up since that day is, as indicated by Mrs. Robinson, a zero tolerance policy where all the students at the school will agree to the following. They will only be, the ingress and egress will be limited. All cars will go through this location only. And again, it's a zero policy. Any violation of that will result in termination from the school. We have become aware of some complaints regarding some pickup in an unauthorized area. We will now have a person located in that place to make sure that no unauthorized pickups are made in this particular area here. We have also positioned, according to the complaints that we've received, we have positioned school teachers in each location that will be there during drop-off and pickup to make sure that these are complied with. What that results in is all students can only walk on the sidewalk here or on Azure. And there's a zero tolerance policy so that these areas, which is the majority of the businesses are located, will have no students in them at all. No cars, no students. This plan was done in association with the Shea at Tenaya Association. This entire complex is part of an association, and they have CC&Rs. And this pickup agreement is made in compliance with those CC&Rs, and it is made with the understanding of the complaints that have been made. It's a zero tolerance policy. There is in the CC&Rs of the association a method for business owners to bring their complaints to fellow members of the association so that they can be addressed. To my knowledge, I don't know if that has been utilized in the past, but it is something that we will try to make sure is utilized in the future. As I said, we are in a great deal of communication with the board of the association on these new plans that we're putting together. That is what we have done to address the complaints of the business owners and the homeowners in the neighborhood. I would, Commissioner Quinn, address your issue that you brought up earlier regarding the flashers and compliance. That's okay. On the compliance side, we brought Mr. Mason, who is our contractor. And from my understanding from my client, we are in compliance with everything that's been required of us except one thing, which is the flashers. And I want him to address that issue at this time.
I guess I owe the city an explanation.
Name and address for the record.
Joe Morgan, 8457 Bellary Avenue. December last year, we submitted a removal of condition for the flashers based on an owner request. Myself as a contractor, I'm here for the support. The request wasn't granted, required us to do the flashers. So in December, I had some complications, a personal tragedy. My brother took his own life, and I was out of commission for a couple months. So what I do have is starting in February, I did hire the engineer to do the work for the submittal along with the TIA. I have a timeline with email correspondence that I'd like to share off the record to preserve some contact information or some constituents. There's some, everyone from the engineer to the contractor, I have email correspondence from me to them. Essentially, hired the engineer in February. They were going back and forth. There was confusion in regards to the submittal process. The engineer was confused on how that needed to get submitted. He submitted an email copy. They needed a paper copy. I also have correspondence to the electrical contractor that I hired to do the flashers. When I had stamped approved drawings from the engineer, in my mind, with the correspondence that I had, it had been approved. I hired the electrical contractor. He had stamped plans, was supposed to pull a permit, never did. Was supposed to order material, never did. I get another email from code enforcement. I think I got 3 in here, all in the same timeline. Essentially, as soon as I found out that we were still not complying, I responded, hey, I thought we turned that in. They said, no, you turned it in the wrong department. So then I went back to the engineer, hey, how did we get confused? The engineer emailed other city officials to try to figure out what the right submittal process is. But essentially from February, I guess what I was getting at from December to February, I do have a couple months where I can't account for my time. But other than that, from February on, I've been trying very diligently to get this issue resolved. So I do have correspondence and a timeline that I'd like to share off the record.
Mr. Mason, what's the current status of the flashers?
The current status is we just recently received red line drawings. The engineer is turning around, getting Mylars made, and then there was also a little bit of confusion. They're independent solar flashers. So the engineer, as of today, thought he had to go around and get signatures from NV Energy, from all the utility companies. I contacted a city official. He assured me that because they are independently, we're not tying into utility companies or anything to that nature, then I don't have to have those signatures on the Mylars, as the engineer suspected. So that could reduce some of the timeline. But the engineer has the red lines. He's making Mylars. He's going to resubmit the Mylars. I had to let the electrical contractor go that I originally hired. I've hired another electrical contractor. Once we have a permit, once we submit Mylars, we can pull permit, and the electrical contractor can get these flashers installed as originally intended. But I guess to explain that, it was several complications with submittal and contracting and procurement.
Okay, thank you.
And just in conclusion to some, I know it's late. There's approximately 500 students, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently enrolled at this location. If we were to basically shut down that school right now, they don't know where they're going. They don't even know that they're going to have to make new plans for 2 months away. With that in mind, we have been talking to Councilman Ross to avoid that tragedy with 500 students not knowing where they're going to go to school in 2 months. And just as a recap, Ms. Robinson, what's your agreement with Councilman Ross?
We met, this is Ms. Roberson speaking, we met yesterday morning, and at the conclusion of that meeting, Councilman Ross said if we met the conditions that we specified out, which was about having monitors on campus, about the students not walking through the complex, and something I forgot to tell you, that no more physical education activities would be conducted outside the building whatsoever, that everything would be internal, that those students would not be out in the complex at any time during the day. To the best of our ability, commissioners, you know how that, we're doing all we can to accommodate. If you can give us, and his comment was, I will support you being there 1 more year. I will help you find a place for your school if these conditions are met. We even suggested that we come back and have quarterly meetings with the HOA to talk with them. How are we doing? Are we meeting your needs? What else is it that we need to do? Everything that we felt like we could do to make this workable. And his comment to me was that I will support that if these conditions can be met.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, if I may, staff has some, if approved, conditions that I'd like to add.
Sure. Can we open a public discussion first? Or would you like to go ahead and?
At your discretion.
Go ahead.
We'd like to add, a required review at public hearing shall be required within 1 year from the date of this application's approval. Number 2, total number of students shall not exceed 435 first semester. Number 3, total number of students shall not exceed 215 second semester. Number 4, Quest Academy must hire a full-time parking/traffic/campus monitor. Number 5, all gym classes must be held indoors. Number 6, all parents/guardians must sign the drop-off/pick-up agreement. Number 7, school traffic flashers, whether temporary or permanent, must be installed to identify the school zone. Thank you.
What was the last one?
Number 7 is school flashers, whether temporary or permanent, must be installed to identify the school zone.
Prior to opening this school year.
Yes.
So prior to August?
Okay. Let me open this for public. This is a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Andrew Corwin, 3900 South Wallapai Way. I am the property manager at 7465 West Azure, which is the largest single-story building in the Shea Ateneo Business Park. I am here today representing our tenant and the owner of that building to continue our opposition for this special use permit. This use has been incompatible in its entirety since its beginning. I'm not going to get into all the details there, but because of the meeting that we had yesterday morning, I am also here to support the next year of operation under the conditions that have been stated here and stated by staff, that we feel that that's a very workable situation in everybody's best interest to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public discussion. Do you need to comment on?
No.
Okay. Turn this over to the commissioners.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm new here today, so I wasn't here when this was approved, and obviously it's good that there was a required review for this to come back, or else we probably would have never known about these issues. I have to say that being under a review and having so many issues and you guys saying you didn't know about it until the 30th, you know, it really shouldn't take Commissioner Ross to tell you guys that all these issues are going on. And then you come to the Planning Commission and put it on the commission or even the council at some point to say we're going to not allow kids to go to school and they aren't going to know where to go to school. That's kind of a lot to put on the commission, especially when it could have been avoided if you guys were basically on top of your game. So it doesn't seem like you were on top of your game.
Yeah.
And now you're going to ask the commission to allow you to continue to go down this route. It sounds like you made a lot of improvements since the 30th. That much is true. I will give you that. But I have to say that it seems like it should have never gotten to this point. If you guys are on top of your game, then there's no way you should have known all these issues were going on, that the Homeowners Association didn't know, that you didn't know that they had problems, that you didn't know they were calling the commissioner's office, all these things that were happening.
And let me address that, because I think my comments might have led to that impression. That wasn't what I intended. There's a lot of players in this. There's the landlord, there's the construction, there's the school, there's the association. So I don't want to make it sound like nobody knew anything. And if I did, I misspoke. There was no concerted effort. We didn't know the seriousness. I will say this. We didn't know the seriousness of the issues until the 30th. We just didn't. There was no written communication to us, and we're not putting this on the city. But what we're saying is the homeowners aren't were they contacting the school?
May I respond, Commissioner Greer?
Please, through the chair.
I'm sorry.
Please address your questions through the chair.
Chair, may I respond to the question that was raised?
Cedric, or Commissioner?
Please.
Go ahead.
There's two parties here. There's the owner of the building, and then there's us inside the building. And because, for whatever reason, we were not appraised of the conditions going on in a timely fashion when we met the last time, I gave every one of the homeowners and Councilman Ross my business card. And I said, from this point forward, if you have any issue, tell me about it. I'm the one that can take care of things inside the building, and I'll do my best to see that conditions outside the building are met as well. We've got our back against the wall, Commissioners. We have nowhere to take these children, and I don't know what else to do to try to make it work for one more year, and I'm so thankful for Mr. Korn to at least step up and say that they're willing to work with us. So just know that when we were made aware of it, and that's not an excuse other than reality, from this point on, they know how to reach me, and there will be some answers to the point that I can do something about it. There will be a timely response and action.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
You know, I've sat up here for 7 years, and I never thought I'd see the day where I was facing the lives of 435 children in the hands of this commission when they should be in the hands of you. And I'm just simply appalled that it got to this point. And I'm going to tell you something. If it doesn't get fixed, you're going to have to put 435 kids into a new location, and you know who's going to look like the bad guys? The people that shut you down, or the people that told you, you know, you didn't conform. And I say, you know, it starts at the top. You know, it doesn't start where we're sitting here making decisions for you. That's your job. I mean, I'm simply appalled that I'm thinking about 435 kids that maybe in a few months are going to have a place to go to school. And, you know, it breaks my heart thinking that you people have control of all of this, and we're the ones that are going to be stuck looking like we, you know, shut the doors. So I don't know what you're going to do, but I'll tell you this. This is the last time I'm having this conversation with any of you, because obviously there's something wrong at the top. And obviously you have 435 kids to worry about, not the 4 of you and not the 7 of us. So really, I'm speechless over this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, through you, I have a question for the applicant. Could they read that last sentence in their drop-off agreement they were read earlier?
Commissioner, the end of the,
Yeah, I believe it's the last line on the back
and
side.
this was Councilman Ross's actual wording, the first part of it. This is a no-tolerance agreement. The student and the student's parent or legal guardian agree that Quest Academy has the right to expel any student who violates this agreement after a single infraction. And this will be signed off by parents and students.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
It just seems right to expel, through you, Chair. Instead of a zero tolerance, will expel as a slight variation, but that's my comment. Thank you.
Please. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a few last comments. I mean, I'm a builder as well, and things slip my mind. Hate to hear about what happened to your brother, but after a few months, something as major as a stop or the school flashers, something like that would stick in my head as a builder. It's like I just forgot to build a building. Is the same thing as a school flasher to a school, and especially there on Azul or Azur, whatever this. Azur. There you go. Thank you. That big curve. I mean, people come flying around there not seeing a kid, hitting a kid. I mean, how could we live with ourselves? I mean, how could the principal not think about putting that flasher up and pushing the contractor? Shame on all of y'all, or whoever was responsible for this, and not looking into it. But unless if it's up, I don't want to see the school open this school year. Question for Public Works, Lucian. Do they really have their Mylars, and aren't they getting ready to sign them off? And do they need those Mylars in order to put up a solar-powered school flasher?
They're pretty close. The last time we saw it was a couple weeks ago, and they were close back then, so I haven't verified it, but I'm pretty sure that his statement is accurate, that they're really close to pulling a permit.
Okay.
Just a matter of getting the material and being able to do it before in the next 6 weeks, really.
Okay, thank you. And question for the contractor, have you already ordered these poles so they can be bolted in and up and running in time?
No, I haven't officially, the electrical contractor hasn't officially ordered them, and part of the problem is there needs CLB approval to order the poles. So what I've done is I've contacted Clark County's, they have a yard, you guys have a yard, I've contacted the gentleman at the yard, contacted their supplier, trying to find if I can have their supplier buy the material back from them if they have this material in their yard, and then buy the material directly from the supplier. So even though the electrical contractor won't order the material prior to CLB approval, I'm still working on trying to find the material myself and pay for the material myself. Problem is this is the material that was spec'd. It's an XX20 pole, which is not a typical pole that's used these days. It's an older pole, so as far as availability, it's harder to find. So I haven't looked, as far as everything else, the lead time isn't tremendous. It's the poles, the lead time, they're telling me 12-week lead time on the poles. So then I had a solution. I was calling around traffic control companies, trying to find temporary flashers, trying to find arrow boards, you know, the same stuff that would facilitate a flasher and give the same message that there is a school zone in place. I haven't had any luck with the flashers, the temporary flashers, but I did have some luck with an arrow board that says, you know, this is a school zone, speed limit is 15 miles an hour, and it flashes similar to where, you know, similar to a school zone flasher. So that was the biggest challenge, and when I found out that it hadn't been submitted by code enforcement, I went back, I asked the electrical contractor what happened, the engineer what happened, and again, I have email correspondence with the
Whatever
timeline.
happened in the past is fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I want to look forward at making sure this gets installed before the school opens, or else it wouldn't see much
Yes, so
support.
the electrical contractor, same guy's not in place, a new guy, he's working with me to try to locate this material in several different sources.
Okay. Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, so my understanding is with the additional conditions is that they would have to have some type of temporary or permanent solution before the opening of the school year. Sounds like they're not going to have a permanent solution, so hopefully that temporary one can come on board.
And I would say acceptable to Public Works or the Traffic Division.
Mr. Vice Chair, through you, I think with the added condition that Mr. Lowenstein added, with the condition number 5 we already have on the RQR, that should cover us both ways, that there will be some kind of notification that it's a school zone, either temporary or permanent. Eventually, the permanent will get there, but it could be temporary until they get their material.
Okay.
If everybody's done, I'm ready for the motion. Thank you. This is regarding item number 74, RQR 59613. I'm going to make a motion for approval with all the added amended conditions that I'd like you to read into the record, please, so they hear them loudly and clearly one more time. I'm sorry it's late, but I don't think they understand, so I'd like to hear them myself.
Through you, Vice Chair. Pleasure to reread it again.
Thank you.
Added conditions. Number 1, a required review at public hearing shall be required within 1 year from the date of this application's approval. Number 2, total number of students shall not exceed 435 first semester. Number 3, total number of students shall not exceed 215 second semester. Number 4, Quest Academy must hire a full-time parking/traffic/campus monitor. Number 5, all gym class must be held indoors. Number 6, all parents/guardians must sign the drop-off/pickup agreement. Number 7, school traffic flashers, whether temporary or permanent, must be installed to identify the school zone prior to the opening of the school year. Thank you.
And with that, I'm putting a 1-year administrative review on it. And if you come back and this isn't done, and there's anything, you got 435 kids to place in a new school.
And
okay, it's a 1-year required review, but I'm just telling you, that's it. That's my motion.
Okay, and before we cast a vote, could I ask Mr. Lowenstein to explain to me how come there's a larger enrollment in the first semester and the second semester, second half of the semester is a lower enrollment? I mean, that, I don't...
Through you, Mr. Vice Chairman, I believe the indication was that the middle school students were going to be relocated to the Rancho Torrey Pines location, and that's why the reduction in number of students as that occurs. And the applicant can confirm that.
And is the applicant in agreement with all the added conditions?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor from Vicki for approval based on, with the added conditions reread into the record from Mr. Lowenstein, and there is a 1-year review on this, so please cast your vote. Please post. That motion passes. Note an abstention of Commissioner Moody and Commissioner Flangus.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item is final action unless appealed to City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
I should say good morning to everyone.
You stole my line.
Item 75, SDR 59472. The applicant owner is 126th Street LLC for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a parking lot and private outdoor plaza with waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan parking lot landscaping and screening fence design standards at 120 South 6th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have a staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a permanent parking lot located between two existing buildings. The parking lot will also double as an outdoor plaza that will host intermittent outdoor events. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the parking lot screen fencing and one internal parking lot landscape tree. Staff can support these requests as the fencing would limit pedestrian access to the parking lot and the total landscape area exceeds the prescribed square footage requirement. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the proposed site development plan review and associated waivers. Please note there are additional electronic comments received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, I have an ongoing business relationship with the applicant, so I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North, here on behalf of the applicant. Normally at this hour, I would simply say we would ask for approval subject conditions. I just want to bring out one quick point. Part of the approval here is for a compactor and recycling zone on the far west side of this project to allow for an alley beautification program that we're working on with the city. I just wanted to bring that to attention. We've been working diligently with staff. We're looking to become the first alley under the alley beautification standards, and this is probably the best alley to do it. If you know this alley pretty well, it's pretty infested with various things, one of them being dumpsters and many other things as well. And this is, by approving this, you're allowing the compactor area to be put in place and for all the tenants to share that compactor and to get rid of the dumpsters. With that being said, I'd ask for approval.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the Planning Commission?
If there's no comment, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Item number 75, SDR 59472. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries, noting the abstention of the Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action on appeal to the City Clerk's Office in 10 days, and we're very excited about the recycling project.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 76, SDR 59556. The applicant is LV Land Company, LLC, and the owner is the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed two-story, 26,600 square foot government facility courthouse with waivers of downtown Centennial Plan build-to-line parking lot, screening, and landscaping, and architectural design standards at the southeast corner of Clark Avenue and 4th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the courthouse is proposed to be located at the corner with 24 parking spaces in the rear to be accessed from a gated entrance on 4th Street. A second phase of this project, not included in this proposal, would contain additional parking facilities on the adjacent parcel to the east. The applicant is not planning to vacate the alley between these properties at this time. The building will have the traditional classic architectural design of a courthouse with stone facades and entryway columns. Several waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan Office Core District Development Standards are necessary to construct the project as proposed. The waiver requests are primarily in the interest of safety in conjunction with the government facility and are supported by staff. Development is compatible with the commercial development on surrounding properties, and restricted access to the property mitigates concerns about traffic congestion and poor parking lot circulation. Therefore, staff recommendation is for approval with conditions. Please note additional letters of support have been received after the publishing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Hello.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the application. Also present in the audience if you have questions appropriate for their consideration.
Mr. Burgell, can I interrupt you just briefly? We need to make an announcement regarding the last item before you continue. I'm sorry.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Yesterday I knew the answer, but today I'd forgotten. The waiver to the downtown Centennial Standard needs to go to City Council. So the item 75 will be heard at City Council on August 19th, 2015. My apologies.
And back to you.
And we were going to say thank you for the staff's recommendation on the project, but also present here today, this evening, if you have questions for them, Johan Lowy and Frank Pankratz, who are the developers of the project. And we accept the conditions that have been suggested on the application and basically are proud to be here as the proponents for a permanent Southern Nevada home for the Supreme Court and for the new appellate court as well, in the classical style of a courtroom at an appropriate location, we think. Facing the top photo you have here is the one that faces Clark Avenue, and the second is 4th Street. So you're looking at the principal exposures of the building to the public, and since everyone's happy with it and the hour is late, I'm probably done.
All right, how about that? I'll open this for public comment and see if anyone would like to make any comments. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and let me just say, absolutely beautiful. Love the project, love the design, and you will see my support on this.
Mr. Chairman, same thing. Beautiful project downtown, right by the rest of the courthouses. Fits perfectly, and definitely see my support.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
I was just ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, let's all go for breakfast. Oh, no, you want to talk about this. Now, in regards to the site development plan review, 59556, I'd make a recommendation for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Motion is to approve item 76. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go to City Council on the August 19th, 2015 meeting.
All right. Moving on to, well, not quite the last item. Item 77, ROC 59383. The applicant is Western States Lodging, LLC, and the owner is El Capitan Interchange. For possible action on a request for a review of condition of an approved site development plan review to delete condition number 14, which states, quote, concurrent with development of this site, comma, extend public sewer in Regina Avenue to the west edge of this site, unquote, on the northwest corner of Riley Street and Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Bob, may we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this request is to remove the requirement to extend the public sewer along Regina Avenue to the west edge of the site. The sanitary sewer planning section of the Department of Public Works received new information regarding the future sewer needs in the surrounding area since the approval of SDR 57365 and recommended that the applicant apply for this review of condition. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this application.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza, here representing the applicant, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any comments from the commission? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item number 77, which is ROC 59383, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is final action unless appealed to City Clerks within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, I am recalling items 55, 56, and 57, which have already been read into the record. Is the applicant here on those items? All right, how about a motion? Councilman Quinn, what's your pleasure?
Excuse me, let me go back to that page. Regarding item 56, 57, and 58.
55, 56,
I'm sorry,
and 57.
55, 56, and 57, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to hold it to the next meeting, and hopefully they'll show up. That's my motion.
Motion is to obey items 55, 56, and 57 to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries. Those items are obeyed. We're now on to director's business, beginning with item 79. TXT 59655, the applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas, for discussion and possible action on a request to amend LVMC, Chapter 19.12, regarding the short-term residential rental use to require a special use permit for the use in residential zoning districts under certain circumstances and to provide for other related matters. Staff has no recommendation. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, currently, short-term rentals are a conditional use in all residential districts. This text amendment would establish a maximum size of 4 bedrooms to qualify as a conditional use approval, require a special use permit for rental uses not meeting established occupancy limits to be discussed on a case-by-case basis as at a public hearing, duplicate most conditional use regulations into non-waivable minimum special use permit requirements, afford community members the opportunity to comment as a public hearing on the proposed short-term rentals. Once again, staff doesn't have a recommendation. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I will open this for public comment. You wish to be heard?
God, how nice of you to wait.
Thank you.
Good morning. Your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Teresa Messalores, 9807 Overlook Ridge Avenue. My husband and I have a short-term rental license in the city of Las Vegas. I want to thank you for taking the time to hear us. Our main representative, unfortunately, could not be here tonight, and I'm serving as representative for our group. We have many people in progress to get their permits. Unfortunately, nobody called our main representative to make us aware of this hearing, so we are not prepared. If you should seek any kind of negative action, we would appreciate an extension for 30 days to come back and have meetings with all the commissioners and be prepared. We do sincerely appreciate the privilege to rent our house out here in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. If you're asking that if the vote is to deny,
Right.
that you are requesting an extension, an abeyance of 30 days.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any other members of the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the commission. Any of you awake?
Well, I'm awake, and I thought about this today a lot. So I went over to Craigslist, and I just went to one site, and I found, just on one site, 982 day-to-day vacation rentals, up to 8 bedrooms, down to 2 bedrooms, all over the entire valley. So I'd like to put this on the record, please, for the other for the city council. And my question, I think, really comes down to is, if you're going to come into town, Doug, for like 2 or 3 days, and you're going to get a, $2,000 a night house in a nice neighborhood, I mean, seriously, who's going to go down and fill out and get an SUP for this? They're just going to do it, right? I mean, I find it really hard to believe this is going to be enforced. Or, not that it's going to be enforced, I find it very difficult for this to be enforced.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director of Planning. We've worked with a variety of short-term rental organizations over the last several years. The City of Las Vegas is the only entity that allows rentals of residential units for less than 30 days. So in Clark County, unincorporated Clark County, and other areas, they are not allowed. We implemented an ordinance late last year, and we're working under the to get those locations identified and get the homeowners to come in and get their licenses. That is starting to happen. Both VRBO and several of those sites have worked with us, and when anyone lists a house that's located in the city, they get a notice that they're required to have a license with the city. The special use permit, the reason that for contemplating the special use permit is that right now those licenses can be given by right. So you apply, you meet the criteria, you can have those short-term rentals. The complaints we're getting from neighborhoods at this point are how many short-term rentals are located. So a street or a cul-de-sac, there could be one resident and the rest could be short-term rentals
Right.
with people coming and going all the time. It's how many and how much of that burden should be placed in various neighborhoods. Also, the larger homes, we get complaints through code enforcement and business licensing that they are turning into party houses where they're rented by the night for an event, those sorts of things. So we have several that are in code enforcement. We have identified them. We are taking action against them. The request here is for the consideration for those larger homes, either 4 bedrooms or over, or 5 bedrooms and over. This is for 5 bedrooms and over, that they would have to actually get a special use permit so the neighbors would be notified and know that there's a short-term rental at that location and be able to comment on whether it's appropriate or not in their neighborhood.
Is 5-bedroom cut in stone, or could it go to 4-bedroom?
Certainly could go to 4 bedrooms. What we find in neighborhoods is that the smaller 2 and 3 bedrooms are usually a family or a parent
Right.
coming to meet with children who may be located here, those sorts of things. They aren't the ones that tend to turn into party houses. It is the larger homes
So
that
this
people are
ordinance
renting.
states that it's 5 bedrooms or more, and then they have to get the special use permit to operate for the weekend or the night or whatever. Okay, thank you. I won't take up any more of your time.
So, Chairman, through you, for Karen, it's just a conditional use permit or conditional, I guess a conditional use permit if it's 4 bedrooms or less, and that's something they could just come in and apply for. There's no notice or anything, so if somebody wanted to, but they would still need to apply for a license, and then they could run down an Airbnb or whatever that is.
Correct. They would just need to get a business license for the smaller units. If this ordinance were to pass, the larger units would have to come before the governing body to see if it's an appropriate use in that neighborhood for that large of location to be run on a daily, weekend, or weekly use in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
If anybody's, I just would like to throw it out there to make it 4 bedrooms versus the 5, just because 4 is still a big house to me, and I want to make it difficult for them so that they don't, keep reoccurring and that kind of thing. So my motion would be that the text amendment would read that a short-term rental is to require a special use permit in a residential zoning with 4 bedrooms or more. And that's my motion.
Commissioner Quinn, I've been asked to ask you to repeat that. Did you add a new condition, or did you take the first bullet point and just change the number of bedrooms?
I changed the number of bedrooms from 5 to 4, because I just think 5 is a lot, and I think 4 is enough. I think that's a big house. There's 4-bedroom party houses in my neighborhood now.
To maybe clarify, Mr. Chairman?
It says on here, establish the size of 4 bedrooms to qualify. So I'm following this, I'm sorry.
So the change would be to require up to 4 bedrooms to get a conditional use permit. Everything over would then be special use permit. So I think what you're suggesting is that the maximum would be 3, which would require everything over 4 and above to be a special use permit. Is that the intent then?
Yes.
So the way that this ordinance, this text amendment would be going forward then would be a maximum of 3 bedrooms, I think is what the Commissioner is saying.
And then a special use permit would be anything over 4.
Yes.
I don't know if I would throw a wrench in this or not, but aren't there large houses with only 2 bedrooms or 1 bedroom, and that
I don't know if we thought about going the square footage route versus the number of bedrooms.
Well, I'm just reading what's in front of me.
No, I
here.
understand that. I was just thinking to myself, there are some large houses with 2 bedrooms.
Well,
So just-
somebody else can throw out a motion, that would be mine.
So
I
Commissioner,
didn't want to throw a wrench in the works, I was just talking.
Commissioner Quinn, Commissioner Quinn has made a motion changing the maximum size of 4 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms. And I'm going to, when I vote, I'm going to vote to deny that just because I'm going to defer to staff whatever number they came up with. I understand your rationale, but.
Commissioner Quinn, would you withdraw your motion, let me make a motion on this one?
I absolutely would.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
my friend.
Let's just go to item number 79, TXT 59655. Would move to approve it as written. And
Okay, the motion is to approve item 79 as written. Please vote.
Thank you. Gus, I'm getting a little tired.
Motion is approved. Moving on to item 80, TXT 59871. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for discussion and possible action on a request to amend Section B3B of the Town Center Development Standards Manual regarding conditional uses to allow auto dealer inventory storage as an interim use when approved concurrently with a motor vehicle sales new use and to provide for other related matters. Staff has no recommendation. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, currently, auto deal inventory storage outside of town center is permitted by means of a special use permit in C1 and permitted in C2. Within town center, there's no provision currently. This amendment would allow auto dealer inventory storage use to occur in a very limited fashion in town center. In order to obtain that, you have to first have approval of a site for the motor vehicle sales new in town center. The interim use of the site for inventory storage would allow greater flexibility for a dealership to occupy the motor vehicle sales site prior to full construction of all buildings and site improvements. In addition, any entitlements required for new dealership, a site development plan review would be required for the inventory storage, and that site plan review would be effective for 3 years, at which time the temporary improvements would have to be removed or the permanent dealership would have to be completed. It allows it in a very limited fashion, but still allows developers to move on some of their vehicles until such time as they're ready to build the building. And it creates an opportunity for dealer inventory storage in town center.
Thank you very much. It doesn't look like anyone is here to speak on this item, but I'll open it for public hearing. And seeing no one here to speak on it, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion to be had on the Planning Commission. Seeing none, does someone want to make a motion?
I'll do it.
Commissioner
In
Jordan.
regards to text amendment 59871, make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions.
Please vote. Motion carries. Moving on to item 81, TXT 59905. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for discussion and possible action on a request to amend LVMC, Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.12.070 and 19.18.020, related to the nightclub use by revising requirements, standards, and applicability, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this amendment clarifies where a special use permit is required within the downtown Centennial Plan. This amendment would, within the FED, the Fremont East District, no special use permit would be required. It meets the intent of that. That's where the goal of the city is to have nightclubs, is within the Fremont East Entertainment District. Within the Casino Overlay District, it clarifies that along Fremont, the SUP is still required, but there are no distance separations required for that. And then outside of either the Fed or the Casino Overlay District, within the downtown Centennial Plan, a special use permit is still required, and the distance separations do apply, but waivers may be granted within the downtown Centennial Plan. And then outside of the downtown Centennial Plan, nightclubs cannot get waivers of the distance separations for any of the protected uses. So it clarifies that that was the intent of the bill, and we just want to clarify that for those three areas.
Thank you very much. This item is now open for public comment. If anyone wishes to be heard, please approach the microphone. But there are none. I'll close the public comment. Do any commissioners wish to be heard? Commissioner Slotman.
So it's automatically allowed by right without the special use permit in Downtown Entertainment Overlay District, Fremont East Entertainment District, Resort Gaming Hotels, exempt from the Downtown Casino Overlay District, but it's waivable in all other districts within the Downtown Centennial Plan overlay. So the Arts District and the remaining portions of the Centennial Plan, they would have to still apply for the special use permit?
Correct. They would have to apply for the special use permit, and then if they had a protected use within that area, they would need to seek a waiver of that distance separation. Within the Downtown Casino Overlay District, or Fremont Street Experience, basically, they still have to get the special use permit, but there are no distance separations within that area. And then within the Entertainment District, there is no special use permit required. It's permitted by right within that area.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I have a question for staff. On one of the slides, it referenced 18B on there. So that should affect everything.
Can you explain, since he has since he's on the 18B board, I'm trying to figure out if he has an abstention or not. How does that affect that particular area?
It doesn't affect it any more than the other areas of the Downtown Centennial Plan, that being the Civic District, the Office District. They get treated exactly the same. Special use permit, but you can't grant the waivers for protected uses.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Before you make that motion, then I'll let you make that motion. Can you go to the previous slide? Okay, go ahead.
On item 81, text amendment 59905, make a motion for approval with all the conditions.
Motion is to approve item 81. Please vote. Motion carries. We have reached the citizens' participation. Item 82. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. I see none. This meeting is adjourned.
So